Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is March 10th, 2015, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, Deputy Commissioner O'Brien, and myself, Secretary Held. Our next meeting dates are set for Tuesday, March 24th, April 7th, and April 21st. They're all both on Tuesdays. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our other office locations. Generally, we go to Buffalo first, Albany, then here in New York City. However, today we have two items that we're going to call in New York City prior to going to Buffalo. Chairman, is there any announcements?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
We ask, as a courtesy, please turn off your cell phones. Okay, the first item on today's calendar is 519C. It's Yardbird.
This is on at the request of Community Board 3, so Ms. Stetzer, perhaps it'd be best if you start us off.
Sure, thank you. Susan Stetzer for Community Board 3. I think this is about protecting the use of stipulations. In October 2013, the business owner agreed to stipulations with Community Board 3 for a wine bar cafe, and he checked off that I will not seek a change in class to full on-premise liquor license. I'd just like to explain our method of asking for stipulations to be signed. We do not have them signed at the meeting. We give the prepared stipulations to the applicant to take home, have signed, notarized, and bring back in several days. So this is not something that's done quickly. There's plenty of time to think about it, take advice, that kind of thing. Also, I just want to mention, since we had this stipulation form, due to feedback from applicants and lawyers, we have now changed this. So we'll say, I will not seek a change unless receiving approval from the community board. So we do welcome people coming back, and we would do the same with this. We're not saying you should never apply. What we're really saying is you shouldn't apply without approval from the community board. I believe at the last hearing here, I was not there, that the applicant was asked if he had signed these stipulations, because our resolution clearly said that these stipulations had been signed, and he replied the negative. So that's basically the situation. We have stipulations that say he will not go forward, and we just feel that it's very important to protect stipulations.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from the applicant, and we do have a letter from the community board when the original application came in which a list of stipulations, and it specifically says that they've agreed to not seek an upgrade. That's part of our original file in this matter, and there was no representation made when this case was before us for the upgrade that there had been not just a commitment to not seek an upgrade, but no ambiguity about it. Your statement was just flat out that they told the community, and it's in the 500-foot hearing report, they told the community board they don't think they'll need an upgrade, and that was it. And other than that, there was an absolute unequivocal denial that they'd agreed in any way to that stipulation. And yet, in looking at our file now, we do have a letter from 2013 that confirms that there was that understanding.
Right, so when these gentlemen first came before the community board for their initial beer and wine license, they signed a stipulation. That stipulation did not have the box checked that they would never seek an upgrade. When they went back before the community board, I believe it was for the Sidewalk Cafe extension, that stipulation form did not have the box checked. It was their third trip back to the community board for an extension of hours where that box was checked. Now, my representation before this board was they never signed anything saying they could not ever seek an upgrade. And that was my representation as per the materials I sent in shortly after the meeting. When this came to my attention, that was my understanding. The reality of the matter is they signed the stipulation form at the meeting with an explanation from one of the board members who was going through it that this number 11 on the STIP form that says will not seek a change of class to full on-premise liquor just means that you can't do that without coming back here first. So they said, okay, fine. Now, they've been very honest with the community board at each meeting that getting full liquor eventually was going to be part of their plan, hence why that box was never checked before. They understood that the rule was they'd have to go back to the community board if they wanted to seek an upgrade anyway, so feeling that that stipulation didn't put them in any different position, they checked the box. Now, that individual who was reading through the STIP form and explaining it to them aloud before they signed it was a member of the board who was very proactive in wanting to endorse this application. So,
Yeah, who was that?
board member.
What was the person's name?
Her name was Ariel. She's on the board of CB3. She's been on the board for a long time. You know, they've
Is she still on the board?
Till the end of the month.
They've reached out to her to see if she'd be interested in giving some sort of statement that that was her explanation and that's why they signed it. As I'm sure the members can understand, she wasn't really interested in giving a statement of that to go against the board on which she currently sits. But she did. If you want to talk about it a little bit about.
Well, I mean, if she did say that, why wouldn't she be forthcoming now about saying that she did indicate that? You know, we do have, as I said, we have a letter dated October 25th, 2013, in which the community board said it recommends that we deny the alteration unless, and then it goes through a number of steps, and it says unequivocally, number 9, it will not seek an upgrade in class of its liquor license, and this was copied to the applicant.
Right. So when we went before the liquor.
So what about that?
All I can tell you about that is that I didn't represent them at the time. They weren't represented by council at the meeting. When we went to the community board for this upgrade, change of class, that came out, that this was in the resolution, and we said we hadn't signed anything saying we would never do that. They produced the resolution, could not produce the signed form that Susan sent to me after the fact. So this was something we talked about at the community board meeting.
And why don't we have anything from the person who gave your clients this assurance that it didn't mean what it says? Will be.
My understanding is that she wasn't willing to say something against the board, like Joseph said, that she currently sits on.
Well, it was either board policy or it wasn't board policy. So what you're really saying then is she may have said something to you, but whatever she said was not board policy. She didn't speak for the board.
In October, when we went before the board for our 2 a.m. license, there was never once a discussion about upgrade to full liquor the entire time. It never came up in conversation whatsoever. So when I stepped up to the table while the meeting was still going on, which is when I signed this document, there was this box checked, which had never been spoken about. And I asked the woman I was signing in front of, her name was Ariel, why, what does that mean? And all she said was that I needed to come back before the community board in order to ask for approval. And my response was, I would do that anyways, and she said, of course, and so I signed it. When we then went back the next time, which was for sidewalk seating, that box was never checked, and I mean, we never, ever would have signed a stipulation sheet that meant that we couldn't come back to ask for full liquor. It was never even discussed, and honestly, if I had known, I mean, maybe we did it ignorantly, but going back and asking for 2 a.m. without a lawyer on our side, we would have never signed this. But again, like I said, we didn't speak about it in the meeting, so it surprised me when I saw it. I asked them right then, and that was the response I got. So I honestly didn't think that I was being misled or lied to, so I signed it. And then the sidewalk seating, like I said, it never, ever came up again. And in that one, which was later on, several months later, that box isn't marked in that stipulation sheet. And I never brought it up with Joseph, again, because I didn't realize what the situation was. And, I had been very forthcoming with him about the sidewalk seating because that was the last time we've been at the community board, and it's not marked on there. So, I mean, I'm not sure what else to say. I feel like we were misled. I was very honest. We have been working within the rules of the community board. We have been taking baby steps. We have never tried to go around the community board. When we first opened, we accepted 12 a.m. We went back 6 months later on their recommendation and requested 2 a.m., which we were approved for. We waited another several months, went back asked for sidewalk seating. We've now been open almost 2 years, and we came back to ask for liquor. I mean, This has been our goal the entire time. We've been very clear with the community board I'm not sure how much
What's been your goal the entire time?
to eventually upgrade to full liquor.
There's a statement at the 500-foot hearing that indicates that you told the community board you probably wouldn't need a full opinion. Do you deny that?
We never said that at this meeting, no.
All right.
Absolutely not.
This is from the 500-foot hearing report. Mr. Levy stated that the applicant never agreed to abstain from seeking an upgrade. He stated that this concept was raised during the August 2014 Community Board meeting on the current application, and it was raised by someone who incorrectly recalled that this promise was made by the applicant. He says that on October 2013, the applicant merely stated that it did not anticipate that it would need an upgrade when that subject was raised. So you deny ever making that statement that Mr. Levy said you made to the community board?
In October 2013?
Yes.
No.
That you didn't anticipate needing an upgrade.
My recollection is that in October 2013, the idea of full liquor never came up. It was never brought up.
All right. So Mr. Levy was incorrect when he told the administrative law judge that that you affirmatively stated to the community board that you didn't anticipate ever needing an upgrade. He was incorrect then.
At the 500-foot ruling for upgrade, which happened a few months ago.
Okay. All right. Ms. Stetzer, do you want to respond before we vote?
The October 2013 stipulation was signed, and this was something that was taken home and notarized and brought back to the community board, and it says clearly, we all have it, I have copies.
Yeah.
I will not seek a change. I would like to know when it was that you came back to the board for the Sidewalk Cafe, because we approved that administratively in the office. That wasn't even, and that wasn't at the committee. And Ariel actually does not have anything to do with having stipulations signed. Lisa Kaplan is the board member who makes up the stip form and has people, the only thing they sign at the meeting is a receipt that they have received it, because, like I said, they bring it back. Ariel is a bar owner who has been on the executive committee of the Nightlife Association and is, maybe I'll get in trouble for saying this, but has always been clearly biased in promoting licenses, and I'm sure she did not intend to mislead this person, but clearly, as he said, wanted them to get the license. It says real clear, very clear, I will not seek a change. We have now, like I said, changed that to say, I will not seek a change without approval from the community board.
Yeah.
Ms. Stetzer, basically by saying what you just said, though, you're kind of saying that Ariel might have been very biased and actually may have misled the applicant. I mean, I'm just looking at the applicant's questionnaire when they sought the upgrade, and in the box where they were supposed to check all the different places, a stipulation, pre-stipulations, I guess, they put NA next to I will not seek a change in class. So I'm just thinking that partly what he's saying could be true in the sense that he had this meeting with Ariel, and then at that point, the understanding was presented in a way.
Okay, what he sent, where it says NA, I have copies of everything here, where he said NA was a questionnaire they submitted before coming to the board. At the board, he was given this thing. Ariel is not the person who even gives the stipulations to the person. Lisa Kaplan is. If Ariel sits, she was on the board member. I have no idea what she said or didn't say, but she is not the person who gave him the stipulations to sign. She is certainly not the chair. It's never been our policy to say all you need to do is come back, because that's the law anyway. It's a new license.
So it seems like without Ariel here, it's kind of a tough, for me anyway, it's tough to figure out exactly what happened, because from the applicant's point of view, the fact that they did put NA in the original questionnaire kind of supports the argument that they had always intended to, but then on the other hand, they did check off the I will not seek in the October 13 stipulation. So Ariel is kind of the missing link here.
Okay, many people change what they request at the meeting. Part of what, unfortunately, some people do is come to negotiate, and those negotiations. They took home the stipulations. This was not something, here, sign this fast. They took home stipulations that had this clearly checked off. They signed it. They had it notarized. So if this is to mean
Well, there's
anything.
no question that they signed it with the understanding that they were checking something that, but it's, what I'm trying to get at is their mindset of what this board member, Ariel, told the
If
applicant.
she would not give them a statement, she would not come here.
So that's,
I
mean-
do not accept that, because if she had said that at the meeting, the committee chair and anyone else would say that's not true. If I had heard it, I would have said, people know I'm not shy, I would have said that's not true.
If we set aside this issue for one moment, is it the fact that they have been good licensees, that there have been no violations, that there are no community complaints?
You know, they are certainly not, certainly not a problem place. It is really, I think everything we do up here is the only reason it's worthwhile for us to have meetings and to talk with applicants and to come here is because of the stipulations. So yes, that's sacred to us. That doesn't mean you can't come back. It doesn't mean you can't come back to the board. Right now, I want to say, if the stipulations aren't sacred, there's no point in us having negotiations.
But if the stipulation is are you interpreting the original stipulation to mean they can never come back?
Absolutely not. They can come back, and we do not want them to continue going to the SLA without approval from the community board. They can come back. Our new forms even very specifically say that, because we did get feedback from lawyers saying, I don't want my applicant to sign this because it sounds like you don't want them to come back. So yes, they can come back.
so the new forms, what you really want in the new forms and what it should say is, I will not seek a change in class to an OP liquor license unless you have approval from the community board, not unless you come back to us first.
Exactly.
You have to say, unless you've been approved, you have to promise not to go over us to the SLA directly.
Exactly.
And does it say that, the new form?
Yes. The ones you're receiving now actually do say that. I think we changed it a few months ago. And it's like I say, yes, we welcome them coming back. Anybody can always come back. It's a new license. We get a 30-day license. When we get a 30-day notice, we do one of two things: either look to approve it administratively, or they come to the committee. We never tell people they can't come.
So if we were to rescind our decision today to upgrade the license, where does that leave them going forward?
They would have to come back to the community board and prove that this is beneficial to the community per 500-foot rule.
But they have to promise that unless they get your approval on the 500-foot,
They won't apply.
circumstances, that they don't come back to us.
Exactly. And that is what people, some people do that and some people
Then
don't.
doesn't that kind of take away the process, the way it's designed, where the community board gets a recommendation, but it's ultimately the board that's supposed to make the final decision? If you're telling an applicant, you can never go to the SLA directly unless you first get our approval, and you promise to do that if we promise to support your original application for whatever it may be, whether it's even a beer or wine license, or whether it's for Sidewalk Cafe, or whatever it is. So then you're kind of taking the SLA out of the picture completely.
And the SLA, of course, has the right to say we don't recognize that stipulation. However, there is precedent. This did happen with a previous license on 2nd Avenue, which I'm sure the chair remembers, in which they signed a stipulation such as this. They then came before the board, and the board said, no, you signed the stipulation. So that's our precedent. If the SLA says to us, we will not recognize that stipulation, then we're all on the same page. We won't like it, but we'll all be on the same page. Right now, this stipulation is about 500-foot cases, and I agree, it's the only leverage we have. And like I say, we have been working under these stipulations being accepted. The SLA has supported this in the past, And, obviously, you guys can, you can decide to change it and let us know that. But if you do that, we would certainly appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, and I think there is the option to the applicant, when they're originally asked to sign, they can say, no, I don't want to sign that stipulation. I'll take my chances with the SLA. And that's happened in the past. There are disagreements all the time about hours or method of operation, and people will often not sign the stipulation and then come to the SLA. So I don't think there's an element, I don't think there's a lack of due process there, because initially they have that choice. They don't have to sign, and they can come to us. They just won't have your recommendation. But I think it is a compromise when they do sign and they make a commitment. So.
And it was a beer wine application. Everyone knows you cannot be stopped from getting a beer wine. So they were applying for beer wine, and they wanted the community board support, even though they clearly did not need it, because they would come up here and get a beer wine. So I don't understand why they would sign this and then object to it, unless, and I do not know these people personally, so I'm not making any allegations about them, but there are too many people that think they can sign stipulations and then do what they want. And like I say, we want to protect this process. Thank you.
I would just add to this that there were other STIP forms by the community board that these gentlemen had signed where that box was not checked. Clearly there was an issue there with understanding exactly what that point meant, and this wasn't a box that they checked and went through and signed. This is a box that was checked off by the board members and given to them. They got an explanation. They were not represented by council at the time. They signed the form. It had never been checked before. They didn't really understand what it meant. We went back to the community board. We had our hearing there. We brought tons of support in terms of signatures, individuals from the community, letters from the community. There is absolutely no concept like this in New York City or anywhere even remotely close to us. They run as good operators and have been for 2 years. No complaints, no problems, no disciplinaries. They run a good operation. They've had their full liquor license for 2 months now, and nothing's changed. They've run a very, very tight ship, and they continue to. This point was a misunderstanding. I think 2 months ago when we were standing here, if I would have represented instead of no, we never signed anything, well, we did sign something, but it was explained that it wasn't a big deal, I still think we would have gotten that license, and we wouldn't be here today. So if that's a miscommunication on our side and misrepresentation somewhat, I'll own that. But the reality is these guys are good operators. They run a good place, a tight ship, a small place. They've played by the rules. They've done everything asked of them. They've done this the right way in terms of going back to the community board multiple times for every move and baby stepping. That's the way that a lot of people would like to see licensees do things. You've had a chance to speak to these guys. They're very honest guys. This was not kind of a workaround. This was just a situation where they weren't represented. They didn't understand what they were doing.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
I do take it seriously, the stipulations that are signed with the community board, but I also take into consideration a case-by-case basis. Your clients have gone repeatedly to the community board as required. We do have some STIPs that were checked, some weren't, but Ms. Stetzer did represent that the items were checked and signed and notarized by your client. And it seems as if you would get support from the community board if you go forward. To subject your clients to have to go through that process all over again, being that they have been operating according to the law, I think is unjust in this particular case. So I would not ask for you to surrender the full liquor license. I would vote for you to keep that.
Ms. Stetzer, I very much understand protecting the integrity of the stipulation, and when they applied for the expansion of hours, if they had not checked that they would seek, an upgrade, then at that point, it's kind of like we have to unravel everything, because we don't know then if the community board would have still supported them based on the fact that they had been good operators. Maybe they wouldn't have, and then I don't know at that point what we would have said. And I just, in this case, because of the particular board member, and having served on the community board, it's a responsibility also of the community board to be very clear in the message we send to the applicants. And, you know, in the absence of that clarity in this particular case, I just don't know if this is the case where we have to step up to say the integrity of the stipulation is at risk. So in this particular case, I agree with Commissioner Green.
All right, I am outvoted, but I disagree. I think we have signed documents. I think we have oral statements that are misrepresentations. There may be some degree of ambiguity, but I think these are legal documents that people signed. There were statements made at a formal legal proceeding, and I think those have been shown to have been false. I'm not necessarily impugning the character of the licensees, but I think these stipulations are something that I, for one, have pushed in the time that I'm here as a way for the community and for applicants to come together, and these stipulations have to be for real. And when you sign a document, I don't think it's a good excuse why I didn't have legal counsel or this or that. I know this past weekend I was doing my taxes, and there's a lot of ways I could interpret stuff when I was doing my taxes, but I had to sign that document at the bottom, and my wife had to sign it, and I made sure that everything was right in it, because that's what it is when you're signing a legal document, whether you like it or not. And I didn't resolve any ambiguities in my favor. I thought them through, came up with what was the clear and correct statement, and that's what I signed. So I'm outvoted, but I disagree. Thank you.
If I could just make a statement. I really, probably not to my advantage to say this, but I think we've done a real blow to the community board system of being able to be effective and work well with the SLA, because we all depended on this. We had a clear precedent. You know, Chair, I sent you an email when was announced that you were leaving, and said, you know, this is the legacy of how we're able to move forward and work collaboratively, and I'm really very upset. Thank you.
It's 519D. It is the public hearing for the proposed rule changes. I believe there's someone in Albany also. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Kate Hurley from Whiteman, Osterman, and Hannah, and I'm here today on behalf of the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States. On behalf of Discus, thank you for all you have done to modernize New York's marketplace and for your efforts to relieve the industry from many outdated and needlessly restrictive rules. Discus has a strong interest in ensuring that the marketplace in New York reflects current practices at the federal level and in other states, and applauds the revisions made in the proposed rulemaking relative to signage, services, and gifts to retailers. Discus looks forward to submitting written comments in the coming days in support of the proposals included in the rulemaking. Thank you again for your leadership on this important issue.
All right. Anybody else?
Lawrence Mailer, Mailer Buscemi. I represent the Retailers Alliance, a group of approximately 70 retailers throughout the state of New York. I was only told yesterday at 5 o'clock that there was going to be some discussion about this. Up until 5 o'clock, my clients were obviously, and still are, for the proposed changes. But we understand that there has been some written opposition by both Empire and Southern with respect to the giveaways that would be included now with off-premises licensees. And I would join with what this is.
All right, we'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, but I would just say that it's my understanding from what I just read that their opposition stems from the fact that they believe that we might sell these items. I mean, that's a violation of the law, and I don't think that Empire and Southern have the right to anticipate that retailers who know what the law is and try to abide by it would in fact start selling these products. So I think that's somewhat of a specious argument. Just, you know,
all right. Do you want an opportunity to submit anything in writing, or will you rest on your verbal statement?
Let me put something in writing. I'll be back to you in a couple of days.
Okay. What's for a time frame? When should we put this on?
Yes, yeah, okay.
You want to put it on, you want to put this on for a decision at the next meeting?
24th?
Okay, so we will adjourn this matter to March 24th, and any person wishing to submit comments, we're asking for those comments by close of business on Friday.
That's fine.
Okay. All right, thank you.
We'll go on to Buffalo, item 506, Rust Belt.
Good morning, Jacob Shirkowski here from Shaw and Shaw for Rust Belt LLC. I'm joined by the licensee, Anthony Moussatos. We've submitted the requested certificates of disposition for Stephen Moussatos, who was sort of the impetus for this whole investigation and the subsequent hearing. We've submitted writings. I'm available for any questions, and so is my client if the board has any.
I think you wanted to
Certificate of disposition?
Yeah.
Did you submit the certificate of disposition? The individual?
Yes, there
For the
were.
licensee's brother?
Yes, there were two. I emailed them to Ms. Held
Recorded
with
yesterday.
a cover letter.
What were they?
Emails, and the multitude of emails that you got for
Yeah, I
all
know.
the late documents.
Well, I'll have the council put it on record. What was the charges?
The charge, so there were two. I'll go in order here. The first, the arraignment date was October 4th, 2004. There was a charge of DWI, a traffic device violation, and a DWAI. He was found guilty of the traffic device violation and was charged with the DWAI, which is a violation, which is a non-criminal charge. There was also in 2009, December 5th, 2009, there was a charge of having two previous convictions within the last 10 years for DWI, which was dismissed. There was a refusal to take a breath test, moved from lane unsafely, and a DWAI for alcohol. After the charges were issued, Mr. Moussatos was charged with the refusal to take the breath test, moving from the lane unsafely, and a DWAI, again, a violation of non-criminal charge.
Okay, I saw the charges. Did we also have a personal questionnaire?
Yes, one was submitted with the, and maybe roughly a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, with a cover letter from my office.
Deputy Commissioner, do we have that questionnaire? I believe for the brother, Stephen. Okay. All right, just wanted to confirm I had that.
All right.
All right.
All right, so let's, we can vote.
I have a penalty, being that we clarified the brother, that's actually, now we have a personal questionnaire on behalf of Stephen, and that the criminal charges were violations. I have a penalty of $7,500.
I agree.
All right, I'll agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pyramid Inn.
400. I'm cloudy in the fox. Coming
Good morning. I'm Lindsay Sinakis from the Pyramid Meet. I was here last month regarding the corporate change with David G. Sinakis. We got those changes done. I don't think they're approved yet because we didn't send in the money with it. Okay.
Do you have anything? Do you have anything that they've submitted on what the change?
Yes. So it was received, it's right there.
You said you submitted something since you were before us the last time?
Yes. When they sent it back, this highlighted, so I assumed we did $420.
The last document is from 2012, the ad.
Go to counsel's office.
Have you spoken with Ms. Gallagher since the last appearance?
No. Morning.
Morning.
Okay, it was sent. This was received in the Buffalo Zone office on February 24th, but it was sent back because it didn't include the check. So we received all of the paperwork. Well, let me take a look and see if it's everything that I had talked to them about, because I met with them after the last meeting.
Okay, so the status of it right now is what?
Right now, it was received and sent back to them because it didn't contain payment for the changes.
Okay, so we need a check to consider the... Have you looked at the papers? Do they seem to address the issues that we've raised?
There is a corporate resolution adding,
To David
how do you pronounce your last name? Savakis.
Savakis.
Adding David George Savakis as a shareholder of the corporation, so that should take care of the issue with him being an undisclosed interest. And there are personal questionnaires for him, for Lindsay, for Beth, and for David Allen. So yes,
Okay.
this is the first time I'm seeing everything, but that's okay. Thank you.
All right. So let's impose a penalty plus they have to give us a separate check.
I'm not up on this one.
We know. David A.
Sorry?
David A's certificate of relief. We have that.
I don't.
He has felony conviction
No,
David A.
out there for me.
David
I
A.
would
is
like
not
to see that.
no, not on there, he's just a landlorder.
David A. is a landlord. He's not working at the premises anymore.
Okay, so he's not part of the corporate change.
No, but I wanted them to submit a personal questionnaire anyway. He works apparently occasionally during the busy season as a cook at the establishment. But that's after discussing with them his role. That was all that he does. He's a landlord and occasionally works as a cook in the summer. Yep.
All right, so his felony conviction is not an issue then?
I don't believe so.
All right.
I wouldn't think so, no.
Can we go into conference, and can I conference call? I want to speak to Jamie.
All right, so we'll go to the conference room and for a consultation with counsel and with Ms. Gallagher, too.
Yes.
Jamie will call your office.
All right, I just sit back down.
New York, your microphone is still on.
Oh, is it on? Oh, okay. I had a question as it relates to your convictions. You had a felony conviction in your past, correct?
Felony?
Yes.
No. They want to know about that. Beth, hold on. That's not me.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you state your name for the record?
Beth Salsavakis?
Okay. And you're currently on the license?
No, I'm not on the license. Lindsay is.
In the corporate change option.
Okay. Are you going to be on the license going forward?
No. No.
All right, that was my concern, because I saw that you had a felony conviction and I didn't have any information.
Okay.
The only individual that's going to be in the license is David George?
G. Yes.
Okay.
Lindsay Savakis.
And Lindsay, okay.
Yes.
No felony convictions for either one
No.
of record? Okay. So I'm ready to impose a
Right,
penalty.
but just to be clear, you know, the people with the, well, David A., for example, you said he's going to be an occasional cook. You understand that he can't be part of the handling of the alcohol, correct?
Oh,
We're
yeah, I
perfectly clear
understand
on
that.
Okay.
Perfectly clear.
Sorry, Commissioner Green. You were
Oh,
going to
I'm
say?
done. I'm ready to vote. I'll impose a penalty of $8,500.
I 7,500.
Yeah, I'll agree with 7,500. So the penalty is $7,500. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thank you, Michelle. In Albany, item 441.
Hi, my name is Ann Lombard. I have a petition to remove my license from Chittenango Liquors to a storefront in Oneida, New York. I have sent in some supplemental materials, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have regarding that.
We have opposition over here.
We have opposition here in New York. We'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Robert Romano. I'm here representing Glenwood Discount Liquor Mart, which, according to the GIS, was 1.93 miles away. However, in actuality, from this, it's actually 1,380 in a straight line. I'm not sure what.
How many feet?
I have 13, if I may.
Okay, and this is what, 13 miles away? Or 11.57?
Currently 11.57 miles away, I believe, and they intend to move 1,382 feet away in a direct view, direct line, opposite sides of the street, shopping plazas. Last year, I had a similar situation in Watertown. I represented a client who...
Sorry, how many feet did you say they were away? Because we have it as a mile.
I know. When I ran it, and I spoke to when she first approached me on the phone and told me, when she told me that what she wanted me to oppose, I looked it up, and I told her, I said, I want to save your money. I think, there's a good case. And she said, no, correct. And indeed, I looked it up. I did Google Earth, and it is 1,382 feet away. And last year in Watertown, which has almost twice the population of Oneida, my client was rejected a license for a very similar situation. I believe it was 1,300 feet. It was 400 feet.
I think the difference is that we have a mile because we're using the driving distance, and over there, the picture you submitted.
I'd just like to say to the members of the board that if you look at both my supplemental material I sent in and my petition for removal, I did indicate the distances apart. I did not try to portray it as a mile. I think I put 0.3 miles, which is what Google indicated, and then subsequently I think MapQuest had it at 0.5, but I never tried to portray it as a mile away, just so you know it's in my petition correctly.
Right. No, I wasn't suggesting that the applicant.
Go back and remeasure, and when we do big driving directions, that's what we do.
All right. Okay. Well, if I may read a very quick statement, my client did want to appear and had a last minute, couldn't come down, and she just says a quick statement. Commissioners and Mr. Chairman, I'm Kimberly Narsasian, sole proprietor of Glenwood Discount Liquor Mart. I thank you for hearing me today. Mr. Romano is representing me today. I've been a proud, successful business owner for over 10 years, operating a business that has been operating for many years in the same plaza in our small town of 11,000 people. This location has ample parking, easy accessibility for customers to enter and exit without congestions, and customers utilizing wheelchairs can conveniently park directly in front of the store doors for easy access. The owner of Price Chopper Plaza just last year had given me the opportunity to relocate to that specific location in the past. In fact, just last year, he offered me 1 year rent-free space, custom shelving, offered a moving crew to move me in without any stress on my behalf. It sounded great at first. New carpet, custom shelving, new paint, new stores, free rent. After careful examination of the property in question, my honest opinion was, and still is, that this location, with all its glitz, good deals, and glamour, my decision could not be based on my gain, but had to be based on the convenience and accessibility to our community in Oneida. So I determined that the option would not be a wise decision for a wine and spirits store for the following reasons. Poor public convenience, overcrowded parking lot, and customers are not able to pull their vehicles up to the location's front door for accessibility. I can imagine that the owner of the Price Chopper Plaza offered a similarly attractive offer to the applicant. I lived and worked in this community for many years. I know the people, and I feel I know what they need. They do not need another store, especially one in my front yard. It would serve no purpose, and it would take money out of my store and hurt my sales. It would make a big impact on my income. A big concern I have is the direct proximity of the new store location has with my veteran store. It would be, as Mr. Romano said, only 1,300 feet away in plain direct visibility to my storefront location. And she feels she's made the right decision by not accepting the offer to move last year. She appreciates you taking the time to hear her side. When you are standing at her location, you can literally see in a straight line the other store. And there are 5 stores within a 5-mile radius in Oneida. And it's density and distance. It's too dense, and distance is too close.
All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Okay, I'd like to address a couple points he just made. Number one, I don't believe it is possible to see that liquor store from the store I'm proposing. Directly across the street is a Monroe Muffler, an Arby's, a KFC, a Wendy's, a music store. I don't think you could actually stand there and see that plaza. There is a plaza behind those businesses I just enumerated. It's a over 200,000 square foot plaza. It's got plenty of retail frontage in there, including 4 or 5 restaurants, 2 being American, 1 being Italian, 1 being Mexican, 1 being Chinese. There's a movie theater. I've enumerated in my supplemental material all the other businesses there. Number 2, I wish I was offered that deal that she was offered at the Price Chopper Plaza. I wasn't offered any such deal. However, to claim that this is not a convenient location for the community, I just can't understand how you would come to that conclusion. It's located directly, it's the storefront directly next to that Price Chopper grocery store, which is also a pharmacy. As far as pull-up traffic, you can't pull up there anyway. It's a fire lane. You wouldn't be able to pull up, and I don't know if she's saying to load your case purchases, perhaps. I'm not sure what she's referring to. That's a fire lane. There is no pulling up in a strip mall plaza in any of the storefronts that I'm aware of. And I might have heard him incorrectly. I thought he said there was 5 other liquor stores. There is not 5 other liquor stores in Oneida, which is not a town, by the way. It's a city. There is a liquor store on the north side, which is Parkside Liquors. There's a liquor store in the middle of the city off of Main Street, which is called Barbanos. And there is the Glenwood Liquor Mart that that gentleman is representing. I may have heard him wrong, but I just wanted to clear that up. My store would be the 4th store, and in actuality, in a city of 11,000 people, these 4 stores combined would probably only add up to 10,000 square footage of liquor store.
All right.
But I also have, whenever you're ready to hear me, I also have, enumerated why I think it is a convenience to the community. And when you're ready to take those points, I'd be happy. I know you have those in front
Say
of
your
you, probably.
piece now. This is your
Okay. Like, as I've said before, it's located right next to the grocery store. There is no other liquor store in the city that is located right next to the grocery store, so it'd be convenient for grocery shoppers. There is no liquor store. That Route 5, which is Genesee Street, is the heart of the retail corridor for all of Madison County. It's the conduit for every surrounding community to shop in Madison County. There is, in fact, a 20-mile stretch of Route 5 that contains hundreds of businesses, and not one liquor store is located on Route 5. This would be directly on Route 5. As far as what I offer that is different than any other liquor stores in the city, I'm very proud of my selection of New York State wines. I have over 400 different New York State wines. That's the largest selection in all of Madison County. I draw a lot of business from that. Currently, where I am in Chittenango, which is a very small village of only 5,000 people, I draw people from all over the state to come look at my selection of New York State wines, and I even have some out-of-state buyers who travel through the area and seek me out. I work very hard with the vineyards in New York State and also the distilleries and cideries. I'm included on all of their websites as far as if you go to their section on their websites, where to buy. I make sure that I am listed there. I offer competitive pricing. I have researched, I've lived in Oneida for many years. I moved here 24 years ago. I'm very familiar with all of these liquor stores. Barbano's is an extremely small store. I would say it's probably, I'm going to guess, not even 1,000 square feet. It is located on Main Street, but it is on a one-way street with zero signage. You would not even know it was there. The same can be said for Glenwood Plaza. It's located behind Route 5 on Route 46, which is also Main Street, but there is no signage on Route 5 at all. If a traveler was traveling through Madison County, you wouldn't know that store existed. I offer competitive pricing. I've researched their pricing. I think that the community can greatly benefit from some competitive pricing. Right now, Glenwood has no competition in that area. What I offer as an employer, I pay above minimum wage. Every employee starts out above minimum wage. I offer free tips training, which is sponsored by the Madison County Council on Alcoholism. I use the latest scanning technology to scan IDs and make sure that they're valid. And I believe I'm an asset to the community. I'm currently on the Chamber of Commerce. I devote a lot of my time to my time and products to the communities that I reside in. I do provide a lot of wine tasting products in my services for benefits in the area. And I think basically the amount of traffic, I've included the New York State Department of Transportation's annual average daily traffic map with my supplemental materials. The amount of traffic going through there is, I think, can support another liquor store on Route 5.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All set. We'll vote then.
I approve.
I approve. I vote to approve also. Good one.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, we're all set, thank you.
Thanks, Rose. 439 North Babylon Wine and Spirits.
Hello, my name is Patrick DeLuca, and I'm here to represent this application with Mr. and Mrs. Sanchez.
All right, is there anyone in opposition? If there is, step up, please. All right, go ahead.
They actually live in the neighborhood, and that's what prompted this particular project. Mrs. Sanchez is retiring, and Mr. Sanchez is a wine aficionado. He was unable to buy what he likes anywhere in the neighborhood, so he felt he would do it himself. And we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, the first issue I have with respect to potential saturation is the three closest stores are all on Deer Park Avenue. So we've got three stores within 1.2 miles. This would put a fourth store on the same road within 1.2 miles.
Well, Deer Park Avenue I could show you on the map, but that's mistaken. They're on Deer Park Avenue. Deer Park Avenue goes up and melds with a road called 231, which still retains the name, but becomes a 6-lane highway, 3 lanes each way. The stores that you're referring to are up there. There's shopping centers up there. It's a very well-developed area. The area where they are is a 1 lane each way, really like a main street in a small neighborhood. It's not at all. It still has the name Deer Park Avenue, but it's not at all the same neighborhood or the same road. Could I see your map, sir? We sent the map in, but it's not nearly as clear as this would show you. It does have the same name. And the 231 part is actually a 6-lane highway with a big divider in it and turnarounds and everything else. It's a highly developed. Sir?
So 759, so where are the other ones?
They're up on the top there.
Oh, okay, highlighted in yellow.
And I live in this neighborhood, and I also, Mr. and Mrs. Sanchez live here. They live in North Babylon, not far from the location. And them not being able to, going there to those projects, and they don't carry the types of things that Mr. Sanchez likes. And I'd like Mr. Sanchez to address why you feel this is.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to hear me. This is actually a dream come true. 20 years ago, I started working in a wine store as a stock boy, so being here today is humbling. Thank you. What Mr. Luke is saying is correct. Deer Park Avenue, I call those three stores the Bermuda Triangle because apparently for the past 2 years my neighborhood have changed. They have a couple of big corporations that moved in. Starbucks, Buffalo Wild Wings, Denny's, Sonic, and it's just very difficult. The people who live in this neighborhood are avoiding to go to this place, to North, especially the two pizzerias that are our favorite pizzerias in North Babylon, Mania Pizza and Nonna Bella, which is located near where this store is going to be. Folks come in from working and they go get their pizza and then they have to spend 35 minutes to 40 minutes to go get a bottle of wine. Sometimes they even avoid that. They don't go there at all. So I personally, I stopped going to some of these places. I started going to Sterling River, which is in Farmingdale, only because it's just too congested. You don't go there even to King Cullen, which is right on Sunset Plaza. It's just very difficult to acquire your wine. And I have worked over the years in different wine stores. Weekly Discount Wine Experience in Westbury, Glencoe Discount in Glencoe. I worked at a store in Carr Place, the French Wine Merchant when you go to the source. So I have experience, and I don't want to consider myself a wine connoisseur, but I'm about to get there because I haven't taken those steps to get there. But eventually, that's my goal. And given the opportunity that my wife is retiring, her father sold her business, and she could take care of the store for.
So Mr. DeLuca mentioned that you want to open this up because you couldn't find the types of wine you wanted, or is it more just that King Cullen's very congested and you just want something more convenient for the public?
Both. There have been times that I go there. If you look at the store located in...
So if you can talk a little bit about the selection of wines that you would have.
Sure, absolutely.
Since it was brought up by you.
Absolutely. For instance, a special wine that I like is Escudo Rojo. Can't find it. If I want to ask, if I'm looking for a Bordeaux style wine, can't find it. That some people don't even know what Garnacha is. Some people don't know what Carmenere is. They don't understand the Chilean wine. I had a person telling me Conchitora and Walnut Crest is the same wine. I could keep on asking you about their selection, but it's very tricky. I asked someone to ask me about a particular wine, and where's the Italian section? It was just Rufino wines. The Pinot Grigios were together with the California wines. Of course, that all depends on how people set up their store. I'm looking to create a store that for my community. I coached Little League for the past 10 years since my kid was 5 years old. And I spoke to some of the parents, and some of the parents, they go out of town to get wine, and I've been getting a lot of people asking me about the wine. They see how enthusiastic I'm about wine, and not only wine, but spirits. I mean, we're talking about, Frangelico, we're talking about Grand Marnier. I could go on and on how my community, when we go and do at school, my son's birthday parties and his friends' birthday parties, we get together and we have a glass of wine with dinner with their families, and it's just difficult.
All right, thank you.
The other stores you mentioned were, I guess that's across Southern Parkway?
It's above Southern Parkway, and it truly is another neighborhood.
Is Southern Parkway elevated?
No, the 231 goes over Southern Parkway. So that part's the easy part. But it does go from 2 lanes to a very, very large highway and a lot of congestion, and that's true. It's a problem.
And this is a standalone building that you're going into?
He's in a
strip mall?
Tiny strip mall that's on the east side of this. It's 1 lane each way. Where he is, Deer Park Avenue, is what Deer Park Avenue started out to be, which is a regular
one-way
street.
What's the parking situation?
He's got parking in front of his location. He's got the stalls in front of his.
How many?
Exclusively to him, there aren't, I guess.
Or non-exclusively, how many?
Well, I would say, I didn't really count it, but when I parked there, I'm going to say 10. This store is replacing a salon. It was a hair salon, and they had 5 chairs in that salon, and they were able to accommodate all the people that were getting their hair done and staying a long time with the parking in this spot. He's got a very short term.
All right, we're going to vote now.
Thank you.
All right.
Wait. You have to vote.
She voted?
No, not a problem. Normally, I think we actually just denied an application that was in the area across Southern Parkway that you had mentioned. I was concerned that the area would have a third, actually I think this would have been the 4th liquor store on Deer Park, but based on your representation that those stores are clustered in one area, and this would be the only liquor store in that neighborhood. And the size of your store is comparable to what exists there, so I would approve it.
And the map you submitted showed the 3 other liquor stores with the Deer Park Avenue on 231, and this is located down in a smaller neighborhood area, so I approve.
Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
443, Villa Bianca La Bisteca.
The attorney, I signed in, but the attorney is here to represent that application.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I am here on behalf of the applicant. This is a request for reconsideration of a prior denial.
I'm sorry, your name?
I'm sorry. My name is Don Pupke. I filed a notice of appearance.
All right,
with the,
Counsel, we've
board.
reviewed the papers, and I think we're all in agreement. I think we can go right to a vote based on the papers that have been
I'll grant the
submitted.
reconsideration.
We'll grant it. We've got a room full of people. There's no point in putting you through an
Great,
argument.
thank you. And will that allow us to have the temporary permit?
Yes. It'll go back to licensing, but can they get the temporary?
Can we get the temporary reinstated, though? Great. Great.
All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
446, Wayland Seymour.
Good morning. Warren Pizetsky and Bookman on behalf of the applicant. With me is Carlos Perez San Martin, who's the sole managing member of the applicant. With respect to public benefit, I'm going to rely on the 500-foot hearing in view of the hour and the crowd. Of course, if you have any questions with respect to that, but we have reviewed what was submitted at the hearing as well as the Judge DeLuglio's summary, and we're satisfied with that. So I would like to
I'm just unclear. What exactly is the capacity that we're talking about here?
The C of O capacity is 567, I believe. There have been events, rarely, where that is the general C of O capacity, where TPAs have been issued for a larger number based upon the setup of the room, which is not the normal setup, and the amount of ingress and egress which would allow for that. So there have been a couple of TPAs during the period that they've been operating by getting licensees, getting caterers permits there. And I believe two or
Mr.
three of
Pizetsky,
them.
on the
Yes.
application, you said the maximum occupancy, 1,063 people.
That would be the occupancy with a TPA for a 24-hour period. The occupancy without a separate TPA pursuant to the certificate of occupancy is 567.
So if a license were to be issued, we're talking about 567.
It's kind of a hybrid. I have seen this rarely, where that is the C of O occupancy, but we would like the ability on the rare occasions that it is set up in a different manner. For instance, a cocktail when it's all standees. And if a TPA is granted for that individual day, to be able to go up to the number that's in the TPA. It does not happen often.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's hear from the opposition, then we'll get back to you.
I have some experts here that I would like, just because they're here and they've been here for a while.
We'll hear them. Let's hear from the opposition first. They may be better able to craft their remarks to address the objections.
No problem.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Barry Mallon. I'm here representing the community opposition to this license. This license application has generated strong community opposition, including opposition from the community board and local elected officials.
The elected officials seem a little split on this. For example, we've got a letter from the borough president in support of it.
That is true, but
so it's not all the elected officials.
I didn't say that, but there are elected
Well, you said elected officials.
All right. Well, a number of elected officials.
All right.
The Lower Broadway Block Association has submitted a petition signed by 400 residents, local residents, in opposition to this application, as well as many letters have been sent into the authority in opposition to this license. I mean, the sheer size of this operation is unprecedented for this area and represents a large-scale venue that is ill-suited for this neighborhood. The applicant seeks to open a huge event space with a building capacity of more than 1,000 people, and we heard on occasion that it may in fact happen where more than 1,000 people may occupy the building at one time. The banquet hall itself is now up to 563. Currently, the venue hosts few events each month using outside caterers. But if a full liquor license is granted, this will have a dramatic increase on impact on local residents, and an increase in the number of events that will be held each month. And this will be a 4 a.m. license. This will present serious traffic, noise, and parking issues in an area already overwhelmed with such problems. The 500-foot rule statute and court rulings make it clear that there must be an affirmative finding that issuing the license is in the public interest of a local community. It certainly cannot be in the public interest of a local community to make a bad situation worse. The applicant's so-called efforts at mitigation are simply Band-Aids applied to major traffic and parking problems. Broadway at this location is at the foot of the Williamsburg Bridge. This is already known as a major hotspot. The applicant has overstated available parking in the area. One such parking lot is 5 blocks away and has only 40 spots available, not the 120 that was first represented by the applicant. Another facility, originally they said there'll be 70 spots available. Now it's down to 49 by their own documentation. And an actual diagram of the facility shows 34 spots. So that there's been a real decrease in the number of available parking spots. The applicant also eliminated 6 parking spots in front of the facility as a no parking zone. So, and this was parking originally available to local residents. So it's further exacerbating an already serious parking problem in the area. The applicant's traffic study is flawed because it is based on a capacity of 300 people, far short of the 563 cited today, or the more than 1,000 as well at various stages of the application process. The analysis was done 18 months ago, so it is dated. Since then, new residential and business developments have come online. The traffic report further states that 90% of the people who come to an event will arrive within 1 hour. There is no conceivable way that Broadway at this site could handle 500 patrons in 1 hour. And since there is no kitchen on the premises, there is an additional problem of food delivery trucks clogging the street. We're basically looking at a nightmare when these events take place. And I question also whether the fact that there's no kitchen, that this facility qualifies as a catering establishment. Paramount also is the late night noise problem because of the venue's proximity to nearby residential buildings. At the close of events, hundreds of patrons will descend on Broadway in the post-midnight hours. It doesn't take much to recognize that such large crowds on the street will create enough of a din to disturb nearby families, most of whom who work and who have children. Even if the crowds are well behaved, they will disrupt the peace and quiet of neighborhood residents. And that is crucial here. It's not what goes on inside the facility. It's what happens outside when the events end.
Mr. Mellon, what about the fact that this area is zoned for C4, commercial zoning?
Well, but this body is looking at the impact on the local community and local residents of such things as noise, traffic, and parking. It may be properly zoned. That doesn't mean it doesn't have a quality of life impact on the local residents that go to the heart of the 500-foot rule law in terms of what is the public interest of the local community. And it's our position that when you have so many people on the street in the wee hours of the morning, and you have families living nearby, and you have children who go to school, and people who have to get up to go to work, that this is not in the public interest. They can't control that many people. And as I said, even if these are well-mannered, well-behaved crowds, that din is going to disturb people, calling for the taxis, the honking of the taxis, the limos coming up. It's just too many people in an area in which there are many residential buildings. And that's what the real issue is here. And it's not something they can control. And it really has not been addressed by the applicant in terms of what goes on in the street when these events and the crowds pour out. So that's where our real major concern is, in addition to the traffic and parking issues. So what we're saying here is the intrusion of this operation in an area where there's so many families clearly does not serve the public interest, and for that reason, we ask that you deny this license.
All right, anyone else in opposition?
Yes, we have members of the community board who will speak first.
Okay, we'll hear from you. Please try not to just repeat, though, the prior comments, because we've got a lot of folks here waiting for their cases.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tom Burrows. I'm a member of Community Board 1. I live in Williamsburg. I'm on the Public Safety Committee. And as you all know, we're volunteers on the Community Board, so we can't be that well organized. But I'm here on behalf of the Community Board, since on a number of occasions it's been pointed out in reports that no one appears from the Community Board. Twice this item has come to the Community Board, and twice the Community Board voted to recommend a denial of this license. The application that came to the Community Board, which is now a substantial period of time ago, originally came to us April 2013. It was denied in July of 2013. It came back in November of 2013. We had a meeting in December of 2013 in which we recommended denial again. The application that the Community Board was provided, in which we considered, was for 547 spaces. We've never seen an application for any number larger than that. When we looked into the original application, we figured out that the capacity could be up to 1,280 people, and our main concern has been that there has never been a sufficient plan, even though we asked over and over and over again for parking and for traffic, drop-off, pick-up, how the cars would move through that neighborhood, because it's a very congested neighborhood, and we never got a clear plan for drop-off and pick-up and for where parking would be. The board went over this over and over and over again, and we've tried to get these questions answered. We do not believe that this is in the public interest to give a license to this facility. We're asking that the board consider the concerns of the community, the position of the Community Board, and all the work that we've put into this, and deny this license that would not be in the public interest and would directly impact upon the quality of life of the people in this neighborhood.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Chairman Rosen, my name is Trev Huxley. I'm the president of the Lower Broadway Block Association. As you've heard, there's enormous concern and ongoing concern with this applicant's operations. To date, as far as I know, they've, over the last couple of years, really only had a few events. Some of these events occupy the entire building and outside spaces. Live music, tents, there's no catering operation. I brought a few photographs from the other night. If you listen, like, this is the Williamsburg Bridge exit, Wednesday night at 10 o'clock when it was open. This was the other night when it's closed at 10 o'clock. And I have many more. The lines of taxi cabs.
Can we see those pictures?
Sure, I'll bring them on. Some are when the bank's open, some are closed. It's a significant impact. I've lived in this neighborhood for over 30 years. Some of the other really interesting questions we have is, I'd like to know, in light of the New York Times articles about LLCs, where the actual cash is coming from. This is a foreign operation. This is owned by outside entities. The money seems to be funneled through LLCs that I'd run up against the wall and finding out. So I'd certainly like to find out where that is coming from. This is an event space.
What's the reason why you want to know where the money's
Well,
coming from?
I believe that was part of what the SLA was always interested in, where funding
All
was.
sorts of funds, but I mean,
Okay.
in your particular case, you want to know.
I'm just curious, I guess.
You're just curious.
I would like to know whose money it is. I think that's in public interest. This also is an event space that is equal to 10 local bars in one spot. It is a remarkable size. It does not have things. And in addition, I will show you this, they plan in their parking lot next door to build, and I present the New York City Building Department initial plans, a 37-story, 420-foot, 139,000 square foot of hotel and commercial space with 3 or 4 bars right in the space next door. Now, if we think that's going to help the situation, So it's only going to get exacerbated. And obviously what they're trying to do is build a giant facility in a place that doesn't belong. It doesn't. I have the rest of the buildings department stuff here. Just to sum up and not to repeat the issue, this is a violently opposed, this is obviously a very serious issue for all of us. I mean, I came home that night, and the reason I took those pictures, it took me almost close to midnight, 25 minutes on a Wednesday night to get off the bridge. I'm trying to come home with my wife. This is not all right. And the lines of taxi cabs and the noise were so bad, and there's some photographs in there that I'll show you, where a New York City bus pulls out in frustration into oncoming traffic with the horns going for, it was absolute madness. And we can only imagine what it's going to be like when it's running hundreds of nights a year instead of 30 over 2 years. I thank you for your consideration. I do hope you deny this license.
All right. Anyone else in opposition?
Morning. Good morning from the chairman and Commissioner there. Member of the Community Board number 1, member on the FLA committee, and I had sent in a letter. I don't want to go full length with a memo that I sent in on behalf of the people that I have done. Just to give a little bit a preview, when they started 2011, when it wasn't at the FLA meeting, it was at the Europe committee, which is actually landmark. I'm a member of it as well. The first question came up was traffic and parking. So it's not an issue with that. They already spent so much money not being aware, and now all of a sudden we're having a problem. This was going back to 2011. First answer was that they're going to be using Peter Luger's parking lot. All kinds of different stories. Constantly challenged. We spoke to Peter Luger. They never spoke to them. I wouldn't say word lying, but all along with all kinds of different stories. Then they came up with they're going to have a parking in the back lot, which until we denied it, they never came up with a document showing a lease for parking. Now at the 514 hearing that we got the report back, we looked at the lease, and the lease is like, it's unbelievable. Here we're talking about a concern of thousands of people arriving. As Mr. Brookman said in the report, they'll all be arriving in the same hour. And they're relying on a parking lot, which if you look at the lease, I have it in one of the exhibits, this is actually a month-to-month lease. And they're also mentioning that the city may at any time, within 30 days, deny the lease. And in the rider, they go even further that due to the fact that this space is meant to take care of the bridge, they give a 5-day notice to take away that parking. It was like a joke. We're going to rely on a monster all of a sudden coming in the area, relying on a lease, which is really just a joke based on something which is, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow with that. Then they went ahead, and it's portrayed in Attorney Brookman's remark that they're having another parking space, which they have like 120 spaces, which that's argument on its own. We're talking here, they say like it will be nearby, right nearby. This is 5-6 blocks down. There's three traffic lights on the process to go there, and 2 stop signs. The way it's set up, one of the lights, the first light at the bridge, right after the highway, it's a 2-minute cycle, 1.5 minutes red, a half minute green. That's how it keeps on going, which means it took me a couple of times just on an empty day, no traffic, no nightlife, nothing there. It took me 4.5 minutes when it's blank. On the route where they're traveling to that parking lot, is a narrow, some South 6th Street with many bars there, which when it's nighttime, it could take 10 minutes to pass by. They are relying on valet parking, using that so-called nearby parking lot. It would take at least 15 to 20 minutes for someone to drive there with the car, coming back. And these people will be handling 500 or 600 cars within 1 hour. I would say they would have to have at least 300 valet officers running this car. It's really ridiculous. And to add on and on and on, that in reference to support letters, by the way, just to correct when I think the chairman had mentioned that the current borough president, the letter supporting this, I believe we're talking about the past borough president. It's not the current borough president.
It might have been.
If you look at the records. He did not support it. And in reference to all the letters which were written in there in support, for example, some kind of non-profit organizations, I don't see how that would be considered public interest in a situation when the people surrounding in the area they invested a lot of money for the last 6-7 years, millions and millions of dollars. People just gathered dollar to dollar for them to find finally a space where to live. Beautiful residential area. I wish you would be down there and see how that looks there. And now they're going to say that they already spent all those $1 million, and all of a sudden they're being denied for a license. And I'm surprised that why would that be considered a public interest if certain non-profit organization is being, I don't know how you would call it, getting denied for cost or something like that. That should be a public interest, when the nearby people in the area will be struggling and being up all night. For that 1 night or 2 nights they'll be offering for non-profit organizations. I don't see that as support at all. In addition, they portrayed in the letter in the attorney how nice this licensee has been running for the past year. And I squeaked in a letter from the police department, from Deputy Inspector of the 90 precinct, saying that has gone through a year and everything is fine without any problem. Yes, there was about 30 events this year without any problems. As a matter of fact, on January 6th, there was a meeting with Deputy Inspector, 90 precinct. We were discussing many other bars. The meeting was arranged by the Probably Lower Block Association, and myself and the district manager from Community Board was invited to that meeting. And while in the middle of the conversation, we brought up the issue that we were surprised the letter you had written in support of this license. He took it as an offense. Actually, he became mad and turned around to that member of the association. He said, "How dare you accuse me of me supporting that letter?" So we showed him the letter that he sent. So he said, all he did was, he was requested to write a letter, just give history for the past year, and that was the legal department advised him to write. But in no way, shape, or form would he endorse anything, not even knowing what the future would be about this. It is a concern of very big outfit. He allowed me to use his name, that I could use his name in public at the hearing, but he never in any shape or form had any implant towards the license. Many letters of that support from certain organizations in the area, certain condo corporations in the area. I don't know what you had to get the letters out, but I believe many of the speakers right here have letters of the actual condo owners. They are really concerned and nervous, and they don't want that license there. So all I could say is very simple: if we call it Broadway, we can imagine it's like a big Broadway in Manhattan. It's a two-way street, single lane on both sides. On a regular basis, whenever you come there, like 6 to 8 or 9 o'clock at night, is the main corridor coming down from the Williamsburg Bridge. Always, normally there's regular traffic on a regular basis. In addition to something like this, it's just literally going to paralyze the whole area, including the Williamsburg Bridge. So all I can ask, we put in a lot of work. We're only volunteers, and we're only giving up the day work today in order to express the concern of the community that we're representing. And I would appreciate that the chairman and consider the same as well, as we're considering the same group of people in the area, to have them peaceful life running through, and not to consider one profitable item on the expense of so many people in the neighborhood. They would really appreciate and ask to support our board's decision and to deny this license. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in opposition?
I'm also over a 30-year property owner, one
Sorry, I
block.
didn't hear your name. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Penelope Coe.
Mhm.
I live at 111 Broadway, which
Right.
is exactly one block from 175.
Okay.
I own the property, lot, and building. I do not drive a car. The traffic, to me personally, is not a problem, except when I'm on my bike, which is every day. And there's no way to get safely from Driggs to Bedford, which is where this location is and all the traffic. Peter Luger was just brought up as far as parking. Peter Luger has been there for over 100 years. It's directly across from 175. They have 3 lots. One lot for their staff, which is directly across from my property. 2 lots right when you come off of the Williamsburg Bridge for customers. And they have a doorman that meets you if you have a taxi, arranges for the car to be dropped off and left. Building is beautiful. We just never know what they're going to do. It's just kind of a constant, we'll say this and we'll do that. They told the community board they'd have 2 levels of parking under the building. I don't have anything more to say, but it's just not an appropriate space for that location.
What other possible uses would there be that would preserve that building?
Well, it was a beautiful bank. I'm sorry,
but it's not anymore.
But it was going to be a banquet hall. It was going to be a community. When they came originally for the historical, I'm sorry, I have like 70-year-old blank mind sometimes.
Yeah, I know what that
They
is.
have historical landmark status, so every time that they had to make an improvement,
Yeah.
they came to the community board, and people kept saying, "What is it going to be? What are we going to, are we going to see it?" Oh, yes, we're going to open it up for the public. We're going to have art displays. We'll have banquets at night, and you can use it. We can, section off the rooms. You can put up walls and art shows, and I believe me, I don't think there's anything like that that's ever happened in that bank.
Do you know when the bank left?
Well, I had an account there, so.
When was
But
that?
then HSBC bought it, and they did some improvements. I really, one year just flows into the next, so I can't tell you.
Yeah.
I know, it's a beautiful building.
In other words, has it just been lying fallow until these people
No,
came?
the Williamsburg Savings Bank moved out.
Yeah.
HSBC bought it. I don't know for what reason they sold it. They sold it very cheaply.
Mm.
I mean, really, really cheaply. And then, for 2 years, I think they spent a year just improving the iron fence around it. I mean, the amount of money put into this with no money coming back, it's questionable. I don't know.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Jade McLachlan. I just want to represent the people who live on Broadway and who have families there.
And what's your address?
26 Broadway, so it's at the bottom of Broadway by Kent.
Yeah.
I personally feel that, to the extent that you can support businesses and events, you should when it's proportionate and appropriate for the spot. This, I don't want to labour the points other people have made, but this is just totally disproportionate. My experience of living there with my 2 children, my husband, has been that even when there's just a minor event at any spot where there's a restaurant, the honking of cars, the people fighting outside, the shouting, the yelling, it totally destroys our night's sleep. My husband gets up for the 10 to 7 ferry every morning. My children go to school. It's horrific. If that's just on possibly a restaurant on one occasion, perhaps once or twice through the year. If this happened, this would destroy our lives. I mean, living there would be horrendous. It would turn into a playground for people who don't live there. It wouldn't be our interest for that to happen. We probably wouldn't be at these events. We would be living there, breathing there, having our dinners there, sleeping there. It would be awful. I just want, to understand the human element of the people who actually live there and how awful that would be.
Anyone else in opposition?
Good morning. My name is Shalom Halpern. I live at 437 Wythe Avenue, which is just down the road a left turning, like 1.5 blocks away from this location. I work in New Jersey. I travel to work at least 45 minutes every morning and back in the evening. I actually punch a time clock, so I'm paying for my attending this event. Please excuse the emotion that I'm expressing in this, but when I get home after 45 minutes of drive, it takes me almost 15 minutes to get off the Waynesburg Bridge, just that little piece of traffic congestion, and an additional average of 10 minutes to find a parking space. Now, does any of us wish to have a location that will bring 100 valet parking attendants that will plunk 1,000 cars on our neighborhood? I'd like to know if anybody here would wish this on his family. Should please get up. Stand up right now. Raise your hand if you wish this on yourself or on your family. I don't see it. Thank you very much.
All right. Anyone else in opposition?
Question. I just ask a question of you. The board is supposed to consider these applications before they come to you. As I pointed out earlier, I'll just make it clearly. The application that we saw and we considered twice and voted down was for 547.
Yeah.
You seem to be talking about an application for 1,000 plus.
And that's been
we never
pointed
saw
out.
that at the community board. That never came to the community board. The community board's never had an option to speak on that. We had 547 is the number that we were dealing with. So I don't know how that got to be upped in this process. I mean, it's been going on forever. So.
All right. Let's hear from Ms. Bissett.
I'm just going to be very brief because we have a number of people here to speak as well, but I just want to respond to a couple of the things that were said. With respect to the elected officials, it is both the current and the prior Brooklyn Borough president that are in support of this application, as well as the city council person, all in support. You had received letters over a year ago from the assemblyman and the state senator in the area. By the way, those letters in opposition are all before the premises was operating at all. And both Mr. Squadron and Mr. Lenthal, while they would not withdraw their letters, have not written any since the premises are open, to the best of our knowledge. Assemblyman Lenthal has actually been at some functions that have been there. There have been 30 functions. There has not been a single complaint. There has not been a single violation.
People complain that they can't find parking.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Interrupt anybody else.
Go ahead.
Okay. As far as the community opposition, they're always split in these cases. I submitted to you a map, which I gave to the secretary before the meeting. There are actually 2 large condominium buildings actually on the block, and both of those condo boards support this application. Those are our nearest neighbors.
Which one? What's the address on those two?
Those are 170 Broadway and the Gray Smith building. Those are the 2 closest. Now, Commissioner Kim mentioned that this was a C4 zone. Every application comes before you, it's in some kind of a C zone. C4 is specifically for large scale, larger than neighborhood type establishments. That is the direct purpose of C4 zoning. Now, you saw photos. You could take a photo of any location at a given moment. We have, and I'm not going to ask you to look at it, we have 12 hours of video which goes through whole evenings. Are there people at the very beginning waiting to get in? Yes. It's been very, very smooth. But at any given moment, there can be a few people backed up. It's not unusual. As far as the letter from the police department, that's what they wrote, that they haven't had any complaints. That's all we asked for. We understand police departments do not write letters in support of license applications in the city of New York. They get in a lot of trouble when they do that, and I don't think there's been one for years and years. Just briefly, though, as far as the art gallery, there will be one in the building. It's designated as that, and the licensee is currently in negotiation with the As I said, I was going to be brief. I have a number of people, and I've asked them all to be
What
brief.
about the point that was just reiterated before you made your comments about an application for 500-something people becoming essentially an application for over 1,000 people that the community board was
Well,
not
the C of O is
not apprised of.
for that. And at the end of all of this,
Why wasn't these individual events where you go over that number discussed with the community board?
I don't think that at that time, that was a long time ago, that they were aware that they were going to be able to get temporary PAs for that number. And the number that was originally discussed was the number that's in the C of O. If there are functions, and I think there have been 2 out of the 30, 5 out of the 30, where TPAs were granted, for that 1,000 number. And even those, there has been no complaints. There have been no violations. They've all gone smoothly. We can certainly discuss a limitation on the number of events that would go over the number that's in the C of O. And certainly it would be incumbent on the licensee to never have those events, regardless of the liquor license, unless there was a TPA for that number of people. But the building department has found that it is safe with certain layouts and have granted a number of TPAs in the past year.
What was the event this past Wednesday evening?
It was the Brooklyn Public Library annual gala.
And how many people?
It was 1,000 people.
Okay. As far as we have a number of experts, I'd like first for Barry Meyerson to talk to you about the security plan there. Barry, as some of you know.
So I mean the security's important, but obviously the main concern that I've heard and you haven't addressed yet at all is the
parking
and the traffic.
We have it.
And
we
the
have
Williamsburg
both.
Bridge.
We have both.
Coming off the Williamsburg
But I would
Bridge.
like to say, you know, I commute.
Oh, let me hear from them because
Would you like
that's
to hear
the
from them
main.
first?
Yes,
Certainly.
please.
Which would you like to hear first, Commissioner?
Whoever's closest to the podium.
Okay.
Parking.
Parking?
Parking. Okay.
Commissioner Green would like parking.
Okay. Parking.
Good morning. My name is Ellis Dumont. I'm the CEO and founder of Advanced Parking Concepts. I serve on the board of directors for the National Parking Association, and I currently chair the Valet Council. I was initially hired as a consultant for this project to address the various parking issues that have been mentioned, and now am the exclusive valet parking operator for events that call for valet parking. One of the basic tenets we look at when we go into a situation like this is we want to establish best practices that employ good neighbor policy. So we try to minimize the impact of traffic and parking on the neighborhood. And of course, with that, try to provide an exceptional customer service experience for the clients attending that. I will say that through the efforts of Wayland B. Seymour, they've been able to negotiate over 260 parking spaces within a 5-block area. Please keep in mind that while we have spoken about the exception where you have a large amount of people, the normal events are less than that.
When you say they've negotiated 260 spaces, what is that? I don't know what that
There are
means.
4 different parking areas that are employed. The Sherman Parking Garage, which has 120 spaces. The DOT lot, which has 49 spaces plus 5 reserves, so a total of 54. The hotel lot, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 35 spaces. And then the Foursquare parking, which has 60 spaces.
Are you saying that these are all lots that are typically vacant during the hours when these events occur?
Yes.
So they in effect have exclusive use of them when there are
That
events?
is correct. And we have actually made arrangements directly with them when an event is booked with my sales department. And one thing,
Wait, so that's not the full capacity of these garages?
That's correct. That's correct.
Sorry, can I just ask, so these are all within a 5-block radius, so
Right.
how long does a person have to wait for their car to be brought after?
Well, you know, I'm going to, if I could, I'd like to just sort of paint a scenario so you understand how we've looked at this operation. And we'll take the worst case scenario. We have 1,000 or so people. We've been operating for 30 years, and our event division does somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 or so events. 60% to 70% are in the New York metropolitan area. So we're used to challenges of city-type parking. So what we tried to do is we established what we call best practices. One of the things that's important to recognize here is the 149 feet from Driggs Ave up that is utilized as a drop point area. When you have a large event, we use a metric of 1 valet per 5 cars, plus management. So we would have drop point management. We have lot managers in every lot that we're utilizing. When you have, and it was mentioned earlier that you have certain rush periods that are heavier than others. We don't directly go to the Sherman Garage, for example. We may stage cars in the hotel lot and the DOT lot to lessen that impact, so you have a smooth flow at all times. In answer to your question, to get to the Sherman Garage, we've done 17 events there now. The average time is 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Does every event offer valet parking?
No.
Is
No,
that up to
there
the
are some
person
that
who's
just
having
don't-
the event?
I'm sorry?
Is it up to the person who's having the event, whether they want to pay to have the valet
No, I don't
parking?
think it's that. I think it's really that some events don't have folks that, it's a city-type environment that are driving personal cars to an event.
They're organized with buses as well.
Right, where they're black cars, limos, different transportation sources. And occasionally we'll work with security and provide greeter services as well to, again...
But it is the person, the organization throwing the event that gets to decide if they want to pay for valet or not, right?
It's enforced. Every time we consider valet or traffic will exceed the demand that the client requires, we enforce anyway that they have to pay for it.
So you decide, you tell them when they pass a certain threshold. Okay.
Well, wait.
What's that threshold? Do you base it on the number of attendees?
Would you come to the podium and stand with him, please, and speak into the mic and identify yourself?
Hello, my name is Carlos Perez San Martin. I'm the applicant. I'm the managing member for Wayland Seymour LLC. We base on traffic and parking experts. Every event is different, and so we address what's the exact type of event that we're having to them, and they consult for us and tell us what should be needed for that event, and that's the case that always has happened. So we've provided buses to events. So 3 of the events with 1,000 people were taken care of by buses. And on those 12 hours of footage that we have in video of those events, everything is proved that the flow of traffic is really smooth. We're taking care of that issue.
Right. It's important to recognize that you do have to, well, again, through our experience, we've advised them on a general basis that when you're looking at an event that's going to valet parking, you'll utilize a metric of for every 5 people, they'll drive 1 car. That's an average. But like Carlos mentioned, this is very important to recognize. We examine the demographics of every event and see where they're coming from, what type of an event it is, what the time period is. That's very important, what window of time you have to get the cars in or out. There was mentioned that folks walk back from the garages. That is incorrect. We provide shuttle services for our employees to, again, maximize the efficiency. When there's a departure, we also, whether it's a small event or a large event, we use our own radio communication, which is our own frequencies, and we will radio by the code check so that we provide the maximum amount of time to allow the cars to come up in a manner so that we, again, minimize the impact on the parking on that. And that goes to working with security towards the end of events. It's been our experience that people aren't congregating because they want to go home. So we have to get their vehicles in a very efficient manner and get them out, and that's what we've done. And I think it speaks volumes that there has been minimal impact on the 30 events that have taken place so far.
Out of the 30 events that's taken place, how many have you provided service
17.
for? And were one of the 17, 5 of the events that were about 1,000 attendees?
I think 3. I believe 3.
3 of the 5?
Yeah.
So did you provide your services this Wednesday evening?
We did. we did again, but it was a minimal amount of vehicles that came.
The Brooklyn Public Library Gala, I made a mistake. It was not 1,000 people, it was 450.
Any more questions?
We'll hear the next speaker.
Next speaker will speak to you about traffic. This is Dan Shack from Sam Schwartz and Company.
I'm Daniel Shack from Sam Schwartz Engineering. So we were first engaged in summer 2013 to do a traffic assessment of the venue before they opened. So we conducted an assessment projecting impacts of a 300-person event on the weekday pre-event peak hour. Sorry. The reason we chose 300 is we were in discussion with the client. They told us that was a typical event size. So when we're doing an analysis for traffic, that's always what we want to look at because that's what we want to plan for. You don't want to adjust signals or remove parking for a 1,000-person event that might happen once a year. You want to do it for what's typical. So we did that using standard metrics, and we found we did an analysis of Broadway at Bedford and Driggs. We also did a
I'm
QA
sorry,
analysis.
so what you're going to talk to us today is all based on 300 vehicles?
No, the assessment we did before it opened was based on a 300-person event. And we worked with DOT then before they opened to designate a no-standing zone in front of the building for valet operations and adjust signal timing on Broadway and Bedford to accommodate the valet movements to the parking space under the bridge. We then came back in late 2014 when the venue was in operation. And there haven't been a lot of events to observe, but we did observe two that we were able to get to. I think they were the only two that happened in December and February. One was a weekday Friday evening event on December 12th for a corporate event. It was about 150 people. What we observed was pretty light volume on Driggs and Bedford. I'll acknowledge there were backups on Broadway, westbound Broadway, from the Williamsburg Bridge. In my opinion, they weren't caused by the event. I walked back and forth for about 2 hours while the people were arriving at the event. I watched it. I believe I saw the drop-off in front of the building. Only about 25 cars, arrived during the whole 2-hour period we were out there. The traffic, I don't think was caused by this building. It was caused by the signal timing on Broadway and just general high volumes coming back into Brooklyn on a weekday evening. The next event we saw, which was the next one that occurred, was on February 14th. On Saturday, there were a series of events for Nike on an afternoon and an evening. And as Carlos was saying, this was a larger event, and most of the people arrived
How many
via
people?
bus.
How many people?
It was actually two events within the same day. The first event was for 500 people. The second event was for 1,000 people.
And I don't have the exact number, but almost everyone arrived via bus, so there was no valet parking offered because it wasn't needed. And again, we observed very little traffic on Bedford and on Driggs. Broadway was much lighter than it was on the weekday. There were, sporadic queues and spillbacks, nothing like what was happening on the weekday when background volume was much higher. And in general, traffic was flowing.
Right. And with all due respect, I mean, you're giving us an event where it was 150 people, and then another event where people were mostly bussed in, and we're kind of missing probably the most common event, which is somewhere between 350 to 550 people, and based on that 1-to-5 ratio, being valet private car occupants. I mean, so, kind of, do you have anything on that?
No, just because they're not occurring.
Right, so that's why it's kind of of minimal value to me personally. If it would have been nice if they had commissioned you to do a study when it would have been for a more common event as opposed to kind of 150 person and then 1,000 where it was all bussed in. That's important to know that the bus probably works very efficiently, but it's more important for us to know what will happen on an average event.
It's important to mention that those events were attended by Ellis Dumont parking experts, and he complemented the events that those were not attended. So, for example, for the bus, the day of the buses, he came that day because the parking expert was not in there. So the evidence from the days that we have the volume of parking, of valet parking, the valet parking experts were there. So the intention was to complement those, because as not every event has valet parking, we brought the traffic experts to witness those in which there was no valet parking.
Because they were bussed in, right? I mean, no, the first event he saw, it was a concierge company that was driving in guests. It was a corporate event that had arranged that every guest. But do you understand where I'm coming from? I'm not really trying to belabor this point. It's just that the traffic expert is very minimal in value to me, because you're not giving me what I want to know is what happens when there's a 400, 500% per person event and you have valet parking going, and I don't know based on what your traffic expert is telling me.
Well, the traffic expert took measurements of what the traffic is day to day, and we have best practices in the matter, and it's very important that we not only take care of parking because of the community, but also because of the guests and our clients. We are most interested, and our most important fact is that it could be a beautiful building, but if the guest experience is not good, we don't have any repeated clients. So we are really invested into these matters. It's not that we are forgetting about what's going on the streets, but it's really important to us.
Of course.
All right. Anything else?
Barry, just briefly about security, because it ties in with this. Barry Meyerson, who I know you know, Mr. Chairman, and Green does, not only does security, but is a recognized monitor in places appointed by the city that don't have his level of expertise.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Barry Meyerson. I'm the Managing Director of Meyerson Associates, which is a licensed private investigation and security firm. I'm also an attorney and member of the Bar of the State of New York. With those unique qualifications of our firm, Carlos, the owner of Wayland v. Seymour, contacted us in the early fall of 2013 to provide security recommendations with respect to operating in the community, operating a first-class establishment and venue, since he didn't have experience with that, and we did. So we started consulting with him about best practices, pitfalls that other venues around the city that we've come across have had, both on the legal side and administrative side. So with that being said, we gave him our recommendations. They were presented to the community board in November, December of 2013. And then Carlos opened up Wayland v. Seymour in January of 2014. So since that time, we've been involved prior to his operation and this entire year and 2 months that he's been open. So precedence, I think, is on Wayland v. Seymour's side. As corroborated by the precinct, there's no incidents. Not a recommendation, but there's no incidents, as we can report, because we're on site for every event he's had. All approximately 25 or 30 events of Meyerson Associates have been on site, giving Carlos and the venue updated recommendations. One of the first things I recommended, not only having a great security plan in place, but was impact on the community, which we had to take into account first. Because many of these events we do around the city, everybody wants a street activity permit, meaning they want a tent on the sidewalk, they want red carpets, they want to shut down the lanes. In this instance, this venue is basically self-contained, because Carlos agreed, the owner, that all permits would have to go through Wayland v. Seymour, that a person that's renting the place or licensing it cannot just go on their own, which most people do, go to SAPO and say, I need a tent, I need a red carpet.
But there were pictures on the website of a tent that was outside.
No, it's on their property. They have a setback, so anything that's occurred has been on their property, either in the parking lot or after the fence. It hasn't been on the city street.
They are using tents outside the building.
They have had canopies up outside the building. It's not to have additional guests. For instance, the mayor's office was there, and that's where they set up their metal detectors for one of the corporate events for the government. and there were 8 metal detectors that had to go underneath there. A lot of the check-in, so we don't have people lined up on the street if they were to come early, come into the courtyard, and they've tented that over. They're not serving alcohol, they're not serving food, there's no service out there other than perhaps a check-in, and if there needs to be a small step and repeat, small press area, they bring them. There's no amplified sound. There's no amplified sound out there. There's no speaker.
Excuse me.
There's never been a speaker outside when I've been there, and I've never applied for an amplified sound permit because it's never been necessary. Everything is contained, behind the walls in the building. So that courtyard's really interesting because any guest checking in, we don't have to apply for sidewalk permits in order to line them up. They can come in, and whatever the PR agency or corporate sponsor is, they can check them in on the property and off premise. Off the city street. Secondarily, the lot. Very few venues that we get to consult have their own adjacent parking lot. Now this is, I guess you call the hotel plan. It's an open parking lot, and the one time additional power was needed, the generator, the Whisper Quiet, went in the far end of the parking lot, almost below the bridge. Similarly, the deliveries that come for the food, the decor, the tables, they can utilize that lot as well. They're not double parking and triple parking, nor taking up the bus stop on Driggs. So with that, we've tried to minimize the impact. And to date, Carlos and Wayland B. Seymour has approved, I believe it's 3 permits to date. One was a curb lane. All 3 had a curb lane just for loading and unloading and drop-offs. One of them was during the Nike event, which was part of the NBA celebration. They were directly related with that. It was one of the recognized venues. So we needed something over there to get all the buses in to ensure that there wouldn't be too much traffic and too much impact. But that was a one-off due to, due to the NBA. With respect to traffic management and valet, I'm not going to belabor that. We recommended to Carlos get a traffic management company in there and have valet parking for every event. In addition to that, Carlos hires additional security, invests in wands to try to help keep the traffic flow going, and working with valet. So, to date, which is really important, is the noise issue. And we try to monitor the noise as well. We'll walk around the block, our company will, and if we can hear any amplified sound or any sound from within the building, we let Carlos know. The din coming off the bridge, which is basically in his backyard, I hear those cars more than I ever hear any amplified sound because, again, this is all behind his walls, the solid concrete nature of this building. The type of events, we've been there for the so-called 1,000-person event, but a lot of them are corporate events. In fact, we had one event there for 1 week. The average attendance each day was 50 people or less, only culminating in 150 for the final night dinner. That was Cartier. So every day they had a very intimate event for 5 days. And they did use the gallery. Nike has used the gallery to basically showcase their products, showcase their jewelry, showcase their private art where they bring people. So it is being utilized as a gallery. Then they'll migrate upstairs to have their cocktails. Then they'll migrate downstairs to finish. So it's really not 500 people upstairs, 500 down. They're circulating through the building on most of the events we've been to. Finally, any large event that Carlos brings to my attention, I immediately get a hold of the precinct, Detective Roman, who's the community affairs officer. We sit down, we go over any concerns that he might have, we might have, and with that being said, we've had successful large-scale events with their cooperation. They might bring a unit over there. They might make it a spot that they check on, but each one has gone off flawlessly. I'll leave it for questions.
What, if anything, do you do to try to control just the normal noise made by people leaving events? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. They've been drinking. They're waiting for their cars. What role do you play, if any, in keeping that noise down?
Well, there's very few events that are going that late, but regardless of whether it's 10 o'clock at night or 2 o'clock in the morning, it's important to us that everybody leaves orderly. And Carlos has security staying an hour after the event, which everybody's out really about a half an hour but an hour after the event to be sure the sidewalk is clear and be sure everybody safely gets in their cars. And that's both for the neighborhood, for keeping it quiet, but also we don't want to make this, shooting trout in a barrel, that all of a sudden any criminal element would come, wow, we have people coming out of a high-end event, let's descend on Broadway. We have off-duty retired police officers in vests that are out there directing really all the patrons to be quiet and please exit and respect the community.
Anything else, Mr. President?
Yes. Just a couple more. Rob Solano, who runs a fair housing, not-for-profit in the area, who's also a member of the community board and a member of the SLA committee there.
I'm a little short, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rob Solano. I'm the executive director for Churches United for Fair Housing, also a lifelong resident of Williamsburg. My mom lives 2 blocks away from this establishment. It was the house I grew up in. I currently live 2 blocks on the other side of it. I take that drive every morning and every night home, morning to work and at night to work, back home. I try to visit my mom as often as I can, more than I think she would like me to visit more, I think. I say that because I take Broadway. I take that street every single night, as Peter Luger is right across the street, and it's always been an issue as you exit off the Williamsburg Bridge to get to Bedford Avenue to make that right turn. I come here today, even though I work with this community board for the last 5 years on the SLA, and we spend sometimes to midnight going over each application to make sure that we give you our right decision. Sometimes there is a difference of opinion, and I believe in that process. I believe that we can be respectful, and we can have our own opinion, and we can come today and share that personal opinion. So that's why I'm here today. The establishment held an event for Churches United where 250 local families attended. It was sponsored by the local churches that we are collaborating with to do what we think is the biggest issue in our community, which is affordable housing. And these community residents got access to the facility, and they give frequent tours to anyone that would like to see the establishment. We were able to arrange that with Carlos when there's a clergy or a church member or someone in the neighborhood that would like to see the establishment. We arrange tours that we can go inside during the day or during the evening to see this place. I say that because it would seem like something that people would do, but they don't do. I was there, I'm 34 years old, and I lived in that neighborhood for 34 years. I walked by Peter Luger every day, and there was never a community event, there was never an event to walk into an establishment such as Peter Luger. I saw it as always a place where other people came to visit in the 80s, when no one wanted to be in Williamsburg in the 80s. Now everybody wants to be in Williamsburg. It's the hippest place in the world, and everyone wants to come there and do something great. It's nice when someone does come and do something great, and they embrace the local Latino community and local community in general. I always think that's a nice touch, and I always said if anyone did that, I will come and testify. I've never testified, and I've been on the SLA committee for 5 years. I said if anyone's reached out that way, I would come and testify before the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Penultimate. Terrence Lindell, president of the Williamsburg Art and Historical Society.
Good afternoon. I am Terrence Lindell, and I've been in the neighborhood there for 20 years. We own the landmark building on the same block as Carlos's Wayland B. Seymour. I'm there every day. I drive into Williamsburg, and I'm there in the evening. I'm there late at night many times to witness the events going on here. And I would like to say that I have observed very few traffic problems or parking problems. I do know that the neighbors, the residents in condominiums right across the street from Wayland B. Seymour and my building have never complained about that operation. So it's mostly residents who live further down near Division Avenue that have complaints. And I cannot believe that that far down they hear all of that noise that they have exaggerated in their talk here. And they have been a great asset to the neighborhood. They work with the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation and the Department of Transportation to create a park in front of our art center. They have created a tourist attraction, which has brought many more people to our area, bringing money and jobs. So everything they've done for the community has been good, and I do feel that the distractors here, those who have talked against the operation, are vastly exaggerating problems for their own purposes. I don't know what the purposes are.
But you say they bring people to the area, but is that the case? And if somebody, say, goes to an event for the Brooklyn Public Library, wouldn't they just come to the event, maybe even in buses, and then leave? Well, are they really, when they leave an event at 12 o'clock at night, what does that do for the area?
Well, once they recognize Williamsburg for the first time, they want to come back. As the previous speaker said, it's the trendiest neighborhood in the world. And once you experience it, you want to visit it again, to go to the local restaurants, not just Wayland v. Seymour. And there are many shops and things like that. You see the young crowds. I think the average age of Williamsburg is about 25 to 30. And so you can see the great attraction. And Wayland v. Seymour, by advertising their venue and bringing people into the neighborhood, does indeed bring people to shop later on, too. I think it's a great promotional institution.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask where you live? 135 Broadway in front of the Bedford Avenue. And I sit out there. I sit out there.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Just somebody briefly from the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce.
Hi, good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Quinn O'Neill. I'm here representing the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce and our President and CEO, Carlos Acera. To keep it brief, I'll say that the Chamber can personally attest to the quality and dedication of Wayland v. Seymour's and commend the entire team for restoring this true Brooklyn treasure. We, the Chamber, held our own Building Brooklyn Awards there last summer, which is an awards ceremony to commend Brooklyn real estate. We are also involved in running the Southside Merchants Association, which represents the small businesses on Broadway and Havemeyer, and Wayland v. Seymour's has been involved in that Merchants Association. What I can say is that a fully operational Wayland v. Seymour's event space would not only create jobs, but would allow the company to continue to bring new business and promote positive economic growth to the neighborhood. As one of few event spaces of this size in Brooklyn, it is essential to their success that Wayland v. Seymour be able to operate with a full liquor license. A Brooklyn treasure like this one should not be left to go vacant once again.
And what's the Chamber's position with response to the concerns that we've heard from some folks here today about increased traffic creating a difficult situation for the people who live there?
What I can say is that it does seem like a very split opinion from the community, and what we can attest to is their involvement in being a part of the community, being a part of the Merchants Association that we run, as well as hosting local Brooklyn-centric events like our own, and like the Brooklyn Public Library and such. So they have the community in mind, truly.
But I don't think you really answered. If you answered my question, I take your answer to be that the impact on the traffic conditions for the local residents is not something that you've considered. That's how I read your answer.
That is not a position the Chamber can take. Our role is in regards to the small business community, and in that regard, they have been involved in the small business community and being a part of that area.
All right, thank you.
I can just indulge 1 minute. I just want to say one more thing and then we're done.
All right, so there was one more point, sorry that I left out. For virtually every event, Carlos confers with our company, not only because it's his first year of business, but with 20 years, we know what some of the problem events are that happen year after year. If not in Brooklyn and Manhattan, they just recreate themselves, maybe use a different name, but it's the same event, and we know which problem events there are. Carlos has come to us, and I can tell you firsthand, he's turned down many events. This isn't about pure profit, and that's why he's only had maybe 30 events. It's the right fit for both his venue, for the community, and the upscale type of elegant, high-end event he wants. And personally, concerts have tried to insert themselves there, even under the guise of a birthday party or a record label launch, And those type of events don't pass muster. And we
But on the
haven't had them.
website, it says concerts. On the website, there's a portion that says concerts.
I didn't see that part, but any musical, for the actual events that have happened, I know of two that came there, and we did not recommend them, and they went to other venues in the area that were pure concert and music venues, and they were denied, especially when they were trying to sell tickets even before having a contract with the venue. They basically put it out there that this is their venue. Our investigative side, because we always check into it, alerted Carlos that this entity is trying to sell tickets to an event they haven't even contracted yet for, and you can't sell tickets at your event, nor do we want a concert coming to your venue. A musical component to other events he's had, yes, there's been corporate events where they've had a musical component, or someone like DJ Questlove that's come in to play, or a small band, say for Bacardi that came in, but that's ancillary to the event, not venue goers coming to get a paid concert. So
Yeah, but right on the website, one of the things when you go to the gallery, it says concerts and festivals, and there's pictures of performers, and then there's pictures of even people standing online outside under a small tent.
One of the biggest issues we've ever had is the audio impact. The reverberation on a 110-foot ceiling dome has been one of our biggest challenges. Although it's beautiful, that has been one of the biggest challenges. So what we're trying to address, every sort of concert that took place obviously was a private party by a corporate client or else a private client. And what we're trying to address in our website, by meaning concerts, it's the fact that we can that there can be audio appropriate audio at the events at Wayland B. Seymour's. We obviously check on the type of event that the client is trying to host at our venue, and that's what Barry's referring to.
All right, well, let me just follow up with a question, if I may, for you. You know, up until now, you haven't had a liquor license. You've been just doing special permits. If you were issued a license, what events would you not have there? In other words, what representation can you make to us as to what events would not be considered acceptable because they would in some way negatively impact on the community? What would be, if any, the types of events that you would agree today not to host?
Events that are open to the public that are neither for a nonprofit fundraiser.
Mm-hmm.
We've discussed the law with them and what a catering permit allows for and what it doesn't. Although those terms are violated at a lot of venues in the city. My understanding, and I've imparted it to them, that the only events at which tickets can even be sold are pure charity events or political fundraisers. It will not be concerts ever where tickets are sold. That is not appropriate for this license.
And as soon as we hear a potential licensee say, or renter of the facility say, can you do magnometer searches? Can you put them through metal detectors? The answer's been no, we don't want that type of event, with the exception of Mayor de Blasio was there, and Intel did have to come to set up metal detectors for that event. But other than official events, no. The event is requesting Carlos of the venue provide that type of services. It's not in line with the type of event we want to have.
All right.
I think we've responded to all of the community concerns, and I believe that the case has been made
for public benefit here, not just jobs and taxes. This was a building that was a New York City icon. Absent this applicant taking it on to do what he's doing as an event space and not as an open to the public space, it would have been a terrible thing for the city of New York for this building to not be kind. I'm sure you've seen photographs of what they've done and how beautiful it is, and it harkens back, not to be a bank, but to the days when the William Burr Savings Bank was an icon in the city of New York, and it will be again, just with a different use.
All right. All right, we'll give the protesters a brief opportunity to respond. Do not repeat what you've said before previously. Just respond to any issues that have been raised by the applicant.
And one question, if you could please address it as well, is the 170 Broadway, the condo right across the event space, they didn't join in your opposition? If you had a conversation with them, if you could let me know why.
Well, what I can speak to on that is there are a number of people who live in that building have sent in letters of opposition. So the local community can speak as to whether they've spoken to the Board of Managers, but we do know that individuals from those two buildings have sent in letters of opposition. So the body of residents are, many of them opposed to this. I did have a couple of brief points, but there are a couple of speakers who did want to speak in rebuttal, and I want to give them a chance first.
I didn't expect to speak as much, but I just want to reiterate on behalf of the community board, most of the community input that we've received at the community board, and this I'm repeating, was for an application for 547. And in a letter that Wayland Seymour gave to us the day of the last time we voted on this, which was December 10th, 2013, they were agreeing to limit the occupancy for seated catering parties to 450 guests. If the attendance was more than 300 guests, supplemental arrangements will be made so that parking is adequate, including renting additional lots, providing buses, and events not involving significant parking demand or liquor consumption, whatever that means, such as conferences, may involve more attendees. So that means that larger events would not involve liquor consumption. And that they said they will not hold more than one seated party for 200 guests at a time. So those were promises that they said they were going to do us in December of 2013 on an application for 547. It appears you're considering an application for 1,063 that we've never heard. The community board, as Rob pointed out, we work really hard on these applications. We get music at venues that come in, and we set hours for when they can be open, hours for when they can close. We write these stipulations up, send them to you to attach to the license. If we can do that again. Rob has a lot of support. They have supporters like Rob. They have me, who's just concerned about what's going on. We can work that out, but I don't think this is the appropriate venue.
So you reiterated your concern for the 1,000 application, and
I don't know.
Let me just finish. And you're saying that the original application that they came to the community board in December 2013 contemplated a much lower number. So is there a number that you think this space would be appropriate for? Would it be 200, 300, 150 attendees? Is there a number, or is it at all not an appropriate space for any event?
I would never say not inappropriate, because we've approved things all over the neighborhood with different sizes with community opposition. We just haven't had the ability to get, everybody keeps referring to these elected officials. None of them have ever called a meeting with the community to say, how can we work this out? They've just sent you letters like yours.
So I'm just trying to get a sense from the community board. Is there a particular, is it the fact that it is 500 that's a concern? 1,000 is definitely a concern, but is 300 more of an acceptable?
I can't give you a number on behalf of the community board, but we've worked out different dealings with if it's a certain size, you get buses, like you were suggesting. If it's a size, have buses bring people. But we never had that opportunity because we were having meetings at the 11th hour with them, even though they spent millions of dollars on renovating. They were never taking the time to write up a proposal that we could really work with.
But when they did, your complaint is on the one hand that they presented much lower numbers to you than they are to us, but even with those lower numbers, community board still said no.
Because we didn't have they had the traffic plan from Sam Schwartz's organization for the 300 number, and they were talking about 5. It was the same. We weren't getting to the same place.
So even at the parking situation, did you get any of the information that was discussed today?
Everything was very temporary. The one big thing was there's a parking lot underneath the Williamsburg Bridge, but that was with the DOT. How long would that parking be there?
This was new information for you, that the 4 different lots they're utilizing for large events?
We only had the DOT lot, and of course the issue about the parking lot next door. They're going to build a hotel there. How long is that parking lot going to be there? Are they going to bring the construction trucks next week? They get the license now, and then next week that lot's gone. It's all been very iffy, and nothing was very solid that we could sink our teeth into and say, this is what, and then we could write it up as a stipulation and stick it on the back of the license.
According to the information you had, I guess, thus far, how late did they represent they would go? How late these events would go?
I don't remember because there were so many different. The biggest thing, a lot of the venues we work out with is it's 1 o'clock on Fridays and Saturdays and 11 o'clock during the week. The party should
And
be
that
out.
wasn't
We've had
discussed.
other catering places where, you're doing a wedding. How long does a wedding go on? For 4 hours. People come at 8, they go home at 12. Why do you need to be open at 4? We do that back and forth.
But that didn't take place here.
Never got all that done on this one.
Chairman, can I just respond to this briefly instead? As you know, I hear community boards and enter into stipulations all the time. The kind of thing that he's speaking about, they never made any kind of an offer for a stipulation. And the 450 that was thrown around, which, by the way, is the maximum seated capacity in any event for a full sit-down dinner, if that was on the basis of their approval and saving us the time and the effort and going through a year of caterers permits. They never made that offer of a stipulation in exchange for their approval, which is the way the community boards work. You talk, they make you an offer, which is always based
All
on
right,
them.
I got it. There was no meeting of the minds. Anyone else who wants to speak in opposition, raise again, to address a point that's been made, not just to reiterate what's been said, please.
Just a little previous. I think the board is quite familiar with the history in our area. I think for the last 2-3 years, I think we approved the most liquor license at the community board. I think in the five boroughs, if I'm not mistaken. I myself motioned many licenses on this strip with stipulations and try to work out agreements between the community and the bars. And we had it approved with stipulations, working together. The client will offer stipulations, which we don't need to. They usually come up and say, we ought to do that or that. We offered many times. The problem we had with this client all along, every meeting, things would change.
All right, but that point's been made. I understand
Yes, okay,
that.
now,
Move on, please.
The park expert just mentioned before that when one of the members questioned them what happens in that time period of LA parking, the tight schedule, he again came back with the DOT parking lot and the hotel parking lot. Again, relying on something which we discussed many times, which they denied originally. They're going to plan build a hotel until we showed them the building department report, and they're still going ahead, bringing that up as an answer, how they would solve the issue with parking. The traffic professional here agreed, but it's not them to blame for the traffic, what's happening down the Richmond Bridge, because the situation in the area is causing traffic. We agree to that. But the problem is, whom will we blame when another town people will arrive there? They do agree there is traffic there. So they're actually saying exactly what we are saying. But it's not them to blame, it's actually a situation for people coming down the south side, whatever, will be very popular. In reference of the CLO that the chairman had asked, how come they did not bring up that CLO of 1,200? Yes, when they bought the CLO, they did show us that CLO. We counted them together, and we showed them there was approximately 1,200 on the count. And we asked them, what do you plan to do with the rest of the building? Eventually, we're just using this number here and there, but we didn't come to the final point. How many people are you asking for? They kept on going back and forth, which is in the minutes, constantly arguing different kind of plans. They never came up with a number. At the 500-foot hearing, all of a sudden, 1,067. When they came to us, 547.
We've got that. That's been mentioned about 5 times.
Okay,
I'd like you to move on.
One more thing.
It's after 12, and I've got a room full of people whose cases need to be heard today, and it's unfair to keep repeating things that we've heard.
One more thing. Mr. Carlos, who just mentioned before, that they had events, one event the same night was 1,000 people, one event was 500 people. He promised us, I have it in writing here, I do have it here, just read off his writing, his signature, we will not hold more than one seated cater party for 200 guests or more at a time. I don't want to arrest it. And the timing at the same time. That means 5 minutes later. Okay, and by the way, in reference to the parking that happened at DOT, I'm just going to give you an email that John Green, Officer of Emergency Management, subject to parking under the Golden Bridge. Good morning, Jerry, which is our district manager. I heard back from NYPD that initiated discussion with DOT police engineer regarding this issue being concerned the danger of the bridge. until they became aware that the priority is parking under the bridge which they are counting on, by the way. You can vote for the record.
Thank you.
I just have a couple quick points in rebuttal.
I gave you pictures earlier of trucks, delivery trucks. They aren't in that lot. They're out front during the day. There's some pictures there. They are actually in the lot sometimes at night, because one must not forget they don't have a kitchen. So they got to pick up food, drop off food, pick up all this stuff. It keeps coming and going. I did want to mention again that both Rob Solano and the traffic expert says there's enormous traffic even without this bank. So we talked about that already. And I got a question. Why is it they came here and they made a big point that they've been operating for over a year for the events, most of them small, but 1 out of 6 is 1,000 people. Why have they not gone back to the community board with all these wonderful things they've done? Why have they not? How long can they push it? If we knew that this was coming up, I'm sure we'll go get opposition, or maybe they'll prove their point to the community. They should go back and start over. This is insane. You can't wait a year and a half and just show up and go, oh, by the way, we're good boys, and rely on old news, and they come in with new information. Thank you.
All right, briefly, on the issue of parking, the community did its own investigation of the so-called Sherman parking garage, which they're claiming 120 spaces. In fact, this is a monthly parking facility. Based on the latest information, there may be 40 spots available, not the 120 they're claiming. So they're great overestimates as to amount of parking that they say that will be available. On the issue of security and outside noise, I think over the years you've all heard the stories of inability of security personnel to control crowds once they leave a facility. And there may not be complaints because there's no criminal activity, but people in their homes are suffering when these crowds come out and they hear the din. And there's no question about that when you have large crowds of 500 and up. So that's been given short shrift here. And I think
a lot of the opposition from the condo units, they're actually a few blocks away.
Well, I think this varies. I mean,
there's 190 Broadway, which is, I assume, pretty close. 170 doesn't oppose a number of the others.
I think there are other letters from 170.
I'm sorry, my name is David Heimlich. Thank you for taking your time. Here I have a position on 138 Broadway. They signed a position this week. All the residents, 20 residents of 138 Broadway, believe this is not going to be on their favor. The president of the board may have signed it for whatever reason, because he likes artistic work, but basically the residents on the building are against it.
How many residents live in the building altogether?
I'm assuming about 35, and we have 15 that we're able to get through the weekend, wanted to get signed. Residents of 170 Broadway also have said they were supposed to give us a letter. We didn't get to it. But I do have emails from residents on 170 Broadway saying they're against it. Hatzola has said this might be a major danger, getting into patients, getting the ambulance back and forth. I do think that life-threatening situations may happen with having so many cars. And 260 parking spots still didn't calculate together. The calculator doesn't work. Where do they have 260 parking spots? They changed today from 70 car parking under the garage to 49. And in the Sherman parking has 40 parking spots. So all we know is 80 parking spots within 6 blocks. The hotel parking obviously was discussed. It's a hotel. The permits have been.
So the representation that Sherman had 120 available for them exclusively when there's an event that's going to occur, and you're telling me that you've talked to Sherman and they said there will only be 40?
Yeah, we have a photograph of their license, which has 120 capacity.
Yeah, and here's the email from Sherman Parking. We'll send it to you.
It's part of the record.
It's part of the record. And they're saying that they have 40 spots available.
We will accommodate 40 cars.
Have sufficient. Sherman Parking.
They sent you the contracts.
I'm sorry?
You sent you the contracts. They speak for themselves.
Yeah, the contract was done a year ago.
I would also like.
Since then, there's many.
Are you aware of the email that says there's 40 spaces?
We've never been short of parking spots, even with.
No, I'm just asking if you're aware of this email.
I'd also like to show you this when the community board was, they had a different entity then. that they were actually supporting our ability to use the parking under the bridge in that letter to DOT.
2 years, almost 2 years ago.
All right, I think we've
The
heard
garage
enough.
has a equipment for 144 cars. There's no way to have place for 120. The entire garage is 120. There's no way in the world.
All right.
We're
We're going to wrap it up now.
Okay, just very quickly, just the fact, because Commissioner Kim has asked about this, there is a petition of 400 people who have put that into the record against this. And I just have, and finally, there seems to be now discussion of the fact that there might be interest in limiting the number of hours here. They talked about there's very few events going to 2 a.m. And I don't know whether most events stop at midnight, limitation of number of events and the capacity. I don't know whether they're ready to get into those discussions, and the suggestion was made to send it back to the community board to see if something could be worked out along those lines. And I think that might be a good suggestion now that we've had all these issues, but it's unclear, their position on that.
All right.
The position is clear. I mean, this has been ongoing. We're not going to go back to the community.
All right, I hear you.
We have had.
We've heard enough speeches about how nobody can communicate. We're done. We're going to talk now about voting. Are you ready to vote? My position, by the way, is I think that we should put this over for them to have further conversations. Because I think this is a very good project, and I think it could be good for the area, but I'm also mindful of the concerns that have been raised by the residents, and I don't think the parties have done an adequate job of communicating with one another. So my feeling is I would put this over, and I would direct the parties to have further conversations. If anybody doesn't want, if you guys agree with me, if anybody doesn't agree with that, I will vote today. But I would like to see further conversations.
My main thing is, look, as an operator, I commend what you're doing to this building and bringing an asset to the community in the sense of, I don't know if this is the right community for this exact kind of space proposed, but it goes back to the community residents' primary concern, which is parking and noise too, but for me, more the parking and the traffic. And you haven't answered that question for me satisfactorily. The Mr. Schwartz, is it?
No, it's not Mr. Schwartz. He's from Sam Schwartz.
So Sam Schwartz's traffic study, I read it again here now, and it says, well, we contemplate 250 to 300 cars for the most common of events that will take place here. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the much bigger crowds. And for me, if you're telling me that possibly buses will be the solution for smaller groups even, then that might be something to consider. But that's something I think I would also agree with the chairman that it'd be nice if you and the community board had a discussion on this before we weighed in.
Could I just make a suggestion, and we have no objection to meet with some community representatives, to meet with a full community board at this late date is asking much, because it's been my experience that when you meet with much larger groups, I'm sorry.
I'm not asking you to meet with every member of the community. We have the leadership. We have some leadership here today. I asked you to meet with the leadership of the community board and some of the community leaders. That's what I'd be asking.
No, that's fair.
And I suggest we put it over for a month.
And one of the suggestions I would like to have is from the community board, if you have areas that you can negotiate, actually to send us something in writing, what stipulations if you choose to impose, whether they accept or not, but something in writing from the community board on what your interest, because prior I only had that the community board denied the application.
Yes, and we can.
So it was helpful that you were here today.
I agree. We've talked about parking and traffic, but that also ties into hours of operation, the size of events, the nature of the events, and I think it's a worthy enough project that I think it is incumbent on the community board to sit down with the applicant and try to come up with some sort of agreement on a number of these kinds of operating issues. If the commissioners agree, we're going to put this over.
And from the community board's perspective, too, after you've done that and you still want to hold your position, you're more than welcome to do that. But I think it is, from everything that we've heard, it'll be fruitful to try to have a conversation.
I agree. I think it would be in the interest of both sides.
Okay.
April 7th.
Is that April
7th.
7th? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have 3 brief matters.
It's Passover.
Is it?
Oh, is it?
It's okay.
April 7th, we can all attend. Sorry.
It's no good?
Okay.
I don't think it's all you attend.
Let's do the 21st. How's April 21st?
21st.
I don't work on the 2 days that are holiday either. That is not one of them. The 4 days in the middle, everybody is free to do whatever they want.
If it falls on one of the 8 days of Passover, that's a legitimate objection. April 21st, all right? That's when we'll do it. All right, thank you.
Okay. 409 Penn Station Bookstore.
Next 3 are just, please.
Yeah, they're already pulled down. 409, 410, and 411.
I don't know if I told them.
I know, he has 3 quick disciplinary. Yes. Chill out.
Oh, I got it.
Okay. 410, 411.
Okay.
Okay.
Are these all yours, Mr. Bissett?
Yes, they are.
All right, we'll do these, and then we're going to take a short break.
Okay.
Why?
Okay.
I'm okay.
Just for your information.
We good? Four. Penn Station Bookstore.
Oh,
These are all 3, by the way, that were recommended by council.
409, 10, and 11.
You had already pulled them. There we go.
They're related.
9 and 10, I'm fine. 11, I thought was low.
All right, let's do them one by one. 409, we're okay?
Surrender.
yes,
You accept it?
the 5,000.
410, we're okay?
Okay,
Yes,
410.
accept.
Okay.
To 2,500.
Now, 411?
411, just so you know, Commissioner, I don't know
They're
which is
surrendered
which.
Okay,
No,
that's
they
fine,
They
fine.
surrendered and then they got a new
2,500.
license.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
I can't believe I got you.
Of course, just in listening to them, not kidding. What Rosen is unstupid. Well, it may be so, and the black lady is not stupid. I mean, and I think what I had said to my father, I screwed up my calendar just by the letter because we have an FL, we have an S, we have Federal Fair Labor Standards Act, screw it. I had written down that we were on a Friday, and I'm wrong. And then I realized I'm wrong because they just served flash dance Thursday, and I have mediation on Friday. I mean, you can't have mediation 7 days later. It's in May, and it'll be adjourned to July anyway. But I just cross out the FLSA and put down SLA, and I have it for Friday. Harry calls me at 10 o'clock at night. I woke up already. I apologize to Rosin. It interrupted your evening. And I said, Barry said, are you going tomorrow? I said, what's tomorrow? He says, the hearing. I said, it's Friday. Then I called him at home late at night, and I apologize if I interfered with your home, but I've done that before. But it really was stupidity on mine, just with the wrong dates. And I think that the marquee, it's Julie Robinson, George Clooney. It's a marquee thing. I think these people, as I'm hearing this laborious presentation, which is a good example of why there should be no community boards. But I think that well, I think Kim mentioned about C4. Yeah, no, but that's all the convenience advantage. But the reality is, he says they have consideration. No, but I'm saying merely, and we get away from whether they was process without admitting that this is suffering committee. 30 years, no process. That's got to stop. And in the process, one, where no one is named. The second, negative results translate to nothing more. The third, they arrest 6 people. And if she wants to, if you want to mention it, it's 50 with the unrebutted, and it's probably and the two of which they actually battle up. All the rest are close. And I think that's the start. And I think if they spend the amount of time to listen to those people about traffic and buses and hurdling, I think, my opinion, if you start that way, they'll get hung up on that. And how is there suffering in committee? Because it's there that you were talking about, as I'm saying, there's no proof of actual knowledge of construction. Actually, of the 35 years where it's isolated incident. I mean, 6 girls. It's one isolated incident. I don't have a choice. And I think the rest of it is. I'm sorry, I don't agree with you. About preemption.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
So it's going to be an impact. According to what you said, it's one of the okay, it's a new package store application. Hopefully only one opposition. There's going to be
an application
for the package store, which will have at least one opposition.
What are you saying?
We're second.
Who you second? Okay, hopefully no more than 20 minutes, or when it starts. You want my answer?
Okay, yeah, you're right here.
And do you agree with me as to the strategy? To the insult. And you have to talk to me. I'm not a house cat. Barry won't let me out. I'm in Godfather 3. Just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in again. Only matched by Florida. That much. I don't know how they survive this.
All right.
I go to a store to buy furniture. Furniture store. I make a sale. You're a furniture salesman.
Make a purchase.
Are you happy? Right? You made a sale. Erica moved out some stuff that was premarital because she wants to have a condominium down the 2 minutes from there. But she took her stuff, which she's entitled to, it's premarital. So I bought stuff there. Now, if you're a salesman, you want to accommodate. So a guy sends me 2 chairs, see which ones I like, one better. Then he comes to the house, and he wants to see everything was set up nice. So I said, I like one of the chairs, can I have another chair? Like that, and I'll buy a table, like a coffee table, and that'll be the second. The other chair I'm overturned because I can use it one of the guest bedrooms. Not complicated. The guy says, yeah, and I get an email. But you have to come to the store because of a credit card. I said, yeah, I bought the other stuff. So now I don't show up. Why? Day before I'm leaving, I don't show up. I get an email. I didn't put in any orders for the chairs because Bell didn't show up. That's a good salesman. I have a computer down there that is totally frozen. Totally nothing. No matter what button you touch, nothing. I call the computer key.
Yes.
I haven't heard.
Oh, that.
Well, I've tried that 5 times. TV went out, very, very fancy. The curved TV went out. I called the guy who was able to fix it, and I called the TV guy. I called on Monday, called me back on Friday. He says, my cell phone was for 5 days. I'm 80, this is too much. What do you want? I want your point. Point to the heart.
Did I tell you about Alex Rodriguez?
What about it?
I told you he said that was here. He's got
Let me tell you something. Professional sports. If you have a kid, if you could mentally, if anywhere younger he has a son.
Yeah, what about you and I? We were young.
We were young men at the time, right when I was son. Okay? The best thing I can do is, at school, what do you have to learn for everything? You have a calculator. Spell? Google. Spell checker. Okay? But I want you to take this ball as high as there. I get to be a quarterback? Sorry. It's one of them. That's it. Alex Rodriguez gives him, he has a good year. What is it?
I could be right.
The point is, it's a business. You're not telling me about a baby or stuck with the angle. The normal free agency.
Usually some of these committees probably put on
You said free agents.
One of mine.
Free agency.
In death.
Well, I can't help your physical ailments. Go to a nursing home. But you can't hear.
You don't return my call.
It's the open question.
You gotta understand.
Doing double duty as opposed to the Medicaid general. Medicaid.
Marty? I'm sorry. Eddie said that Rose was
He's a prosecutor. Can I have this way I can.
I mean, he seemed pretty fake.
He'll give you, you say something that's contrary to what he wants to hear, or it's not exactly what he wants to hear. You'll see another person. You'll see somebody jump or look.
Or if he's got something.
He listened for an hour and a half to that bullshit.
Okay, he was ad nauseum. I mean, there's something that knows. You would know this better than me because you have these clients. I know all of these guys were born in this country. We had to go pick up that accident. That's what I want to know. I know that for sure.
That's why they live here.
You know, and the bullshit about it. It's you know, it's an insult to talk about 8 days of Israel. Bullshit. These guys do anything. The guys probably go to Israel. Come on, you're not great. He spoke for 30 minutes. I didn't understand 3 words he was saying.
We can thank John Lindsay for the concept of communities. When he broke up the school board, motion bill, was it Brownsville, motion, whatever it was. Motion. So breaking up of that, community boards, look what was here.
My friend, I do this on a daily basis.
I want to tell you, because it's privilege. Listen to me. I play cards as Barry Foster. We play cards every Thursday night. The people in the industry. There is nothing place with us. Very nice fellow. Whatever. He owns a bar there.
Same water. Big water?
No.
Because he's a degenerate.
No. That's what it is. It's around, not every single time. See, we have one that's around the corner from that bar.
I'm opposed.
Opposed. So, due respect to these rabbis.
Let me explain this even on a legal level. If given enough money to blow these community boards out of the water, why? You ever hear of due process? You ever hear of this is so overly vague. It's so overly broad. You go to a community, okay, and you make a presentation. The community council, did you go to the 7th Street Block Association? Because that's the way we defer to this. Where does it say? I don't know. There are several homeless people that form a coalition. Did you go to them to ask their permission to give them step over their bodies as you open a place? This is how ridiculous this thing goes, right?
That's a point too. They seem to give some difference to community boards that we have.
Yes. But they always do this when you apply for license, and they should give some coverage, say, to a community board saying we've had no problem with this guy for 30 years. So, yes, that means something. But that's mitigation. That's
actual knowledge or constructive knowledge. Nothing. I mean, if that's the body that's been created to speak to the local.
Thank you very much.
The locals. Thank you. But you have now reached the point of sign language. What are you saying? No, yeah.
Ready to go? We're 435, 492 Flatbush Avenue Wine and Spirits.
Good afternoon, Leonard Fogelman, attorney for the applicant. I have my two principals here, Randall Berger and Howard Gibbons, and a couple other people who will make a little bit of a presentation themselves.
All right.
This is for a new liquor store located on Flatbush Avenue in the Prospect Leopards Garden section of Brooklyn. The two principals have both lived there for a good number of years, and they've seen tremendous growth in the neighborhood. Their store is a relatively small store, 850 square feet, with a basement of approximately the same amount of storage space. The biggest difference between my client's proposed store and the other stores that are in the neighborhood are that the existing stores are, with the exception of one, are bulletproof glass stores. This will be a very wide open, very well designed store which will sell products which are generally, this will be spoken to more specifically by one of the other speakers, but generally do not sell the type of product that my clients intend on selling. Which one is the non-bulletproof?
65th Avenue, the wine only.
The wine only store. Okay, thank you. This store will be open. We'll have staff that knows a lot about liquor and a lot about wine. The existing stores, customers cannot enter. Bulletproof glass. There's customers from handling bottles, looking at labels, and interacting. The Prospect Lefferts Garden section of Brooklyn is gentrifying at a tremendous pace. We've included lots of exhibits, including an article recently, November 10, 2014, from the Brooklyn Daily Eagle, which states that the area has been, quote, discovered by developers armed with plans to transform vacant lots into residential developments on or near Flatbush Avenue. And a March 13, 2014 New York Times article, which says, in a city where neighborhoods can transform in the blink of an eye, cranes and glass towers have come to signify areas that developers refer to as on the map. Prospect Lefferts Gardens and its environs are next in their sights. Haven't heard of it? You will. It's incredible how much change is on the horizon, said Allison Novak, a vice president and director of fund investments for the Hudson Companies, which is developing the 23-story rental tower at 626 Flatbush. She estimated that from 1993 to 2013, the neighborhood saw fewer than 200 apartments developed, but it is now on the threshold of gaining more than 1,000 units of affordable and market-rate housing. That's a year-old article from the New York Times. It's even more than that, and that will be spoken to by a real estate expert from the neighborhood.
Sure. My name is Randy Berger. I'm delighted to be here today. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm excited most about the opportunity to be an entrepreneur in my own neighborhood, the wonderful neighborhood of Prospect Lefferts Gardens. The appetite in this PLG neighborhood for an inviting real wine and spirits store with helpful sales staff is tremendous. The New York Times article that Mr. Fogelman just referred to said that for 20 years there were only 200 units. Now, over 1,000. We've submitted a 14-tab binder, as Mr. Fogelman mentioned. All of the objectors are bulletproof stores, and that's just not suitable anymore for this fabulous neighborhood. All of the stores, except for Liquorstown Discount, are some distance away, 6 blocks or more. No consumer in Prospect Lefferts Garden thinks that we have access to fine wine or new interesting spirits. I say that with the benefit of having canvassed our neighborhood recently with my partner, Howard Gibbons, and obtaining 210 signatures in support of our application, and obviously taking the temperature of what the residents think. We want and we need a nice store. We need to be able to go in and get advice from people that know about wine and spirits. It's not appropriate anymore to this neighborhood to point at shelves through bulletproof glass and motion for what you want and to hand the credit card through the turnstile.
And your current occupation is what now?
I'm a reformed lawyer, Chairman. I was a partner in a law firm for 23 years. And as I said at the outset, I'm delighted to be trying my hand at this.
And you're going to be giving up the practice of law?
I'm going to maintain the license, but I will no longer practice, sir.
Mm-hmm. All right.
May I hand up these petitions that have been signed by more than 200 people?
in a caption that reads, "The addition of well-designed and well-stocked non-bulletproof glass store at 492 Flatbush would allow me to purchase more wine and spirits in our local, rapidly developing neighborhood rather than shopping elsewhere, such as Park Slope or Manhattan."
All right, anything else?
Sure. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Sarno. I am a resident of Lefferts Manor for the last 17 years, and I've worked in the wine and spirits industry for the last 35 years. For 17 years, I've worked as a sales representative for Winebow, the wholesaler. This neighborhood, and I'm speaking as a resident of the neighborhood has been underserved since I moved there and long before for quality wines and spirits. It's been underserved in many regards. Most people who live in the neighborhood have to travel to Park Slope or Manhattan to buy food and wine, and they have things delivered to the neighborhood. So there's never been a venue to purchase interesting wines. If you want to buy a reasonable or even mid-priced Chianti or Rioja or something from the Loire Valley, it's simply not available in our neighborhood. And this store, which is a relatively small store, would be catering simply to artisanal products, to small family producers. So the products that they are intending to sell are simply not available. And it's not a matter of competition. It's a completely different set of products that will be marketed to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
We have an affidavit that this gentleman prepared that I'd also like to add for the record, please.
All right. All right. Anything else, Mr. Holland?
Yes. Keith Mack, please make your little real estate presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Keith Mack. I work for the Corcoran Real Estate Group, and I'm also a resident of the community. As has been stated earlier, there were very few new units that came on into the community. Now there's over 1,000 slated to be available by next spring. And beyond that, I've done research for developers on other sites in the neighborhood to bring in another about 1,500 or so within the next 3 years. Excuse me. The community has changed drastically since I've lived there. I've sold a number of homes last year in the community of over $2 million. I currently have one on the market for $3 million. I'm selling to international customers, folks from Manhattan and folks from across the country. And they are looking at, what I get from these buyers is that they're looking at a different level of service in the community, one in which was stated earlier where they could come in and walk around and be serviced at said facility, liquor facility.
All right, thank you.
There's the Lincoln, there's a development going on, was it 133 Lincoln Road?
It's 33.
33 Lincoln Road. They're going to be bringing on another 133 units. That runs from Lincoln Road to Flatbush Avenue. It's an L-shaped lot that should be available by next spring. There are a number of, as I said, the botanical gardens have done a renovation in millions of dollars. We just got finished a ice skating ring that cost $600 million thanks to the Prospect Park Alliance. With those sorts of services coming in, the new folks coming in, they are looking for a different level of service and in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you.
We have one other person who lives in the neighborhood who will make a very brief presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Lara Dykes. I've lived in the neighborhood for 15 years. I'm a homeowner. I love my neighborhood. I would say that though the products that will be offered at this store are not offered anywhere else in the neighborhood, and I have to shop in another neighborhood to find them. Additionally, that where the store is going to be has been an area that's been sort of has nothing for quite a long time, and it's near Prospect Park. It's near the subway station. So it's ripe to have some, offer something, offer this for people getting home from work.
Thank you.
In my written presentation, I have presented you with a list in Exhibit 8 of many of the wines that they intend to carry, which are not available in any of the other stores. In Exhibit 9, I presented you with a list of bourbons, gins, and vodkas, small production spirit items which are not available or for the
Mr.
most part.
Fogelman, can you describe their internet sales that they say they intend to do?
We intend to have an excellent internet site with delivery. We're working out things, looking at point-of-sale machines. As I said at the outset, I'm happy to be an entrepreneur in a new space, so there's obviously a lot to learn, including the production of the website, how to update the stock automatically when sales are made.
Delivery to where?
Delivery to the neighborhood. I've read the handbook and the requirement that vehicles be licensed or owned by the licensee and so forth. We have a neighborhood that's extremely close, and we submitted as one of the exhibits a newsletter, the Echo. There's an organization called PLG Arts. Our plan is, and I'll sort of direct your attention to this drawing with the facade and proposed interior of the building. Our plan is to truly service the neighborhood with obviously wine tastings and wine club. I've been learning about mezcal. I want to have mariachi night with a guitar player and so forth. I'm aware that the law requires the wholesaler of the distillery to be involved in that. We intend to, and we've already advised PLG Arts that we will have intermittent promotions, at which time we'll slice off part of our revenue. The goal would be obviously to gain neighborhood loyalty and make this store kind of a stronghold in this part of Flatbush, which, as Lara mentioned, has been somewhat neglected and now is coming back with the restaurant, and we hope to make something very beautiful.
So are you aware, excuse me, in September 2014 we had denied an application somewhere near your proposed location at 740 Flatbush Avenue? Are you aware of that? Based on PC, public convenience and advantage.
Well, we also denied one at 507 Flatbush Avenue.
That's right. We also denied
Mr. Fogelman was the attorney on it.
I think the difference is the timing more than any. Two issues are different. Number one is the timing and what's going on in the neighborhood in the past year.
All right. Let's hear from the opposition now.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Glenn Wright, and I represent Liquortown, Inc. Also with me is First Class Liquors, not my client. Liquortown is the closest store, and First Class Liquors is the third closest store. Is that correct? This applicant, just to piggyback on something that was just mentioned, also in December of 2014, Chauncey Liquors was denied at 706 Rogers Avenue. That was just a few blocks from here, also based on oversaturation in the neighborhood. I would also ask that they take into consideration that when these people made this investment in this application, there were 3 liquor stores in a very close proximity that were denied. They talk a lot about wine selection and bulletproof stores. They've barely emphasized the fact that the second nearest store is purely wine. It's not liquor and wine. It's exclusively wine. And my client can better attest to the inventory that they carry, that they have a quite broad array of specialty high-end lines.
It is a very small store, though. We have it down as 400 square feet, so the selection must be considerably limited, I would think.
I think he can better address that. He's been to that store. That is 7 blocks from this applicant, the wine store. I don't think that's a burdensome distance to walk. They also, when they chose this, they chose an area that...
Aside from that store, you agree that the other stores are bulletproof stores?
Of the nearest 4, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, they're all bulletproof.
They
Yes,
are.
we don't dispute that. I would just note that this store would be a major detriment to my client's business, simply that they're landlocked. They are 1 block from the park. This is 3 stores along Flatbush Avenue within about 7 blocks and about 1,800 feet along a park where there's absolutely no business coming from, one direction. This would be the most northern store, which would block access along Flatbush Avenue to the other 3 nearest stores, one of which is the wine store, one is my client, and First Class Liquors on the same route. The area they're talking about, Lefferts Gardens, to the north of that is higher income. It's still a little bit of an overflow from Barclays Center, et cetera. A lot of the, higher income clientele will be coming from the north, and it will block off, traffic to 3 stores. My client will address the direction that his customers are coming from and where he draws his client base. If you look at the map here, you can see that there's about 8 stores, if inland, if you will, from the park. There's very little eastern traffic coming from that direction to these stores. These stores, the numbers don't support another liquor store. They're all flat at best. And First Class is actually, decreasing. The wine store that they talk about, has a very, that there's a demand for high-end wine, that has flat numbers. I don't know where these people are not walking 7 blocks if they're looking for a good bottle of wine. I haven't heard anything about why that store does not meet this demand. They also talk about Lefferts Gardens being such a high-density neighborhood with a lot of development. There are a lot of real estate companies that have come in and promoted this, as an up-and-coming area. But unlike a lot of industrial areas in Brooklyn, there's not a lot of vacant manufacturing space or vacant lots that can be repurposed for residential. These are all middle-income residential brownstones, mixed-use, small buildings. And my client tells me that the area has actually become more vacant because the landlord's belief in what they can get as rent has outpaced the actual demand. And a lot of people are being moved from the neighborhood, and these high-end tenants that they're looking for are not coming in. So it doesn't surprise me that this morning or this afternoon you have a lot of real estate brokers coming in talking about this explosive development. I think they have a very strong financial interest in doing so. Also, the applicants own the building where the store will be. This will give them an opportunity to let the business grow for a few years. They don't have to charge market rent. They don't have to charge any rent at all. They can undercut these businesses and put them out of business very easily. As far as the crime rate, I don't think it's quite as rosy as they say. This Lefferts Gardens neighborhood that they're talking about is very limited. It's a few square blocks, and they're trying to piggyback on the park, but the neighborhood, the statistics do not show a low crime rate, that they're going to be able to sustain an open floor-plan store. They also haven't presented any kind of security plan. Are they realistic that they're going to be able to have, to run this at night and attract the clientele safely? They haven't heard about security cameras, panic buttons, automatically locking doors or anything like that. The statistics in the 71st precinct, which I submitted with my papers, show that the crime rate is actually increasing. The population in the area is also decreasing. And these are not 2000 to 2010 as many people. This is 2008 to 2012 data shows that the population is decreasing. The economic data still has about almost 25% below poverty level. This neighborhood is not changing quite as rapidly as they say it is. And I would submit this area cannot sustain the type of business, but even if eventually it could, their location, the due diligence that they did in choosing a location that blocks out 3 stores along Flatbush Avenue, I think is reason enough that their application should be denied.
Hi, my name is Quinben Chan. I am one of the owner's sons. As you can see on the map, where we are...
Which store is this?
I'm sorry? We're Liquor Towns.
Okay.
We're the closest store to them. Can I show you on the map where we are and then where they are going to be building? So this is where we are. We're kind of right close to the edge already. And the reason that we actually we picked this location is because we consider ourselves at the border of the park. And just where they're going to be building at, they're actually about 1 minute away from the park itself. So there's no new renovation which is going to be created over here. There's no new market. There's no new customer.
But what about their point that you're a bulletproof store, which tends to sell lower-end products? They're going to be an open store. They'll sell higher-end products. So their point is that they won't be directly competing with you.
I mean, as Mr. Wright said before, another store that closed, that opened up a few years ago, on Fenmore Street, their sales is completely flat as well. I mean, they didn't have the time to come over and testify today, but they sent us real information that their growth is actually stable as well. So we're saying that, but we've been in this neighborhood for over 10 years. I mean, I've only been in this neighborhood for less than a year, but my dad tells me that he's been here for 15 years. He's been very friendly with all the neighbors. All the neighbors basically come to his store. And Mr. Wright said that the population is decreasing. That is true based on the U.S. Census Bureau, that between our area, which is 11225, which is around this area, and then 11226, which is right below that, we actually lost, within the last 10 years, we actually lost 13K people. It went from 170K to 157K people. And then due to the structure of the building, because they're usually one-family buildings, there's not a lot of new residential buildings actually being developed. And one of the reasons that people are actually moving out is because due to rent. A lot of African Americans used to live there, which is, a lot of African Americans used to live there before, but now they're moving out because of the rent, and now a lot more white people which is moving in, which we can see that based on our sales for wine as well. Now, for these past few years, since our growth, our growth hasn't been changed due to our promotions. We've been trying to keep pushing out promotions, trying to keep up with the number of people that's actually been losing during throughout this area. Yes. Oh, yes. We also did a survey between January 11th to January 25th of 2015. We found out that about 32% of the people, which is, we surveyed 378 people, 120 of them which came from north of where we came from, which is where they were at. And then from those people, we surveyed that how long did it take for them to walk to our store. 92 people out of 106 people said that it's under 5 minutes, and then the 14 people, which is 13%, which says that it took over 5 minutes from them to walk over here. And then for those people that we survey, we asked them again, do you mind actually walking down to our store? They said they usually don't mind, and sometimes we ask for the reasons why. 95% people said they don't mind, and then 5% people said they did mind. The people that did mind, they said that it's because of during the winter time when there's like a snowstorm or something, it's just so inconvenient to walk down to our store. But that's just 5% of the 104 people that we surveyed. And I just said that basically our community probably don't need another liquor store in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman from First Class Liquor just asked me to mention that his sales are declining, and he can attest to acts of crime and loitering outside his establishment, and he does not think it is realistic that this area can support an open floor plan store. So we anticipate that this, when they discover that, they will then turn this into a bulletproof store and will be direct competition. But as I said, regardless, every 700 feet on the same avenue, I would submit this area is still oversaturated.
All right. All right.
Okay, my client would like to make a little presentation, and then I'll sum up.
Your client just spoke to us
He has
for quite a while.
In rebuttal.
All right, just
in rebuttal.
Just new material, please.
Just in rebuttal,
Yeah.
Chairman. Surveys, census data. I would ask the commissioners to please give this the weight that it's worth. If there was this data and it said that, it would be submitted. It's completely ridiculous. The neighborhood, just read the information that we submitted. The neighborhood is through the roof. There has not been a decline of 13,000 people in our neighborhood anytime recently. Secondly, I think the person who can speak with authority to whether the wine-only store satisfies the need for wine in Prospect Lefferts Garden is Mr. Sarno, who has sought to sell to them. Would you mind coming up once again and just...
We've heard from him. Let's move on. He's already said that he doesn't think the neighborhood's being serviced. Just continue, please.
Okay. I'll just say that he has sought to sell to these stores and has been unable to do so because the price point and the product is not appropriate to the neighborhood and to what he could sell. We were told that this somehow landlocks the other stores. Again, it's crazy. There's a Subway on both sides. There's a Subway closer to the competing stores, and there's an entrance on the other side of us. I mean, you can see from the map. I'll let the map speak to itself.
There was a statement made by the opposition that because they own the building, they don't have to pay rent, and that therefore they're going to be able to undercut prices. They're not going to be carrying the same merchandise as the other stores, so I don't think there's any issue about that.
That's not a factor anyway, whether or not they have an advantage because they own the building. So you don't need to address that.
And I think the petition signed by over 200 people is strong evidence that lots of people in the neighborhood want a store that will serve their needs. And finally, from the written presentation I submitted, where I presented lots and lots of photographs and descriptions of new construction.
Right, you've referred to that. Okay.
So.
All right, we'll vote.
Now, this store, you're planning to have an open floor plan. That's unique in the sense that the size of your store is only about, 850 square feet?
That's correct.
How much of that is going to be the selling space? Are you having storage? Do you have a basement?
Storage in the basement, yeah. There's a basement of equal size where there will be storage.
All right, so the 850 is what the picture, that's what that's going to look like?
That's correct, Commissioner.
A license. One of the issues that concern me, too, is if it's going to be an open store. Based on the crime issue, you're willing to have an open store and not a closed store at any time. You would have to surrender your license if you get it today. I don't know if you will, but you have to maintain an open store.
We're committed to it, ma'am. If you could see the neighborhood right now, this neighborhood is transformed. There's a restaurant that just opened since 2013, 2 doors down. There are all manner of new things happening in the neighborhood. None of them require security.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
If that's a condition of issuance, you agree to it.
Absolutely, Chairman.
Open store.
Okay. I'm ready to vote.
Okay. That's fine.
I would approve it based on the fact that you are going to have an open store. It's something, the neighborhood is slowly changing, but the wine store seems to have maintained an open floor plan. I haven't seen anything that said that they were unsuccessful in keeping it as an open floor plan. So if anything changes, I would like you to notify the board and be ready to surrender the license if that becomes a reality for you. But that's my vote.
Can that be put on the license, that the store is to be an open store?
In September 2014, 740 Flatbush also proposed to be an open store, and we denied it because there were what we believe to be sufficient stores to service the community. And I don't know how much has changed between September 2014 and today to warrant a different decision, so I vote to deny.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Green. I think because this store is positioned more toward what I think is an area that is becoming more affluent. I'm very concerned about having a lot of stores on Flatbush Avenue selling liquor, but I think because of the positioning of this store, because it's at this end, it's at the north end as opposed to the south end, where the other stores were. I think that's a significant difference. And I think it is only 850 square feet, and I think the applicants are impressive. And again, I would approve on the condition, as as Commissioner Green had stated, that the license will specify this is an open store. The day it's not an open store is the day the license will be surrendered. So I will agree to approving it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Just some clarification on this situation. Are they waiving a right to apply for a change in method of operation and agreeing that they will surrender the license?
Yes, we would not entertain an application to change the method of operation to a bulletproof store. That would be unfair to your clients.
We won't ask for it, Chairman.
Okay.
.428, J.J. Cabaret.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Edward S. Rudofsky, Zanin Rudofsky, and with me Martin Mailer of Mailer and Buscemi for the licensee.
All right. There's been a hearing and findings made, and we're here to impose a penalty. Do you want to be heard with respect to that?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the licensee has an outstanding record. It's abundantly clear from the record that was made in this case that the licensee operates a well-managed premises at which sexual conduct has never been and is not tolerated. The police who testified unanimously, the State Liquor Authority investigator who testified, and every witness who had been inside the premises all testified there were no indicia of prostitution or sexual conduct whatsoever.
I'm sorry, the police officer said they were solicited and talked to the employees about prostitution, so how is there no indicia?
They testified there were no condoms, no wipes, no lubricants, no flat surfaces, no locked rooms, no hidden areas. They testified to conversations. This is one of a conversation case. They testified to conversations with performers, and they testified to a single conversation with a security guard who was dressed in a suit and who was portrayed, or at least by the attorney for the SLA, was attempted to be portrayed as some sort of manager. The testimony was very clear. Both managers of the establishment, one of whom is one of the principals of the licensee, one of whom was a manager on the night in question, testified that there was a manager for each shift. There were assistant managers, all of whom were women, none of whom were men. There were hostesses, and that the men who were on the floor, and one of whom was identified as having had this conversation initially when the police officers came in, had a conversation with one police officer, was clearly, the record was clear that he was a security guard. And under the case law, that is insufficient to establish a case of suffering and permitting. And we agree that testimony establishes conversations with performers in a situation where everyone including the police, testified the music was extremely loud, you could not be heard. The police officers themselves testified that the performers that they were talking about, who were like roughly 6 out of 100 who were on the premises, were bending over to whisper mouth to ear because one could not hear, you couldn't hear a normal conversation, and that it was impossible to overhear what someone was saying a few feet away, that no one overheard these conversations. So I agree with you, Ms. Flute. That's what the testimony shows.
But I disagree with you when you say the case law. I've read every case that you cited, and all of those deal with patrons of a bar who are engaging. This was employees, and it was multiple employees of the licensed premise. Every case that you cited doesn't have the same facts. The only case that has the same facts is the Scores Go West case, and that's the one case you didn't cite.
I believe we distinguished that case.
And how would you distinguish the Scores case?
In Scores, there was an observation, as I understand it, and Mr. Miller, I'm most familiar with it. He was the attorney in Scores.
Yeah, how would you distinguish
I believe
it?
there was, go ahead, why don't you do
The major distinction, that was a tremendous distinction.
Yeah.
One of the police officers testified to the fact that he saw an overt act. He opened a locked door and saw an act, a sexual act being performed on a customer. There is nothing like that in this case. There are, and I disagree most respectfully with the cases that say they're only patrons. These are police officers that testified in other cases indicating that they were solicited, and just the solicitation itself is not enough to prove suffering or permitting. I'm not. The hearing officer made the findings he made, but as far as the Go West case goes, that is completely different. That is a case where a sexual act was observed by a police officer, and that's what carried, unfortunately, that case against the law.
And for the record, Ms. Flug, we distinguish Go West, which is cited. I don't know how you missed it, on page 6, footnote 2, where we explain the difference between the cases. So we have a case here where there was no sexual conduct, absolutely. There was conversations, we agree, we all understand, we're all reading the same record, but that's all there was. And the only conversation, allegedly, with someone from management was with a security guard, which I, with all due respect, say is not, that conversation under the case law is not sufficient to establish suffering and permitting on the part of management. This licensee has been in business, continuously licensed since in or about 1985, with no prostitution-related charges. As I say, there was no indication, any other indicia of prostitution. It has been the subject of much favorable publicity. It's been frequented by many, and this is all in the record, been frequented by many celebrities, featured on David Letterman. Neither the community board, which sent a letter, nor the community affairs officer of the Midtown North Precinct, who actually came to the hearing and testified, were aware of any complaints against it. It's met, as I said, the managers testified, an expert, the counsel to the Association of Club Executives reviewed the entire record, and including the police officer's testimony, visited the premises and testified that the premises were well and more than adequately supervised. They were first-rate supervised premises, that lacking nothing in that regard. And the irony is that on the night that the police arrested certain of the performers, and by the way, all charges were dismissed. No manager was arrested, no security guard was arrested, no money was seized. The charges that were brought against certain of the performers were dismissed. On the night that...
Have those performers been terminated who were charged, or are they still working there?
I think 6 of them were charged. I believe the record reflected that 2 of them were working. They denied any wrongdoing, and 2 of them had been long-time employees, had never been a problem, and were still employed. The other 4 were no longer employed. That on the night of the arrests, the police had to ask the manager who testified to help them find the performers they were looking for, because they didn't know who they were looking for. They had some names and descriptions, and the manager of the establishment actually turned up the lights, turned down the music, lined up the performers, and assisted the police in finding the performers that they thought were the ones that the undercovers were trying to identify in their communications with them. And then the charges were dismissed. So the suggestion that this was either...
Well, the charges, they were arraigned on these charges.
Excuse me?
They were arraigned and charged on these charges.
Yes, and what happened to the charges?
And then ultimately,
they were dismissed. So we all understand the difference between an arraignment and a conviction or dismissal. The charges were dismissed. At the end of the day, this is a long-time licensee with a good record that cooperated even with this police investigation when it took place, and there is absolutely no evidence, much less substantial evidence in the record, that this licensee suffered and permitted or failed to adequately supervise. And let me also just mention, and I know time is short today, another irony in this case is that the police came 3 times to the establishment. They came on December 21, 2010, when they allegedly had some of these conversations. They came on January 14, 2011, when they had conversations and they made some of these arrests that led to the charges that were dismissed. But it came out during the hearing that they had also, this whole squad of policemen had also come on December 30th, 2010, spent 45 minutes in the premises, and didn't find anybody who solicited them or that they were able to engage in these conversations. They had negative results on that day. So clearly there was no pattern here of wrongdoing. There were conversations, they did make arrests, and the arrest led to charges that were dismissed.
We're going to have an executive session.
Can I ask Mr. Radowski one more question? On the first page in your number 2, you say that your client has been prejudiced because you cite to SAPA 307-1 and talk about your proposed findings. But SAPA 307-1 says, if in accordance with agency rules, a party submitted proposed findings of fact, the decision, determination, or order shall include a ruling upon each proposed finding. Our agency's rules don't hold for this. It's not applicable. Can you cite to our agency rules?
No, I can tell you that I offered findings of fact. I proffered findings of fact. They weren't objected to. They were accepted by the ALJ. And
accepted meaning he took your piece of paper?
He took them. He didn't tell me that the rules didn't permit this, and he took it as a submission, and then didn't rule on virtually all of our findings. And
what gave you the presumption that he or she would rule on each of those?
As I understand the rules, if I did something that was not permitted, he would have said, Mr. Radowski, I don't know why you're doing this. Our rules don't permit it.
You could submit, and the ALJ is permitted to take anything that the ALJ feels is relevant, but the ALJ is not required by our rules to rule on your proposed findings.
I would rest on what you just said. I'm not trying to be flip about it, but if the ALJ is permitted to, under your rules, to accept whatever he feels is relevant or appropriate, he accepted this. He didn't reject it, and he didn't rule on most of it. And under my reading of SAPA, I'm not the court. I understand. I'm just a lawyer, but my view is, if you submit proposed findings of fact and the ALJ takes them, he or ultimately the commissioners need to rule on them.
Wasn't the ALJ asking you for your written summary? Did you say, Judge, these are my proposed finding of facts, and pursuant to SAPA, there should be a ruling? Because SAPA specifically points to the agency rules, and our agency rules don't call for this.
I didn't say what you just said. Again, I'm not trying to be flip, but I didn't say to him, and you need to rule on each one of these, Judge. I said he gave us the choice of making an oral summation or a written submission.
So summation, not proposed findings of facts.
No, I didn't say that. I said he gave us the choice of making an oral summation or a written submission. My written submission was in the form of proposed findings of fact, which was he accepted. I don't think that I'm being unclear. If whatever the legal consequence of that is, that's what happened.
Mr. Mayor, do you?
Yeah, I want to add one other thing as to Go West, because Ms. Luke brought it out. There were arrests only of the dancers in Go West. There were arrests for 2 of the employees for promoting prostitution. That doesn't exist here at all.
Were there convictions in Go West?
Of the, you mean criminal convictions? At this point, I don't remember. I'm leaning towards no, but I don't remember.
All right, we're going to go into executive session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Going into executive session.
All right, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll dismiss charge 4, and for the remaining charges, I have 25,000.
I agree on the dismissal of charge 4, sustain 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. I'd actually go a little bit higher. The fact that the women who were accused of prostitution, or soliciting prostitution, they had said the same price, same room. There seemed to be some coordination involved. And for me, I'll do 35,000.
Yeah, I would go a little bit higher.
Higher than 35?
Do 40? Everybody interested in 40? Because I think the seriousness lies in the multiple women, multiple violations, a similarity of the modus operandi. I think counsel has made some good points, and that's why I'm not asking. I wouldn't ask for a suspension, although it was certainly something I was considering. But I would suggest we go a little bit higher.
I think considering their no adverse history in the past 13 years, I'll stick to 35. And no adverse history since these charges as well.
All right, then I'll go with 35. I think for this operation, that's not a tremendous amount of money. I think we have to take that into account, too, the scope of the operation. They said there were 100 women working there. So I don't think that's a particularly significant number, but I'll go on 35. So the penalty is 35.
Thank you. I'll vote to 35. Thank you.
Okay, members, we had a preset time for a particular item, which would be item 447. It's at the request of Community Board 2. It's for 150 RFT Vericorp. I know. I'm sorry, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, we had promised them we would do this at 1:30.
And one thing, too, as something that came up last night.
This might not take too long.
No, Secretary's office received an email 11:30 last night that the attorney of record, Mr. Monte Alvarez de Leon, is no longer representing the licensee.
So who do we have here? Who do we have? Is the licensee present?
I believe it's only opposition.
So we don't have the licensee here?
Well, we also received documentation that they were evicted from.
Yeah. So the attorney isn't representing them, and they're not here. All right, so let's hear from who is present. Tell us who you are.
Yes, my name is Richard Blodgett. I'm president of the Charlton Street Block Association, 1 block from the site.
Yep.
An incredible awful presence in our neighborhood for 6 years. We have, I guess, about 15 people here who are opposed to the license. You've received many letters from people in the neighborhood. It's brought violence, damage, drugs, everything else to our residential neighborhood, and we urge you not to renew the license. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to say something?
My name is Joseph Lovett. I've lived in the neighborhood, in my house on Van Dam Street for 35 years. I have a business on the street, and we own I'm a landlord on a house next door. Can I just read you what I presented at the community board last year? Complaints regarding the greenhouse. Noise. Loud, throbbing music inside the club, which can be heard in many of our residences. Screaming patrons. Drunk people parking on our parked cars before they enter the club and after they leave. People yelling as they leave the club and walk east on Van Dam, especially between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Cars honking all night because of double parking. Party buses in front of from the suburbs blaring their own music starting at 11 when the club opens. Cars parked on Van Dam Street blaring music. Filth. Vomit, urine, and feces in our stairwells. The streets and sidewalk left filthy from litter, broken bottles, etc. Urination in and around our stoops. Liquor bottles and broken glass all over the street in the morning. The occasional used condom in the street. The occasional smell of vomit. Worst of all, crime. Drugs being dealt in the street, on the block. Fights on the street.
Fights and violence inside the club creating an atmosphere of fear and intimidation in our neighborhood as aggressive patrons leave the club and engage in rowdy behavior. Plus, this has been written up in all the newspapers about the various violence that has happened in the club.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to say anything? And be brief, because I will tell you, we have a letter from the landlord saying they've been evicted. But I do want to make a record, nonetheless, so that the record is very, very clear as to how they were operating.
I'm Helen Jean Arthur. I live on King Street, which is 2 blocks away. I don't have very much to add. This is exactly what I was going to say.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Anyone else? You can just get up and say ditto if you want, but let us know who you are and where you live so there's a good record.
Okay, my name is Christine Dugas. I also live on King Street, which is 3 blocks away, and it's just a reminder that I agree with all this information, and to think that the noise and the people parking on our own street 3 blocks away means that we also have to deal with all the noise and dirt and filth and danger in our very calm, normally calm and sweet neighborhood with lots of families who live here.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Tara Klein. I work for State Senator Brad Hoylman. I'm here today. I just wanted to read a quick excerpt of a letter that we've sent over to you last week about this application. This letter was signed along with Borough President Gail Brewer, Assemblymember Deborah Glick, and Councilmember Corey Johnson. So just very quickly, we are writing to urge you to deny the liquor license renewal application for 150 RFT Varick Corp. at 150 Varick Street. This establishment has a history of disorderly behavior and poor relations with the surrounding community, which led to the club's closure in April 2014. With the liquor license renewal now pending, it is critical that the SLA vote to protect the community and potential patrons from this dangerous and disruptive nightclub. We really respectfully urge you to give due weight to the community's opinion and deny this application.
Okay, keep coming. We've got a line here. It's like people lining up.
You might want to just get a little closer so the
for sale.
Yeah, shorten the distance of the walk. It'll save us 30 seconds.
Hey, I'm Cynthia Fairbank, and I live at the other end of Van Dam Street, and my bedroom is in the back of my apartment, but every weekend night I am awakened at 5 o'clock by people trying to get cabs in.
It won't happen anymore.
My name is Paul Oakes. I live at 2 Charlton, which is diagonally the other side of the block. I also serve on the board at 2 Charlton, which is 180 units. There's nobody in that building that supports the renewal of the license there. It's very noisy. It's not pleasant to walk around the block. The dog owners all tend to go in other directions because it's just very unpleasant to be navigating around vomit, etc. I hope that whoever they lease it to next is not just the same organization under a new name, and that we watch this properly.
We'll keep a close eye on that.
James Suskin, 2 Charlton Street, 5K. I'm opposed to renewal of the liquor license.
Thank you.
I actually wasn't kidding. You could move up closer. It's just speed it up.
I'm Avram Geller. I also live at 2 Charlton Street. I simply want to point out that our neighborhood is a gem from another era that is increasingly residential. It's a very precious, rare place in New York, and my sleep and my peace of mind has been disturbed so much during the time that this club was there. The rest of my 40 years at this address has been a pleasure. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Doom. I'm a resident of Van Dam Street. Ditto to everything that's been said. I urge you to reject this application, please. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm a resident of 2 Charlton Street, Amir Akavin, apartment 11L, and I would urge you to reject the application. We're part of a task force that pushed them to come to the table and negotiate with us, and they couldn't do that effectively either, and no one on the team was capable. Thank you.
Council, my name is Harry Schroeder. I'm the board member of Charlton Street Block Association. I live at 30 Charlton Street, and I would ditto everything that's been said. It's ruining the nights, and you cannot sleep. The sexual leftovers are just beyond me. But I urge you, please, do not issue this license. Thank you.
My name is Georgiana Lynn. I live at 36 King Street, which is 2 blocks away from this premise, and I urge you to reject the license. Thank you. My name is Carolina Eskenazi. I live at 33 Charlton. I ditto everything that has been said. I have 2 daughters, 6 and 8. This is not where I thought I would be bringing up my children. It's not an appropriate environment given this nightclub. Otherwise, it's a lovely neighborhood, and I urge you to reject this license. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Michael Hendrick from the 1st Precinct, NYPD. I'm just here actually to say some facts. In 2014, they had 21 complaint reports filed and 11 arrests. That's 2014, just from January to April. The complaint reports: assault, felonies, 4, 2 with bottles, 1 person was stabbed, 1 was hit over the head with a hookah, and there was 5 other assaults, numerous grand larcenies, petty larcenies.
These occurred on the premises, to your knowledge?
Some outside, some inside, but usually generating from inside.
It started inside and would carry over when it was outside?
Yes, sir. And like I said, 11 arrests, and we've issued them numerous summonses.
Okay, thank you.
Marta Fair, 30 Charlton Street. My greatest fear is one night a week at least I have to come home early in the morning from work, and the taxi driver waits while I go into the house. But if people are walking up the street at the moment that I get out, as they often are walking around, there's nothing that a taxi driver can do if they want to start a fight or something. So that's my worry.
Hi, I'm Chris McGinnis. I live at 2 Charlton Street, apartment 6L. 6L faces south onto Van Dam Street, and pretty much every night that the club is in session, we are disturbed in our sleep, pretty much at 4 o'clock. Before or after 4 o'clock, there starts with screaming and other nonsense, and we've called the police multiple times. So we agree with everything else that's been said, and we would prefer that you not give this license. Thank you.
Cheryl McGinnis, 2 Charlton Street, apartment 6L. Please deny this application for this license.
Eloise Canzoni, 2 Charlton Street, 16D, and I agree with everything that's been said. We live in fear when this club is open, so please deny the license.
What is the expiration date?
I'm Carter Booth from Community Board 2, and this was expired, I think, March 31st of last year.
I'm sorry?
April 30th.
Or April 30th, sorry.
It hasn't expired yet.
Of 2014.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
okay.
I just wanted to, you have Community Board 2's resolution. I just wanted to reiterate one part. Community Board 2 Manhattan urges the Liquor Authority to take the most holistic view possible of this licensee and the issues surrounding the operation of the premises within the authority's purview in weighing and determining any course of action in relation to the existing liquor license, and to use its powers as broadly as possible to address this continuing situation. And the Community Board 2 voted unanimously to recommend to the authority that you deny the renewal of this on-premise license.
Okay, and we have a letter from the landlord, W&M Operating LLC. It's dated March 3rd, 2015. It was copied to Mr. Gormley at the Community Board.
Yes.
And it says that 150 RFT Varick Corp. Is no longer a tenant at 150 Varick Street, and they've enclosed it, and they're mailing to us a copy of a warrant eviction dated January 20th, 2015. So I think we're ready to vote.
Denied.
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 And you want to wait? 436, the Grape Juicery.
Good afternoon, Martin Mailer, Buscemi. This is an application for off-premises wine license. Would you, I believe there's going to be opposition. Would you want the opposition to go first and then?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Morning, Robert Swetnick. I represent 1582 First Avenue Wines and Liquors and some of the other stores that were here. This is first of all, my client this year closed on purchasing its liquor store, and it's about a block and a half away. So it spent a lot of money to buy a liquor store, which is very, very close to this. You have 4 full liquor stores with large selections of wine within 4 blocks, and you have 7 stores within 1,000 feet.
What I'm also concerned with, aside from the saturation, is because I live in that area, this is a one-way street, it's a quiet residential block, brownstones on both sides, and this is going to be in the middle of the block with a liquor store. I think it's going to bring, between delivery trucks and everything else, a great deal of unnecessary traffic. We also have the operator of this store in her application states that she has no employees, so that means she's not going to be doing any delivery. I also question the veracity of it because I don't know how you're going to operate a full-time liquor store 7 days a week with no employees. But she did say that when she put in saying she's exempt from workman's compensation. So I have certain questions as to the veracity of the application itself. I have a great concern as to the location of its store because it's in the middle of a quiet residential block. It's not a two-way street. It's a one-way street. There's plenty of avenues where a liquor store can be located. 7 stores within 1,000 feet and 4 within 2 blocks. So I think that is a more than adequate community service. Thank you.
In general, though, this is a very affluent, densely populated area. I realize the street you're talking about is, as you say, more of a quiet residential street, but overall, the neighborhood, you'd have to acknowledge, is a very affluent neighborhood with a lot of people.
And a lot of liquor stores.
Yeah.
But Mr. Swetnick, that's also one of the few blocks between First and Second that actually has some commercial space on it.
Right.
So there is commercial space
Well,
in
there's not
between
commercial
Second
space,
and
which is
First.
getting delivery trucks. There's commercial space. There's a
There are some restaurants.
There's a dry cleaner. There is a coffee shop. But there's not what you would normally get for a liquor store, which would end up blocking up the traffic.
Mm-hmm. All right. We'll hear from Mr. Mailer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the first thing that Mr. Swetnick said is completely untrue. This is not a liquor application. This is an off-premises wine application. We made it very clear in the presentation, the written presentation, that we would not be carrying any popular brands or any of the brands that are currently located in the other stores. The reason we made the list was this young lady lives in the area, is passionate about what she does, wants to create a niche store that has very unique and new wines that are currently not in the premises. It's only 525 feet. It is not on any of the avenues. It is at a disadvantage with respect to those other stores, but she feels that her unique approach to what she's going to do, she's traveled the wine areas, she's spoken to the winemakers, she is very passionate about the wines. It's very refreshing to talk to her in the sense of what she plans to do, and it's interesting to note that there was a liquor store on that block. It was right next door to this proposed premises. The only reason the individual moved out, he wanted to be closer to home, so he actually removed the license. So it's not like this is, and normally when we're talking about quiet blocks, we're talking about late night nightclubs and bars, and this is going to be a one-person wine store. It will not be any sort of rowdy establishment that's going to stay open late at night. The indications in terms of demographics, everything is up in this area. I wax poetic to a degree in my papers about the light at the end of the tunnel. The Second Avenue subway is just about completed. It's only going to generate even more people into the area. That can be shown very distinctly by the exhibit I showed of all the new construction that is now either underway or in the planning stages with permits being issued. So this area, and besides, every other store has either increases or at least is steady in its numbers, and there's no store that's really below $900,000 in the area. And one final note, although I don't want to make a big point of it. Yes, you just issued a transfer of a liquor license to Mr. Swetnick's client, but Mr. Swetnick's client did not have to come before this board to explain public convenience and advantage. So in a sense, Mr. Swetnick is saying that this is a new store. The numbers for the store that he's replacing was given to the Liquor Authority. It showed steady growth. It showed a store that was doing $900,000 when it sold to Mr. Swetnick's client. And I submit every number here indicates this applicant's store will be nothing but a benefit to the area, and public convenience and advantage would be served by this addition. She'd like to make her own presentation. If you have any questions of her as to what she intends to do with the store, I'd like her to make the presentation directly. Thank you.
Members, I just like, for the record, I did look up, you said there was a liquor store next door.
Right next door.
At 318 from 1978 until 2012. There was
Right.
liquor store.
So there was a store. Thank you. It was a liquor store. This is only one store.
Hello, Commissioners. Chairman, can you hear me? My name is Marina Snakova, and I'm the principal and the owner of the Grape Juicery LLC. It's been my lifelong dream to own an eclectic boutique wine store, and it took a lot of work and preparation to get there. I've taken some sommelier classes, but the best education I thought I could give myself is to use a substantial part of my savings to actually travel to the wine regions, which is what I have done. I traveled for a month to France and Spain, New Zealand, Australia, and not only did I taste the wine, I actually met the winemakers, and I am concentrating on small producers. I've tasted the wines, I've touched the soil, I have experienced the terroir. I'm very, very passionate about the wine industry, and I am, of course, a businesswoman, so this is going to be a for-profit operation, but I'm not just planning to sell wine for a margin. I am going to also get poetic here for a second. Galileo Galilei said that wine is sunlight trapped by water, and that is how I view it. I view wine as an artistic expression, something to be treasured, a luxury good that needs to be presented in that way. And sure, there are a lot of stores around in the area, and there's a huge selection of brands, which actually I'm not interested in. That's the last thing I'm interested in, is to carry any brands that the other stores carry. And I've been tasting every day. I mean, I'm basically professionally tipsy a bit every day because I want to taste every wine that I am willing to hand sell. And this is actually a key term that I would like to use. The other stores, and huge respect to all the other stores, but my store will not be a browsing store. Well, it's going to be a tiny one. It's going to be 520 square feet, so there's not going to be too much time spent browsing in there. But the service that I want to provide is a hand-selling service. I would like to explain small grape varietals like Picpoul and Bobal and Macabeo, and to talk about my experiences. I realize that a lot of customers haven't visited the areas that I will be representing, but I'll also be representing smaller regions like Spanish Jurmilla and Castilla-La Mancha and Del Pagos. I will also take a position that there are some grape varietals that are very well known from well-known regions, but there are also grape varietals from the regions that are what I would call underdogs and not represented in the U.S. For example, Argentina is known for the Malbecs, but having visited there, I know that the Cabernets, for example, are just, in my opinion, my humble opinion, are much better, but Argentina believes that they cannot compete with California, therefore Malbec is more well-known. So this is the kind of education I'd like to do in my store. Same with Chardonnays from New Zealand, for example, and their Pinot Noirs. Everybody knows Sauvignon Blanc, but if I'm hand-selling and somebody's asking me for an oaky Chardonnay, I would say, well, why don't you try a New Zealand one? And I don't want to talk about this point longer than it needs to be. Would like to address Mr. Svetnik's point about me being the only person in the store. And it's a fair point. I'm not currently planning to have any employees, but I actually have a track record of running something by myself at the beginning. I used to have a bakery in California, and I wanted a business plan specifically that would allow me not to take unnecessary risks, that would allow me to have a one-woman operation for as long as it needs to be. I'm not saying I'm not going to have any more employees in the future, which I'm absolutely hoping to have, but not at the very beginning. I know you're probably going to ask about my internet sales. I put it in the application because eventually I will have some internet sales, but at the beginning I'm going to be figuring things out, and I do have a very solid business plan, an SBA supported business loan. So all these things will be figured out. I'm also going to be close to an artisanal coffee shop, so there's definitely commercial space in the block. And that shop is very popular, and people who prefer artisanal coffees are known to prefer artisanal wines, but I don't have any scientific proof of that. But so that would be a huge benefit to the block and to the immediate area, because there are already patrons preferring this kind of service, this kind of enjoyed service.
What are your proposed hours?
My proposed hours, actually, they're a little bit different in the business plan. I plan to be open from 12 noon to around 9 o'clock, and the stores around me are open about 10 to 10. And by the way, Mr. Svetnik, your client is about, you said a block and a half away. It's about 3.5 blocks now. Not a huge difference, but for Manhattan it is. I used to live on that same block, 82nd and 1st, where Mr. Svetnik's client is, and if I didn't want a very, very specific bottle of wine, I probably wouldn't walk that far. Now, as far as deliveries, that comes with my other points as well, that currently I am looking into it, and there are so many companies, but I just have other more pressing things in my agenda. For example, getting the license, and then I will absolutely figure out the deliveries if that proves conducive with my business plan. I also wanted to mention that cosmetically, aesthetically, my store will be very different as far as looks are concerned, and now people care about that kind of thing to various degrees. But it's going to be a narrow space with an exposed brick wall, and I'm going to display local artist art. Now, I'm not going to sell any art, but it's going to be displayed, and I'm going to do, it's going to be custom shelves made out of wine crates, and it just, because I treat wine like art, my store will be a very narrow, small, I would like to call sort of a wine gallery. And just, I guess just to add in, let's see, I'm just thinking if I said everything I wanted to say, that I do not want to compete with the other stores in a way that it's normally understood. I'm going through, putting a lot of effort into making sure that the wines and the brands that they carry, I will not carry, because that is not what kind of store I want to open. I want to be very different, and I've worked harvests, I visited wineries.
You're starting to repeat yourself.
Right. No, that was my final point. Just wanted to, again, explain how passionate I am, and I hope that came through.
Okay, we're ready.
I approve.
I approve.
I'll approve it. It's a small store. I think it will be a sort of a specialty shop, and it is a wine license, not a liquor license, so we're in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening.
Good luck.
513, Babu Wine and Liquor.
That's a conditional contest. I don't agree yet, I don't think.
Offer 5,000, I accept.
I accept.
Accept.
514, Best Price Wine and Liquors.
Offer 5,000, I accept.
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 512, Baloo Wine and Liquor.
This is the one with, they had two, right? Baloo and... No. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what?
All right, offer 5,000, I accept.
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 DVD.
The who?
DVD. It's the last one. It's the one that's 75.
What number?
Wait, it's.
That's 408.
408?
Yeah. You said DVD wines?
Yes.
Yeah. It's 408. We told it already.
This is a third.
DVD, yep.
Sale for resale. Oh, it's mine.
Yep.
Offer 7,500, I accept.
Accept.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
508, Stadium Pizza Bar.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Kim. The last time we were here, we represented that Ms. Jimenez will be in compliance with the direction of the board. That weekend, the pipes busted in her premises, and the whole place got flooded. I directed her immediately to come here that Monday and deposit her license, since she would not be operating. The renovation is continuing, and she will not be able to operate up until the 20th of this month. However, she did go out and got the menus that had been requested. No photographs have been taken yet because there aren't any patrons and they're not open for operation. When the board's considering its penalty, I really hope that she's going to take into consideration that for the past 11 years or so, she's been an excellent licensee. She's never come before the board for any discipline before. It's been represented to me. She's well accepted in our community. There's never been any incidences that the community has come forward, or the community board, or the police department has come forward to have her premises removed. She's a seasonal type of operation. When the Yankees are playing is when she makes her money. In the wintertime, they don't make much, and they don't open as often as they would during the summertime. And right now, they're just waiting for the season to start in April so they can start drawing some revenues. So taking that into consideration, they're a small operation. You can see their menu is not a big menu. If I can, I'd like to go ahead and...
Thank you. Now I'm hungry.
It's mostly pizza, finger food, and beers in a bucket. And
That's a lot more than beer, right? She has a full license, right?
yes, she has full license. But the main attraction there is like the majority of the people that do attend, they attend prior to the game. She's a small operation in comparison to Stan's and Billy's. I think in the Yankee Clipper around the corner.
I think the main point was that she needs to serve food at all times
Correct.
she's open. That's
Correct.
And she understands that
She
now.
understands that.
All right, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
And to change it?
All right.
Is she going to change it from restaurant to tavern?
She's right now, the method of operation shows as a restaurant. Generally, it's a new application, but I would take the direction.
To change it to a tavern. Would that be something she would be willing to do? Because then the food, the quantity of offerings that she has will bring it down. Because when she's a restaurant, we're thinking she has
Correct.
more offerings than 4 or 5 items.
We'll end this today on the understanding that you'll submit a tavern app. You'll change it to a tavern app, okay? You'll submit a change of license request to a tavern, okay?
That's okay.
She'll still have a full liquor license,
As
just
long
that
as- yeah.
the
Can I just
food
explain that to you
will
real
be limited.
Yeah, because she doesn't have a full kitchen, which is generally what you need for a restaurant.
Okay.
All right.
All right, okay.
I'll accept the offer, but when she comes in to pick up her license, well, she's going to submit a change, obviously.
Right.
But bring pictures to show that
Absolutely.
it's open and it's operating and
Absolutely.
All the damages have been
Right.
restored.
And she was hoping to open this Saturday. There's a big soccer game in Yankee Stadium that she's not going to be able to open, so.
All right, but her license is in safekeeping now, so until she makes that change and she's ready to take out her license,
Okay.
just provide that to us.
Okay.
But I'll accept the offer of $5,000.
I agree.
Okay, I agree. Okay? We're all
Okay.
set? Thanks.
Thank you.
438, Hop Hog Wine and Liquor.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Henry Warakomsky. I'm for a new liquor store, Hop Hog Wine and Liquors in Hop Hog.
You said your client describes themselves in the import-export business. What is it that he is involved in?
That's what I've been doing so far.
Importing and exporting what?
General merchandise.
I'm sorry?
General merchandise.
Okay.
Scarf, belts.
I see. Okay. I'm ready to vote.
I approve.
It's approved.
Thank you.
507, Hank's Wine and Booze.
She's dependent on
Yankee traffic. It's going to be a tough year for her. I hope they're not as bad as the Knicks.
Good day, Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Aaron Pierce, counsel to Hank's Wine and Booze. We're here after an adjournment because of the significant degree of information that we supplied to the board. They wanted an opportunity to rebut and provide their opposition, so they were given a couple weeks to focus on that.
Yeah, why don't we hear from the opposition?
Glenn Wright, once again for Second Liquor, Inc., is the owner and his daughter. I did receive another letter of opposition just yesterday from the next nearest open liquor store, Henry Liquor, and I would like to hand that up at this point. Bullet points that email to you.
Thank you.
I submitted an additional memorandum on Friday. Without repeating everything in the original memorandum, I would submit that there really is no new information submitted. There's a lot more, quite an education about Brooklyn gentrification, but as opposed to the decision made by this board on December 16th, I would submit they have not really elaborated much more than they did before. They do make an issue out of walking distances. My client's daughter will address that in a moment. She believes they're inaccurate. I would submit that this board is familiar enough with Brooklyn and Bushwick that that shouldn't be an overriding factor to overturn this decision. A lot of the data that they submitted was admittedly overwhelming, but it was very broad, community board-based throughout Brooklyn. They don't address the specific extraordinary poverty in Bushwick. Almost 30% is below the poverty level. A much more extensive explanation of 2009 to 2013 income levels. The U.S. Census and Economic Data was included with my original papers back in December. They do talk about gentrification in general throughout Bushwick. In my opposition this time around, I point out that this area is below an elevated train. It is surrounded by vacant lots, and I'm going on their block diagram that shows all the vacant lots, very industrial, very isolated. A lot of the gentrification is on the other side of Flushing Avenue, which is a very big demarcation line from the area of Bushwick that has become gentrified, and it's slowly coming over from East Williamsburg into Bushwick, but not in this particular area. We once again say that the isolation surrounding this store would make it unsafe at night, and it is unrealistic to think that they're going to survive as an open floor plan store. They haven't submitted any, in all this submissions, they haven't addressed how they're going to ensure their employees' safety at night. And I believe that the letter I submitted from the next nearest open floor plan store, Henry Liquors, has also emphasized that. He also feels that his business is so desolate at night that he fears for his safety. He has panic buttons, panic rooms, and that if this were to siphon off some of his business, it would even be more dangerous for him to operate at night, so he is concerned. I would submit that the applicants have not really, they've taken a lot of classes. They are not in the wine industry. They know that they've chosen a spot through their due diligence, about 800 feet, 300 to 350? Yeah, there's differing statistics based on walking distance and as the crow flies, but under approximately 400 feet from my clients. They're closer to the subway stop on Broadway. This was addressed back in December. My clients are directly off Broadway and Malcolm X. This would destroy their business. They've been there many years. This is their sole source of income. The applicants say they're going to carry something completely different. They're promising the board the moon. They're going to donate part of their profits to charity. They haven't offered any stipulation, even though they've been disapproved about only carrying a certain percentage of liquor as a percentage of inventory, and that they're going to limit themselves to certain types of wines. They haven't been specific about how they're going to differentiate. I anticipate that they will be back here. They have not addressed the issue of crime. I submitted some things on Friday about a lot of the recent crime in the area. I would also submit that they're not going to be good operators, and I'm basing that on initial misrepresentations in their application regarding churches, letters from politicians that seem to be based on more misrepresentations. The simple data dump, this overwhelming data, does not show a reasoned approach. They've chosen a name that is a knockoff of the next nearest open store in Bushwick. That's Henry's. They've chosen Hank's. He's concerned about that. They just, they don't seem like they have a realistic business plan. They're talking about Bushwick like it's some kind of bohemian paradise. I submit they've made a lot of derogatory comments about the community. They've said my client's wine tastes like acetone. They can't get a decent bottle of wine. I don't think they're going to be a good neighbor, and I think they could be setting themselves up for a dangerous situation in this community. So I would ask that, first I'm going to ask that their application once again be denied. And in addition to that, I would ask that the reconsideration not even be given merit because they haven't shown a change in circumstances. But I'm going to turn this over to my client's daughter. Amanda Chen.
Hi, my name is Amanda Chen. I'm here to represent my father, Hong Wang. He's the owner of Second Liquor Inc., and that is located about 340 feet away from the applicant. I would like to add that my father's been in business for only 4 years. As we all know, liquor store requires heavy initial investment, so we haven't been really seeing a lot of income within the few years. For that reason, opening a new store that is 340 feet close to us is not a good idea. It will certainly affect our operation. With respect to the applicant's reconsideration letter, they said that they walk the distance between their location to our store, and their reconsideration letter, they said, is 621 feet. I think that's really opinionated, and it's like fake in a way, because and the two sources that I look up, MapQuest and Google Map walking distance, it is under 500 feet. Another point that I would like to add to this is that the applicant stated that the neighborhood demands a specific kind of liquor. I did some research and I talked to our suppliers, and they carry a lot of liquor, beverage media. That's where we look up where to order our liquor. They have a lot of liquor from New York State and a lot of other areas. So what I did was I made a comment box and also like social media of advertisement. So our customers can drop in any suggestions of whether they want a specific product or service. We'll be happy to serve them. I mean, we're here to serve our customers as well as this community. So whatever they demand, we will try to get it for them within our reach. That's all. Thank you.
I just had one thing that I thought she was going to just address. There was a new liquor store 2 years ago, and my clients' gross sales have decreased. This Braulio Jimenez opened 2 years ago, and since then my client has taken a major hit in business. I think this will put him out of business. Braulio Jimenez was here on the original hearing on December 16th. I don't know if they had notice of this hearing, but I would just ask that you consider their opposition and the fact that their sales were declining also. My client would like to hand up the walking distance, her calculation of the walking distances. That is not too burdensome on local residents.
172 feet.
All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Commission, I would again ask that, similar to a previous objection that council made, is that we request the evidence for some of these points. The statements that have not been evidenced in the opposition whatsoever. We have, according to our numbers, in fact, the opposition, their bottom line has gone up from 2013 to 2014, projecting based on they have a January to June in 2014, which is 281, 624. These are either small or semi-significant raises or a flat rate, stationary, static profit, or at least gross. The point is that these stores are bulletproof. What we're bringing to the table is unique and wholly different. There is, the opposition stated that we didn't bring anything new to the table, but in the same breath states that we brought an inordinate, overwhelming amount of evidence to the table. Just to bullet point some of the star points of how ready this neighborhood is. We provided hundreds of pages of Department of Buildings, Building Information Services permits. These are not buildings that are slated to be put up. These are buildings that are actively being built and are permitted and are on their way in. Nadine Whitted, the district manager, on behalf of Community Board 4, the district manager of the community, wrote a letter, which you have, supporting Hank's Wine and Booze. And there was some inference in the opposition that we didn't happen to mention that we were initially declined, and it wasn't based on anything but a lack of evidence. And we apologize. There was overwhelming evidence available to us, and we didn't want to burden the commission with that, but we now have, understanding that it's necessary. But the inference is totally untrue. We have emails proving, if there's any doubt at all, the denial letter was given to not only the community board, but also the New York State Senator's Martin Dillon's office. So these letters of recommendation are not given lightly, and I would posit that more than any of us in this room, the area senator and the district manager, community board manager knows what the neighborhood is prepared for, what it's willing to take on, and both consulted with New York NYPD's 83rd precinct, the local precinct, to make sure that an open store was available and could be brought in safely. So, and then these letters come through from the senator of the 18th district, Martin Dillon. We have concluded that this would be a welcome change located in a very viable destination. We agree with Community Board 4 and support Hank's Wine and Booze, LLC. So we have authorities on the neighborhood that are prepared to welcome this company to the neighborhood. Further, the community itself has voiced its support by providing over 200 signatures in support of the company of Hank's Wine and Booze. Hank's Wine and Booze has provided letters in the packet from local distilleries and wineries stating specifically that the bulletproofed current stores do not carry their products and that they would love to have a presence and believe it's time to have a presence in the neighborhood. Hank's Wine and Booze has provided letters from neighborhood residents stating that they constantly leave the neighborhood to buy wine and liquor and would welcome a wine and liquor store such as Hank's Wine and Booze. Of the 30 census tracts in Community District 4, this is not, can flatly state this is not an industrial neighborhood. Of the 30 census tracts in Community District 4, the census tract where Hank's Wine and Booze is located has experienced the 4th highest rate of growth. The population and demographics in Community District 4 are rapidly changing, with the number of homes occupied by non-relatives having grown by 232%. There are at least 61 new constructions within half a mile of 1101 Broadway, the company's location. Brooklyn, these new constructions will bring over 1,100 new residential units to the neighborhood. Again, this is not an industrial ghost town as the opposition would like to pose. This is going to create, over 1,100 new units is going to create a burgeoning demand for new goods and services, including specialty wines and liquors, such as those offered by Hank's Wine and Booze. Further, there are 12 new constructions representing a total of 362 new units, which are located within 2 blocks of this company. At least 11 new businesses have opened within a few blocks of 1101 Broadway in the past few years, including a vegan bakery, a vinyl record store, number of bars, cafes.
We've got that in your submission. I don't want you to go over every word. You can summarize, but we don't need to know that it's a vegan restaurant.
I'll continue. I'll move forward efficiently here. There are only 3, not 5, other liquor stores within a half-mile's walking distance. The issue is the opposition put in their papers as the crow flies. Humans don't. You have to walk around buildings and around blocks to get to these stores. This is an inconvenience. The presence of a new open liquor store will be inherently convenient and to the advantage of the neighborhood. Comparable neighborhoods like Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights have a far higher density of liquor stores. Crime has plummeted unarguably in Community District 4, making a bulletproof model a relic of the past and an unnecessary inconvenience for customers. This is a small store. This is a boutique space that's going to supply fine products to a very changing neighborhood. It's 600 total square feet. The sales space is 400 square feet, probably one of the smaller stores that ever come before this commission. They're willing to stipulate that they will never, ever go bulletproof because of a concern with safety. They're not interested in it. It's not in their wheelhouse. They wouldn't do it, and they're willing to stipulate to that fact. Again, this is not an industrial neighborhood, and I would ask that you, as you did with us, request evidence, census data, survey data, that you would request this from the opposition, because they're making statements that have amalgamated 11221 and another one that they list in their opposition that's not even in the neighborhood. It's miles away.
11225, that's actually the previous case that they had, that's Prospect for First Garden. He
included the previous case that he had. He amalgamated and conflagrated the two into his paperwork here, which the other neighborhood does have a worse crime stats, and that makes sense, but I need to bring it to the Commission's attention that these are not the same neighborhoods. Kerry Valines and Richard Taglieri have been in the neighborhood for a decade. They're certified in the ATAP program. They're experienced entrepreneurs understanding the ins and outs of running a successful startup business, including managing, marketing, hiring, and accounting. They are deeply invested in the neighborhood and want to help it become a nicer place to live and shop. They have made relationships with the authorities from the neighborhood. They've been given recommendations from the authorities from the neighborhood. Unlike the opposers, Hank's Wine and Booze selection of products focuses on locally sourced and small batch brands. We've been through this, and I don't want to go through any of the specific brands, but it's clear we've provided in the paperwork. We're talking not about a few different products, a seismic difference in product offerings. I feel like I could go on and on. I'll let the Commission decide.
Just respond.
Yes, briefly, though.
Yeah, they do talk about the difference in the products, but they haven't offered any numbers, or, given the fact they've already been disapproved, they haven't offered a stipulation that they would only carry a certain percentage of liquor versus.
Well, but I do think it's implicit that when you talk about an open store, you're going to sell different products than a store that's bulletproof.
That's correct, but as I stated on December 16th, my client is there to make a living. All the other surrounding bulletproof stores are there to make money. If they believed that the market was there and the demand was there, they would simply convert their stores.
Well, I'm just addressing your issue that they're not giving you an extensive list of the products they will sell. If they're going to be selling $6 bottles of wine, they're going to be out of business in 2 weeks because these people are doing that, and they've been doing it for years, and they have the clientele already locked in. So they have to offer a different kind of product, and I think it's implicit in the method of operation they're proposing.
Well, I certainly hope that my client's clientele is that loyal, but I'm pointing out that when they did their due diligence, they chose to open next to a subway stop on Broadway when my client was only 300 feet away off Broadway. They're basically going to put my client out of business, and that shift, when if they meet this demand of selling lower market bottles of wines, will cost my clients their livelihood. So I just wanted to.
Does your client sell any of the items that they're proposing to sell at Hank's?
They didn't really propose any kind. They just said they won't be selling the wines that the other stores sell, such as Sutter Home.
I did see here there was a list of what they proposed to sell.
I didn't see it in the consideration letter.
It's here somewhere.
Oh, I didn't.
So much stuff. Do you have that handy?
We have a copy of
yeah. Exhibit E. I was just looking at it. So they're proposing to sell Brooklyn wines, Long Island wines, Finger Lake wines, other white wines, That
Yeah, when I was doing I'm sorry.
and let's see, they have Brooklyn distilleries, New York distilleries, other small batch distilleries. And here they have listed for your inventory, second liquors, right?
Second liquors.
Arbor Mills, Barefoot, Behringer, Canai, Carlo Rossi, Dark Horse Frontera, Gallo, Gato Negra, Manischewitz, Sutter Home
Yeah.
Sweet, and Yellowtail, and Turning Leaf Woodbridge. That's all they have for you guys.
Yeah, that's what we're currently, since the applicant said the neighborhood is designing a specific kind of liquor, that's where we put the comment box out. So whatever they probably suggest in the comment box, we'll try to get that from our.
They're correct in their listing of your wines, current inventory?
Yes.
I believe she's saying that they will adjust to that demand within a year or two.
Well, they can, and you're agreeing not to sell these items?
Definitely.
So you're not going to be selling Yellowtail, for example? Yes, and the issue is public convenience and advantage, and unfortunately, it's not the public convenience and advantage necessarily of your client, and they're offering a method of operation that's different, and they're offering products that are different.
So what will the stipulation say? Is it just Yellowtail, or is there anything?
No, I mean, they proposed a list, and I read almost all of them, maybe save one or two, and she's saying that your client's saying that those are the currently sold wines, correct? So,
And they're representing that the list that they gave us of what the opposition is selling, they will not sell.
Okay, but I mean,
That's
their
their understanding.
but no, that's, Exhibit E.
Thank you. And,
But they don't list the second liquors or popular liquors,
This is a second
distillery list or hard liquor list.
I can speak to that if you'd like to.
Yeah,
sure.
Well, I have a lot to speak to. Because I feel like there was, my name's Carrie Lyons, and I'm one of the principals. I didn't actually write down all their liquors because they have a pretty extensive selection. And I said actually in the last hearing that we were planning on doing about, because you had asked me, Commissioner Green, we're planning on doing about 80% wine and about 20% liquor. So as I indicated in my list, we're focusing on small batch and local.
Also, can you
Of
stick
the
to that
liquors
list?
that you're going to sell, what percentage will be New York State?
Well, that's a very good question. My goal is to have, well, I listed a number of wines I'm carrying from New York State, but my goal is to have at least like 10 to 20% of our total inventory as New York State products.
That strikes me as surprisingly low, given the representation of your lawyer and all the stuff in your papers. We're going to have products from Brooklyn and from here.
Well,
from Long
I mean,
Island.
to be honest, I
And
didn't do a percentage
Now you're telling me that the goal is 10 to 20%?
Yeah, to be
I
honest.
can find that in a liquor store 6 blocks away.
To be honest, I didn't work out the percentages, so I apologize for that.
Well, but that's a problem, because we're here trying to figure out if it's publicly convenient and advantageous for us to grant you a liquor license. And if you haven't figured out exactly what you're going to be offering, it's hard for us to say that the opening.
I think she misspoke. What we have here, she's expecting to do 20% of New York batches as far as the liquor is
You
concerned.
said 10 to 20%.
Right, but as far as the
concerned
liquor,
me.
which is already 20% only of the entirety of the sales. So you're talking, but I just want to make sure the math is right here. 80% total sales, 80% wine.
Right, she said 10 to 20% of inventory. It's not necessarily sales.
Of liquor sales, so let's do the math. 80% wine, 20% liquor.
And I was
Of that
asking about the
20%,
liquor sales,
20% of New York products. There's not a significant number of wholesale distilleries across all of New York State. We're going to provide a majority of those.
You and your client have been emphasizing artisanal products. There are tons of artisanal New York State liquors.
But the major
that
is a
become very
focus on
popular.
wine. I just
And
wanted
you're
to cover
telling me
that.
that now your client's saying, well, I'm shooting for 10 to 20%. So I had just made a speech to Mr. Wright about how, well, they're high-end, they're offering stuff that you're not offering. So basically, it'll be Johnny Walker Red in the liquor department.
Absolutely not. You can look at you have to imagine here, again, 80% wine, 20% liquor. If 20% of those are New York State distilleries, that leaves another 80% of already a subsection of total sales to be small batch distilleries.
From where?
From all over the world.
Where? You gotta give me some examples of the small batch distilleries that you're going to buy
They're listed here.
from all over the world. Tell me about them.
So,
Yeah.
some of them, so again, this is a proposed inventory list because I'm still in the process of tasting. As a matter of fact, I was trying to make the Taste New York event, which is featuring 150 New York wines that's happening right now at Astor Center.
Yeah, I'll be there tonight.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get-
Give me an example of a
But so-
small batch wine that you're going to offer.
Okay, well, I'll give you some examples of ones I've tasted from
Do
Long
you
Island.
really need to look at the list?
Well, Shin Estate
You
Vineyards.
can't just do it off the top of your head?
Well, I have a lot of information in my head. But Shin Estate Vineyards is one that I've tasted that I really like. That's from Long Island.
Mm-hmm.
And from New York, well, there's Brooklyn Brooklyn Winery. That's.
I asked about spirits. We're talking about spirits.
About spirits. Okay, well, there's Ben Brent Stillhouse, which is in Red Hook.
Which is where?
Red Hook.
Uh-huh, right.
Actually, I have letters from.
What are some of the others that you're going to offer?
We also have a letter actually from the New York Distilling Company that serves.
Right, I saw the letter. I asked for outside of New York. Your lawyer said, well, 10 to 20% from New York. There will be others from other places. So I'd just like you to, do you really have to look at the list to think of a small batch distillery outside of New York that you're going to sell, whose products you're going to sell? Do you have to look at your notes?
Those products, I think that, yes, you need to look. Does anyone have their inventory list memorized? I would posit that.
I would think your client could name a small batch distiller outside of New York State after you just told us for the last half hour how this is going to be a artisanal store.
Okay.
Yes, I would think if you asked me to name players for the New York Yankees, I don't need to look at a roster to name a few players. And your client should be able to name a few small batch distillers without having to look at the documents that you submitted, in my view.
Well,
Ms. Folk, I just want to emphasize that this is 80% a wine store. These are the
We get that, but 10 to 20% of 20% of the inventory, there's still 80% of the 20% of the store. If you want to do the math, that's still remaining, which is unaccounted for, and she can't name one non-New York distillery. You keep doing this 80%, 20%. It's not a test, it's a question.
Well, one that I know off the top of my head that I definitely want to do because people in the neighborhood have already asked me when we got is Bullet. That's made in Kentucky. And people, specifically artist residency, gallery that has artist studios, she said if you carry Bullet, then we'll shop there. That's one example. To be honest, this is still a proposed inventory list because I am listening to people in the neighborhood. And
we
when I
understand
open, I'm going to be
I don't think you're understanding our concern. There are numerous stores within 0.5 miles or within 0.3 miles of your location. And unless you can tell us, we've already denied this for a reason, and unless you can tell us why it's publicly convenient and advantageous for us to overturn our denial, which we're giving you an ample opportunity to do, you can't tell me that we don't know exactly what we're going to sell yet.
Yeah.
Here's a list of what I'm telling you we're going to sell, but I don't really know the list unless I'm looking at the list. And the chairman asked you, is there anything outside of New York? Because even your distilleries are all New York, which you're telling us is 10 to 20%, which means there's 80% of 20% of your store that's totally unaccounted for, and we want to ascertain whether you're going to be selling liquor that's being sold in the other stores, because if that's the case, it's not necessary to grant this license.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that, and I kind of misspoke because what I started to say is that I didn't include their liquor selection here because they do carry just the standard liquor selection that you'd find at a Bulletproof store. They carry Jack Daniels. We're not going to carry Jack Daniels. I mean, I would be willing to even have a stipulation that we just carry small batch and local liquor because that's what we're committed to. And I also don't feel like we have such a small store and we're going to have so much more wine than liquor that I feel like we're not going to, most of our sales are not going to be from liquor, and I would imagine that most of their sales are from liquor. So I feel like our liquor selection is going to be small, and to be honest with you, I hadn't focused as much on that because I wanted to get, when we open, I want to have good wine selection, but I hadn't focused as much on tasting the liquors.
And I think you might have had a better shot if you had come here and said, we want a wine store with, here's the list, and we're not going to sell anything that they're selling, and we're going to be an open store.
Yeah.
But that's not what you're here before us proposing.
Well, I mean, I am still proposing that the focus is going to be on wine, and I won't carry any liquors that they carry.
If we, can I say something? My name is Richard Taylor. I'm going to be a co-owner with Kerry, and our goal with the store is not to sell Georgie or Jack Daniels or,
You're telling us what you're not going to be selling, but you don't tell us what you are going to be selling.
Name 10 liquors that you're going to sell.
Oh.
Give me 10.
That I can do. Well, like I said before, Van Brent Stillhouse, they have actually a couple of whiskey and gin that I want to sell. Brooklyn Gin, which is actually made in, it's not made in Brooklyn, but there's Green Hook Gin that's made in Red Hook and Greenpoint. There's, I hate being put on the spot. There's a couple more in Red Hook. Well, there's Brooklyn Winery. We're going to sell their wines, definitely.
Right, and all those account for 10 to 20%. Where is the 80%? Give us one in the 80% of the 20% category of your store. One outside of New York.
Oh, well, I did in Bullitt. There's one called Old Tom's in California. I've talked to T. Edward Wines, which is a distributor of another one in Brooklyn that we want to carry is Industry City.
Are you familiar with Tuthill Town?
I'm not familiar with that.
You're not familiar with Tuthill Town?
No.
That's one of the most successful small distilleries in the state of New York.
Yeah.
And you're not familiar with that?
I'm more familiar, to be honest, with the ones that are in Brooklyn. But like I said, I've been really focusing. Oh, you know what? I have more to say. If you're.
What you mentioned, what Finger Lake wineries, Finger Lakes wineries?
Well, actually, that's what I was trying to go taste today.
Yeah.
We haven't finalized our list. We have been tasting.
Just name some Finger Lake wineries.
Well, there's like Anthony Road. They sell that at the farmers market here. Surrey Wines, we actually went a wine tasting at over at Brooklyn Enology, which makes their wine in Long Island.
I'm asking about Finger Lake.
So that is, that's Long Island, sorry.
Do you need to look at the list?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, never mind. I just thought off the top of your head you could name some.
I don't have a great memory, and...
Yes, go ahead, but then we've got to vote, Mr. Wright.
Sure, I just want to point out that in their opposition, they also promised to donate a portion of the proceeds to local charities. If you are inclined to enter into a stipulation, I would ask that you also incorporate that into
What percentage of your proceeds did you have in mind?
The plan was all the net proceeds from 1 day a month.
I'm sorry?
The net proceeds from 1 day a month. So, and we would be more than happy to write that into a stipulation. I mean, have a stipulation to do that.
All right.
And to carry a small badge.
Okay.
And
ready?
I do have more to say.
Okay, we're going to vote now. Thank you.
Well, it's in your benefit I don't change my vote. I think that you are trying to bring something new to the community. What really was, really persuaded me was that it was an open store. And it's going to be a majority of wines that are not going to be offered. I still will stick with my vote of approving.
So I had voted to deny earlier, and I was keeping an open mind, and the open store argument was an element of persuasion that I was, again, keeping a very open mind. But based on our conversation here, regarding the selection that you're talking about, and aside from the open store issue, which was the same issue that was present when I denied it, I continue to stick with my vote and I deny.
Yeah, I deny too. I don't think anything seismic has changed, and there are stores very, very close. And I think another liquor store for this area would not be a good thing right now. Thanks.
What about a wine store? Would you be willing to consider that if we applied as a wine store?
She didn't file a wine store.
No, I know, but if we refiled.
You could file it and we would consider it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the community board support means nothing? That the community board thinks it would be good for the community?
Next case, please. Thank you very much.
442, Empire Liquor.
Members, Mr. Springer had given me an amended page of the personal questionnaire. For lack of you're saying, the prior page did not list that he had prior history and interest in a liquor store in Arizona. Arkansas, sorry. So that page has been amended.
Good afternoon, John Springer for the applicant. He is like Winder Singh, the sole principal. I believe there's opposition. Perhaps you'd like to hear from them first.
All right, yeah, we'll hear from the opposition.
Glenn Wright for Hook Discounts on Wine and Liquor. We are the third further store away from the applicant. Also here is R&D Liquor, who is the closest to the applicant. He's 1,800 feet away. My client's 3,350 feet away. There are 5 stores within a mile. I would submit that in this neighborhood. This is right on the border of Queens and Nassau. It is a very suburban area with strip malls. I don't think that is saturated. 5 stores within a mile. Also, a lot of the land mass is taken up by JFK Airport, so it's not a high population. The applicant in its papers highlights that it's not a bulletproof store. I would submit that of the nearest 5 stores, only 2 are bulletproof. The second and the fourth furthest away, Rosedale Village Liquor and A&G Wines and Liquors. So I would dispense with that issue. I think that the inventory has been well met. This area is very ethnically diverse. I believe that they have a very broad inventory. I don't see what this applicant is going to be bringing different to the table. My client, Hook Discount, does carry many brands, and they state they carry 20 New York State grown wines and international selection of spirits. They highlight Indian liquors because the applicant also happens to be of Indian origin. I would think the most important issue to consider here is that 2 of the nearest 5 liquor stores were only licensed in the past year, and these were not transfers. These are just new stores. My client opened in August of last year. They couldn't even submit their gross sales figures. TS Wines and Liquors, which is the 5th furthest store away, only opened in October 2014. My client is still yet to see his first dollar of profit from the store. He's amortizing his initial payment of inventory. He's very concerned about another store opening this closely. R&D, the closest store, and maybe he can speak to it, I note in my opposition papers that his gross sales have collapsed over the last several years. It's gone from 517,000 sales in 2011, and in 2013 they had 485,000. Last year they were on track. I don't know the final numbers. Maybe you can address that. They were on track to earn even less. The 4th nearest store, A&G, also has had 10% fewer gross sales in 2012 compared to 2011. The population is overall decreasing in this area. I think we attached census figures to that. I don't see any need for another store in this area. As far as this operator, I've submitted a lot of documentation from the Arkansas Liquor Authority. I understand that Mr. Springer has now amended his application to accurately reflect his client's interest in other liquor stores, but that was not originally submitted with his application, and so I believe there has been some misrepresentation, and I'm sure they can address that if I'm mistaken. I am limited by what I can obtain from public records. I've done FOIL requests, multiple FOIL requests from the Arkansas Liquor Authority addressing his interest in these stores. He's listed as an incorporator, organizer, and also a member. Mr. Springer, in his response to me raising these, has issued documentation that he happens to be an incorporator on many liquor stores, and we should not read into that. I would submit that his client's principal is not an attorney, does not set up businesses as a living. The fact that he's listed as an incorporator with the Arkansas Department of State on multiple liquor stores could be indicative of an equity interest, and I would submit that if the authority is so inclined, can further investigate that. But I believe that his failure to...
You would agree, would you not, that if he did have an interest in a store in another state, that wouldn't preclude him from having a license in New York?
That's correct. I concede that. My point of raising this is that he did not disclose the interest in his New York State Liquor Authority application, and the copy of the application of one of the stores in Arkansas also does not disclose his interest. He's listed as a member on Department of State and Corporation records, but he's not listed on that liquor license. So I think there's 2 incidents of misrepresentation. When I forwarded this information to Mr. Springer last week, he amended that page to reflect that. That's my point with that. And I don't think this area can support another liquor store. My clients have a right to establish themselves, as well as the other stores. 2 within the last, less than a year, I mean less than 9 months. I would submit, should point to, the denial of this application. I don't believe that the applicant has displayed any huge developments or gentrification or anything that would justify this sudden insurgence of new stores.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
We may have another.
Do you want to come?
Sorry.
My name is Rakesh Shanlal. I represent R&D Liquors Corp.
Speak up, please.
My name is Rakesh Shanlal. I represent R&D Liquors Corp.
Yeah.
I've been in the community for about 14 years. I'm probably of the list you see here, the top established store in that area. Since I've been there, there's been like 6 of these stores that popped up. In the last 2 years, 3 of these stores popped up. My sales have decreased about 25%, but it's twofold. My net profit or my markup has decreased twofold to maintain the sale figure. So I guess my issue is overcrowding once again. And there isn't a product that I carry that doesn't cater to the community. I have over 1,000 SKUs on the shelf. So having said that, I don't think it's advantageous to the community to have another store.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman of the Commissioners. My name is Bikramjit Singotra, and I'm representing Hook Wine and Liquor, located on 867 West Merrick Road. There are about 5 liquor shops within 1 mile range, and it's very tough. I'm here on behalf of my father. It's very tough. If you grant another store, it's going to be impossible to pick up business. We just opened up literally about 8 months ago, and my father's working there for like 7 days a week, and I go to college and I help him out as well. We have rent increasing 3% every year. It's going to be very, very hard if you grant another store. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I don't believe that gentleman's father is the owner of Hook Creek. As far as Mr. Singh's ownership in, he sold an interest that he had in 2010. It was reflected in the state of Arkansas records. He's got no reason to hide that. He disclosed that he was a manager there. The LLCs doesn't list him as a member. They said he was an organizer. He explained to me that he has family and relatives in Arkansas that have liquor stores. And in the early stages, there was talk about him investing, and when it came down to it, he didn't like the deal, so he didn't invest. As I pointed out in my papers, my name appears on a lot of incorporation papers. That's not any indication of an ownership interest. And I just think it's not an issue, and I think we really should talk about the location of public convenience and advantage. But if you have a question about that, we can take that now. As far as public convenience and advantage, I would point out that the 3rd and 4th store, Hook Creek and A&G, are all up on Merrick Boulevard. Hook Creek is in Nassau County and Valley Stream. It's not in Rosedale. A&G is in Laurelton. A&G is on the other side of Sunrise Highway, and then on the other side of Bell Parkway. It's 1.1 miles away. There are only 3 liquor stores within a mile: R&D, Rosedale Village Liquor, and Hook Discount Wine. Hook Discount Wine is 0.7 miles away on a different street. That is an open store. The closest store is R&D. They're a very small store. They have very little parking. There's a parking lot next door, and every time I've driven by in the early morning when it was closed, the parking lot was full. And if you look on Google Maps, the street view, when the store was closed, the parking lot is full. It's being used by everybody else in that neighborhood. That's a very small neighborhood over there on the other side of Sunrise Highway, near the train station. There's a restaurant, there's some apartments, there's a couple of small shops. It's a very narrow street there on Francis Lewis, in that part of it. I know up in Flushing area it gets wider and it becomes multiple lanes. It's a very small area. It's a very small store. They don't have a lot of products. It is an open store. Their gross sales are decreasing, and that would be an indication to me that they're not serving the neighborhood. Our store would be a larger store. It would be an open store. It's on the road to the mall. It's brand new construction. The landlord spent $4 or $5 million on this building, and it's completely occupied. The construction is being done, but all the leases are signed. It's got off-street parking. It's got on-street parking. Going down to the other, there's really only 3 stores. There's really only 2 stores in Rosedale, and that's R&D, which I've already spoke about, and Rosedale, which is the Bulletproof store, which has there's very little off-street parking. There's a big bus stop right in front of it, so it's not convenient in that respect. And it's also south and west by 8 blocks on the other side of Francis Lewis Boulevard. The applicant has a lot of experience in the industry, having managed 2 stores. He sold that interest in 2010 in the store that he did have an interest in, which was only 25% interest, so he wanted to leave Arkansas. They got his taxi medallion, and that's not working out for him. So he's going back to...
He was a manager with an interest in the store? You said he wasn't?
No, he was a manager of 2 stores that he
You
didn't
said he
have.
sold his interest.
He was a manager employee of 2 other liquor stores in Arkansas.
But you said he sold his interest and left Arkansas. That's what you
Yes.
just said.
That's
you
the
said
third store.
On his personal questionnaire, he disclosed that he was a manager at 2 stores in Arkansas, and that he had an interest in a 3rd store, which he sold.
So it's a 3rd store. Got it.
Yeah. These are families and friends. His brother owns a store there. They still own the stores there.
So how did he find this location?
Because I live over here. I drive taxi in New York City, so I have to go to Walmart or Green Acres Mall, so I just go there and I see the location, and I like the location because I have previous experience in Arkansas for 9 to 10 years.
Is this a residential building?
No, this is a 6, 7 different stores are opening after that. Convenience
Brand new commercial.
This is a brand new commercial.
From the ground up, 1 story, on a very busy street with its own parking. Just the way the map goes. These other stores.
Is it off-street parking?
Yes.
Yes.
There's a parking lot, specifically for that shopping center. So, the population statistics that the attorney, it's late, Mr. Wright, submitted showed that the population's been steady in Rosedale for the last 10 years. There may have been some drop-off in Laurelton, which might explain the drop-off in sales. There's something wrong with AG and Wine Liquors. With those kind of sales, it is a bulletproof store. With those kind of sales, they should be out of business. I don't know what's going on over there. When Hook Creek went in, they weren't concerned about a store on the same street that was 0.5 miles away.
Mr. Springer, didn't you represent them?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So is that why you say his father's not the owner?
And I think that is a good location for. I think Hook's
Can
going
you
to do
answer
well
my
there.
question, please? You mentioned that when you came up to the podium that the person who spoke, who said his father was the owner of Hook, is not the owner of Hook?
I believe it was a woman I dealt with that was on the license.
You stood here with the applicant at the board meeting.
Was it a gentleman or a woman?
You should know that one.
And that's why I said it, because I believe it was a woman.
It was a male.
Was it a male?
Yep.
Okay. In any event, Hook is a good location, but it's 0.7 miles away. They had called me about opposing this application, and I disclosed that my feeling is it's 0.7 miles away, a different county, and it shouldn't be a problem for them. They have a nice product. Their closest competitor is, I don't know what they're doing there in A&G. I really have no idea what's going on
Why
there.
does it matter that it's in a different county?
It's a different neighborhood. They're trying to make it sound like it's all the same neighborhood. It's not the same neighborhood.
Less than a mile.
We do have 4 stores within about a mile, one of which, Hook, was just issued less than a year ago.
And no one has increased in sales.
And it's on the other side of Sunrise Highway. It's a different neighborhood. It's a different market.
All right, I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
I deny the application. With the amount of stores within that vicinity of less than a mile, no one has increasing sales. Well, with the exclusion of Rosedale, I only have 2011. So I don't see how this area wants another store. So I deny it.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Green.
I agree. Mr. Wright, I have a question for you. What have you done with Charles Lynn?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Busy as in. He's someone to be somewhere, I guess.
461 is proposed advisory for compliance with not-for-profit organizations, section 110.1.
The ABC law?
Someone signed in for this?
461?
Yes.
Yeah, but who signed in? Yeah, maybe they're no longer here.
Somebody signed it?
As long as he's not wearing like his head, okay.
Board members, I don't know if you want to pursue this one as.
Is this 461?
461, they signed in, but th're no longer here. We can recall it and move on with people that are here.
Do you know who signed it?
I don't know. I'd have to go out there and get the sheet.
All right, I'm just surprised that somebody would have signed in for it. But, okay, we'll recall.
515, Aura Bar and Lounge.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner.
Afternoon.
My name is Teresa Moses. Last time I was here, Commissioner Green suggested that I reach out to the community board, and I've done so. And the district manager, Ms. Turano, she was unwilling to review or open or accommodate a meeting or getting me back on the calendar. And the reason this came about, there was a mix-up between the time. They presented us with a 7 o'clock time as the meeting started, and we got there 6:30, and somehow, I'm not sure what happened. We left there after 7. There was no activity. The gate was closed, and I sort of appealed to her sense of fair play by sharing that with her. And again, I responded back to her with that, and she came back and said that she's fulfilled her mandated duties, and the vote has been cast.
But this was back in
November 19.
And there's been no meeting that you could attend between then and now?
What we try to have January. To be quite honest with you, all my focus was on trying to get forward and other support, because when I called the next day to ask her what the status was, she has indicated to me that she had voted to deny the board. So then I needed to know what my next step, and that's what I've been working towards. And she was not.
Were you at the right location?
And
Because they're saying that the gate is locked in a fixed open position and it's been inoperable for 6 months.
That's what her response
And then you
was.
said you sat outside a padlocked gate.
Yes, and so that's
So
what her
there's
response
something
was.
very different.
It is, and another thing is when I went recently online, the start time of the community meeting is 8. And I have a copy that I printed out so that I can share with you. They have the, yeah.
What's today's number? I'm just wondering, I did suggest to her that maybe they started later that evening.
And so,
Are we talking about the same?
Yeah, because the community board denied it. Has to go back.
Same thing. Having a meeting. Wednesday, November.
So the community board refused to meet with you?
yeah, she refused to accept. So what I did as a result is, I recall when I was here last, I said I had a meet and greet. So I really sort of connected with a couple of members in the community, and I reached out to them, the homeowners, and asked them if they would endorse me in support. I gathered about 61 signatures, which I submitted, and last night they dropped me off another 26 I have here with me in support of what I'm offering. There's nothing like that around, with the exception of a Subway and a McDonald's. There's absolutely nothing offering in water. And one of the concerns they had, which is the resident that I'm referring to, was the previous establishment and all the different things that they, annoyances and nuisances and incidents. And I sort of shared with them that my model, our venue, is not, it's not a club, it's not dancing, it's not to be rented to any external entity. It's just a place you can come, have something to eat, drink, watch TV, socialize, have maybe happy hour.
What are your proposed hours?
On the weekend till 2, because I want to serve brunch on the weekend, and the council had asked me about the brunch menu, and I submitted to you. And on the weekends, so early scale back time, just an intimate setting, and during the week offer lunch, and maybe, because a couple of them have said, I'll just stop by and grab some lunch on my way, dinner, so I don't have to cook if I don't, I don't want to cook if I don't have to.
Right, so could you tell me what your hours would be?
Okay, so it'll be from 12 to 12 in the day during the week, 12 to 12, and then on the weekend for brunch, I'll open 9 to 2. Yeah.
Weekend being Friday and Saturday?
Yes.
I have the additional, that is signed if you'd like. I have some pictures of the location.
What steps would you take to avoid the issues that occurred at the place that was there before? Because a lot of times, a place has a bad history, it ends up having a bad crowd coming there. Now somebody opens it up again, and the same people come back, and they're the same issues. So what do you propose in terms of security, the way you're going to operate?
Right. So one of the reasons I think that the establishment prior to my taking this over was entirely different. They had parties, they rented willy-nilly to anyone, folks with baby showers, different things. The model that I have goes entirely different from that operating model. The hours, the clientele, no renting, no club, no dancing, no that. So it's entirely different in modern scale to what was.
No DJ?
There'll be moderate DJ, but DJ music, but they have to be able to. Patients have to be able to hear themselves speak. So because there'll be the TV there and piped in music.
If you're just going to be a quiet restaurant, what do you need a DJ for?
No, not DJ. Well, here's the thing. The music, because I've visited other places, there's music spinning, not the big pulsating type of music. I don't necessarily need to have a DJ. I can plug in, the music pre-recorded and just have it play, just coming through.
That's just, recorded music.
Yeah.
But you said DJ, I thought.
I did.
Yeah.
I don't apologize. I'm a little nervous.
Well, it's nothing to apologize about. I want to know how you're going to run it. But I suspect the DJ would be the kind of thing that would attract the crowd that used to go there
definitely.
before.
From what some of the residents shared with me and their concerns. So, and so I got their support and endorsement. And so no DJ.
Who's going to manage this space for you?
In the interim, I'm actually looking for management. I have done some interviews. I've gotten folks with a resume, and I've been going over this. But I'm also bringing my transferable skills from within the financial world. I manage an operation individually.
So you'll be there at all times?
Yeah. I work.
Midnight during the week.
2 a.m.
The only other question is, in terms of the community board, if we want to have our own contact with the community board, just to cooperate, that they have to flat out refuse to speak. If you want to do that, maybe we put it over for 2 weeks for somebody in licensing to just put a call in. And then if they tell you, we don't want to talk to it, then we proceed.
Okay.
All right, so you want to do that? All right.
To reach out to them. Okay.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
We're going to, I hate to make you come back again, but we're going to put this, it's still difficult for us because the community board position, we're going to reach out to the community board.
Thank you.
And see if we can initiate a conversation. So we're going to put this over for 2 weeks. And somebody from licensing will reach out to them.
Okay.
And we'll have this back on March 24th.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Sorry to make you come back, but
Okay.
This may work to your advantage.
Thank you.
So we will contact the community board.
All right, have a good evening. Thank you.
519, Trans Pecos.
The applicant, Timothy Allen, with me is Justin Todd Patrick, the principal of the Trans Pecos, and also Bonnie Perry, who's from a local community group with the city AHRC. They're the oldest city organization that deals with intellectually challenged patients. This is after a disapproval hearing, the decision after disapproval hearing that was upheld. I submitted a letter with a number of attachments, including a petition, but I'm told that didn't go through, so I have the original with me. There's at least 350 signatures here in support, and at least 200 from right in the neighborhood of Ridgewood.
Right. Julian.
As you know, the ALJ who reviewed this found that Mr. Patrick and his employees blatantly disregarded SLA's prohibition and posted a conspicuous sign at its premises encouraging patrons to bring their own alcohol to its venue. The ALJ goes on to say, I did not credit Patrick's testimony that he wasn't aware that the sign was posted. I believe he was fully aware of the sign, and the arrogance of the sign speaks for itself. So what do you have to say about that?
So Mr. Patrick will address that himself as well. But
these petitions are nice, but they're not aware of the violation. So the violation is a very serious one. And, you know,
I understand that. And he admits that the sign was a mistake. In August, his wife gave birth to a daughter. We filed in September. In October, it was disapproved, October 31st, I believe. The only incident, and you have to remember, this opened December 2013. There were a number of temporary permits that were issued based on non-for-profit status. There were over 100 permits issued. During all that time, there were no other issues except this BYOB issue. There were no fights, there was no drugs, there was no sale to minors, there was nothing else. Since it's been disapproved, similarly, they've continued with their programming. And when I say programming, it's not just as a music venue. It's during the day. There's all types of organizations that bring adult, mentally challenged adults as well as children. And this didn't start when there was a problem with the license. This has been from the beginning. They've always had the daytime programming. I mean, you have letters from Rafael Espinal, Antonio Reynoso, and Martin Dillon in support. And all of them aren't just writing a letter. They've all been there. They've all attended.
Were they aware of these violations, though?
I believe they were aware.
Really? Because we have to deal with the violations.
Yes. Councilman Reynoso and Councilman Espinal, as well as Councilwoman Crowley, who also submitted a letter, although you may not have it in front of you. We're all aware of the situation, as well as Assemblyman Miller, who submitted a letter today.
All right, so the sign.
So they thought it was fine that you were encouraging people to bring alcohol when you didn't have a license. They didn't see any
Absolutely
issue.
not, and I'll address this when I come and speak.
Why
I
don't
mean,
you
I
address
made
it
a big mistake, and I'm aware of the mistake we made.
Yeah.
But I'd like to speak to that if that's
Go ahead.
possible. Are you ready for me? Yeah. Sorry, I'm not very good at public speaking. My name is Justin Todd Patrick, and I'm the executive director of Transpeakos. We're a not-for-profit, multi-use space in Ridgewood, Queens. During the day, we host classes and workshops and other social services programming, and in the evenings, we function as a concert hall and a performing arts venue.
Well, are you you're the principal, correct?
I am the principal and the executive director of the organization and the principal.
Are you paid a salary, or do you
paid a salary.
What is your salary?
The salary does not exist yet because we have no revenue at this point. The projected salary when we have revenue is about $60,000 a year.
All right. So what do you do to support yourself right now?
I also operate rehearsal studio facilities and art studio facilities in the neighborhood. So my wife and I basically run these together. We have spaces that we've converted and have basically rented commercial space and have divided them up and then rent them out to artists and performing arts individuals for rehearsals and for studio space. And that's my main source of income. This is essentially a labor of love. We are a 501c3 not-for-profit organization, recognized by the IRS as of February 2015. Previous to the issuance of our own not-for-profit designation, we operated as a fiscally sponsored organization under the 501c3 designation of a sister organization called Jump Arts. Fiscal sponsorship is an IRS-recognized practice that allows charitable organizations to get their start and to receive tax-deductible donations while they await their own not-for-profit designation, which can take years. That was brought up in the denial letter, so I wanted to address that specifically, what our relationship was to Jump Arts. We now happily have our own letter from the IRS. Transpeakos is a bright, sunlit, clean facility with beautiful exposed wood beams, restored antique industrial windows, and high ceilings. We have excellent natural acoustics, and we do not resemble a nightclub or a standard music venue because that's not what we are. Our concert schedule is developed by a rotating cast of respected curators who specialize in challenging avant-garde music. We invite established music figures in the avant community to 6-month guest curatorial stints. No other public venue in Queens showcases experimental music genres, and we are the only public music performance venue of any kind in Ridgewood. We offer an otherwise unavailable opportunity for local musicians to perform on stage in our own community, alongside nationally and internationally renowned artists. Our music curation is widely celebrated. We were invited by the Metropolitan Museum of Art to curate music performances at PS1 Art Museum in Queens during the New York Art Book Fair last September, and we are working with Assemblywoman Davila's office to produce and curate music performances at her annual Unity Parade event ending in Maria Hernandez Park in Bushwick this summer. Our regular social services programming operates 6 days a week. The community use schedule is developed in partnership with several established local charities, including AHRC, which Bonnie will speak to, the Coalition of Hispanic Family Services, Flatlands Family Shelter, the Greater Ridgewood Youth Council, local schools, and others. We provide our facility at no cost to these community organizations, and our staff and the community of musicians that use our space assist these classes and workshops pro bono. We currently offer music therapy workshops for special needs adults 5 days a week. English language learners classes aimed at the Ridgewood and Bushwick Hispanic, Polish, Nepalese, and Coptic Egyptian immigrant communities operate 2 days a week. And we have a beatboxing and beginners music making workshop class for homeless children from Flatlands Shelter between the ages of 4 and 7 that happens on Saturday mornings, as well as regular after-school literacy programs, music industry self-promotion workshops, and general high-speed internet access hours for local high school students and intermediate school students. And I want to point out that our community services operations began the same week that we began hosting concert events back in December of 2013. Community service is an integral part of what Transpecos was founded to be about. This isn't something we've added to address our issues. We are sincerely dedicated to serving our community. Transpecos has been operating since December of 2013, both as a concert hall and as a workspace for social services program. And during a lot of that time, we sought and were granted special event permits to sell beer and wine for many concert events until our lease situation allowed us to move forward and apply for a full on-premises liquor license at the request of the SLA. I'm happy to report that at no time during Transpecos' over a year of operating and hosting public events have we ever generated any neighborhood issues related to excessive noise, nor disorderly conduct of any kind, nor underage drinking, nor have we generated issues related to parking or traffic or any of the issues frequently generated by nightlife establishments. This information comes via Queens Community Board 5, Councilman Antonio Reynoso's office, and the 104th Precinct. We have great relationships with our neighbors, many of whom buy coffee and pastries every morning from our on-site cafe, attend the frequent children's parties and school pageants we host pro bono, take advantage of our open hours for public internet access, and attend community programming and concerts. The work we do has been celebrated in the Queens Courier, the New York Times, Hyperallergic Arts Magazine, and others, and New York One News named us Queens People of the Week for the week of February 13th, 2015. We have collected over 350 local signatures in support of Transpecos, and over 23 letters of support from local residents, homeowners, small business owners, and parents, most of whom are from Ridgewood and Bushwick, and many of whom are from the blocks immediately surrounding Transpecos. We received 5 letters of support from local elected officials. We are not a 500-foot rule, and we are approved by Queens Community Board 5 with absolutely no opposition. And this was after a full 6 months of operating events full-time with special events permits. We enjoy a good relationship with our district manager, Gary Giordano, the neighborhood BID chairman, Ted Renz, and all of our local council members, as well as local state assembly members and senators. We are located in a historically depressed stretch of Wyckoff Avenue on the border of Ridgewood and Brooklyn. Our building was a sewing mill for 90 years, and our neighbor buildings are still struggling to adapt their uses for manufacturing. In the time since Transpecos began operating a year ago, we've been joined by 2 espresso cafes, one of which is right next door, the other across the street, 2 sit-down dining restaurants, one of which is right next door, plus 2 art galleries. I'm friendly with the proprietors of these new businesses, and every one of them has told me that they decided to move to the area after seeing what we have been doing at Transpecos. I'm a local resident. I live about a third of a mile away from Transpecos in Ridgewood on Woodbine at Cypress Avenue. I'm a parent with 2 small children at home. My boy attends school in Bushwick right over the border. I've lived in Queens for over 15 years and in Ridgewood since 2007. I'm earnestly proud of the work, very nervous. I'm very proud of the work that we've done at Transpecos, and I really feel that we've earned the support of our community, and we continue to work every day to fulfill the community need. That said, there is one subject relating to Transpecos that I am not proud of, and I am ashamed took place at our organization. Transpecos' liquor license application was denied last October due to an inappropriate sign that was allowed to be posted under my watch. I hired an individual to manage the operations while I was on paternity leave during a 2-week period when my assistant director was also out performing overseas. We went dry at the time, which is the only reason we entertained bringing in an outside person at all. But what occurred is something for which I'm deeply embarrassed. A sign was allowed to be made which said that we had no bar and couldn't allow, quote, visible BYOB, and made fun of bottle bar laws. The sign was completely, totally inappropriate. The sign was printed and posted with tape in a couple of locations in the building for patrons to see. The sign was quickly removed and has been down for nearly 5 months now. Signs unequivocally stating no BYOB and no dancing are prominently displayed in many locations of the facility now. We submitted a photo showing an example. I fired the fill-in manager who posted the sign. We immediately contracted a new security company, Damien Security, to ensure complete compliance with all liquor regulations. I have rearranged my personal schedule to attend every event and to oversee all of the actions of my volunteer staff personally. The problem has been corrected, and we have had no issue with alcohol entering the building. Trans-Pecos is fully and completely dry. We are in close, frequent communication with the 104th Precinct to ensure that everything we do is in strict compliance. There have been no issues since. Nothing we can do changes the embarrassment that I feel that this sign was allowed to happen in the facility I built under my watch. By posting that sign, I put all of our programming in jeopardy, and we did a huge disservice to the public who utilize our community programming, and to the audience and to the performing artists we showcase. We tarnished the reputation of our organization. Our concerts function as the central means of fundraising for everything Trans-Pecos does, and concession sales wholly underwrite all of our community programming, allowing us to offer our space for free use. We've been dry now for over 6 months. Our budget has been decimated. We were unable to afford heating oil this winter and survived using electric space heaters. Essential maintenance of our equipment and facilities have had to be deferred. Classes and workshops have been canceled on some occasions due to cold. Everyone working at every event and at program in sight is a volunteer. I am humbled by the consequences of our mistake with this sign, and I'm humiliated that this was ultimately my personal fault. Trans-Pecos is the work of many people, all working together as volunteers, and we serve the needs of a broad and diverse community in our neighborhood. My mistake has done a disservice to all of these people, and I deeply regret the decisions that allowed this to happen. I realize that actions speak louder than words, and I don't ask for reconsideration based solely on what I'm saying here today. However, Trans-Pecos has paid a price for my mistake for many months now, and we have demonstrated during this time that we do operate within the law and in good faith for the greater good in serving real community needs. We have submitted letters and petitions from local school principals, local parents, local small business owners, local elected officials affirming Trans-Pecos is a law-abiding and professional operation. We respect the neighborhood that we are part of, and we can think of no other similar music hall that is committed so sincerely to giving back to the community it serves. We have worked hard to earn the neighborhood's respect. We won't squander it. Thank you for allowing us to speak to the board today, and I respectfully request that you allow Trans-Pecos' license application to return to licensing and to proceed, as the issues that led to our denial have been addressed.
The referral had come to us from the NYPD,
yes,
who had advised us that before they referred the matter to us, they had issued a warning, and that the warning went disregarded. And you're saying you were totally unaware of this until you were actually charged by us, that you never received notice from the NYPD? I'm sorry?
They did not issue us a warning about the sign.
What event did they issue you a warning about?
When the facility first opened and was operating informally, we had, reached out to them. We were trying to get temporary beer and wine permits. And at the time, a lower officer had told us that it would be okay if we allowed basically low-key BYOB. This was back in January of last year. And then that was later overruled by the special operations lieutenant of the precinct, who came in and actually gave us tickets for it. And that was the warning we received. And from there forward, we, of course, never allowed BYOB. But I never heard any warning from anyone about this.
So when was that issued by the lieutenant? When did you have knowledge?
That was in January of 2014. But this other, by long after this, the precinct was happy with us. We'd been meeting with them regularly. And then when we submitted our application and I had my second baby was born, I took time off.
What about the stipulation in June 2014?
That was related to the January ticket. It was a direct result of the January ticket. The stipulations in Queens, typically, from what I've been told, if you receive any ABC violation, you immediately receive a stipulation, or not immediately, but you automatically receive a stipulation, which is what we faced.
That was on one event. That was based on one incident.
That's not one incident you received.
Those cases are at least like 3.
And here, according to the stipulation, you signed that if
you ever violate an ABCL law, then you agree the undersigned consents to the closure of the subject premises by court order.
I think it's for a period of days, it says.
No, I don't see any period. Well, maybe, let me see.
It does. And that was, we had no choice except to sign the stipulation, or else we would have had to stay closed.
No, based on the licensing, well, there's, if you're an unlicensed spider club, then you consent to 14 days closure. But the one above that, it just says, yeah, subject to closure. There's no date on it. There are two different paragraphs. One has no date, and the other one has 14 days.
My understanding was we were signing that we would be closed for 14 days automatically if there was another issue. And again, that stipulation was generated directly out of the one summons that was issued.
And then I guess the NYPD went back in October?
Immediately following the denial, 2 days following on Halloween, they came into a capacity event. It was the same Special Operations Lieutenant, George Helmer, entered our event.
And I have one here that goes from October 29, 2014.
No, there was no.
He said, I just visited the location at 9:30, and there are multiple signs still posted, BYOB.
That is what generated this entire situation, was that email.
But then this is Wednesday, October 2014.
Yes, that was when the denial went in, and it was immediately followed up by an investigation.
Yeah, but you had noticed that it was illegal in June 2014, right?
No, those are two separate issues. The June issue was related to a situation with BYOB that was actually, they had come in and found someone with beer in January.
And then the one in October is just a sign, you're saying?
So only a sign, and honestly, during that entire time, and I believe there are letters that attest to this that were submitted with the ALJ hearing, we were, in fact, still patting everyone down, checking bags, and smelling breath, which we continue to do, which has been obviously increased with our new security company. It's something we take very seriously, and ultimately...
Right, but the fact that you had an actual incident with BYOB that was in January 2014, you stipulated in June 2014, and the fact that that sign remained up through October 2014?
Oh, no, the sign was only up for 2 weeks. The sign was put up when we hired this manager who came in, and there's a letter that...
And that was during May?
No, this was in October. The sign was only up for a couple of weeks in October.
So what was the June nuisance abatement settlement for?
For the summons that Special Operations Lieutenant Helmer wrote in January.
But I have a statement here from Carol, who was managing at the time.
Mandy Carroll?
Amanda Carroll?
Yes.
She stated she had been working at the premises since May 2014 and that she'd seen these signs, that the signs were there. BYOB signs were there in May 2014.
No, it doesn't say that. She said very specifically that the signs only went up in October, which is true. And there's a letter from and that same document.
This is from the ALJ. This is from the hearing.
That's a misunderstanding. That is not what she said. And in fact, there is a letter from Mark Rosmiel, who was the manager who put the sign up, and he's the one who
Carol testified, she's employed with Transpecos, that when the applicant had a temporary liquor license, she worked as a bartender, but now she works at the door. She checks bags. She stated with the temporary permits, they did not allow patrons to enter with beverages. However, when operating without the permit, they allowed patrons to bring coffee, soda. But Carol stated that she did observe the BYOB sign posted at the premises.
And that it was in May. She said it was in October.
Excuse me?
She didn't say that it happened. She didn't say she observed it in May. It happened the sign was only up for a very brief period in October.
In October, 2 weeks? Okay.
In fact, Special Operations Lieutenant Helmer had been, there's two separate sentences. Yeah, and also Special Operations Lieutenant Helmer had visited the space several times over the summer and did not report the sign existing.
They saw it, and when was that?
They saw the sign.
They were
I have to pull it up in a compliance.
Stravelli saw it on October 29th. When was this in October? That the 2 weeks you're talking about? What period was it?
It was
last 2 weeks.
It was like a 16 or 18 day period. I forget the exact length, but it was basically from about the middle of October to the end. And I became aware of this when obviously we were denied. At which point I came back. And my leave was about to end anyway. I was only on a 10-week leave for my child's birth. But we immediately fired the individual who put the sign up, and not that matters. The sign was allowed.
Does Amanda Carroll still work for you?
Amanda still works for us, yeah. But she's a volunteer.
They haven't had a license for months now. I'm going to send it back.
And is your only source of income for the 501c3 the sale of alcohol at the events?
It's also the sale of concessions of other sorts. We also sell a full range of sodas and some food.
But the result of a lot of the economic hardship you're facing this past winter, it's just because you couldn't sell alcohol?
Exactly, that is the model.
You still have events and sell.
We sell tickets, but it's all for we sell food, yeah, and whatever ticket or donation comes to the door goes to the performers. There is a small amount. You know, we have an extremely shoestring budget at the moment.
My argument now is that they served time served suspension. They've been out of this license for almost 5 months. Born the hardship of economics of carrying the place, the rents, keeping everyone interested who's not being paid as volunteers, and it's a significant. Because this is his career. He's not just going to shut down and go find some other place. This is what he does. He's learned his lesson. He made a big mistake, but I would ask him that's the standard.
All right, let's vote. All right.
Originally, I have to uphold the denial. I think many individuals allow BYOB, and it's very hard to make sure that individuals out there know that it is not permissible. And what really annoyed me when I read this was that there was a sign up posted encouraging it. That's what annoyed me when I read this. I understand that this is something you did not know about, but according to reading the facts, you obviously did know. You just didn't know that the signs were posted during the 2 weeks. It seems as if this behavior was encouraged. And even though you're not present, what concerns me is how you're supervising this location. Whether you're there or not, if you are not present, you have to make sure that the law is abided by. I know this is, are you a non-for-profit?
Yeah.
That's what is really problematic for me, because I know a non-for-profit, you're trying to provide, programs for the community, but I don't like when you just look at your responsibility lightly. And just based on what you said, obviously, you are, impacted personally, your reputation in the community. It suffered a little bit, but I don't feel bad for your suffering. There's a lot of places out there that allow BYOB, and other businesses are waiting for their liquor license, and they know they're not allowed to have alcohol on the premise. You didn't benefit from it in the sense of selling the alcohol, but you have to know that it's your responsibility. You're the license, you're applying for a license, and you're responsible when you're there and when you're not present, that the law has to be abided by.
If I might be able to speak just to that.
It may benefit you not to at this point. What is giving me some pause and allowing this to return to licensing, you are a non-for-profit, and you're not trying to have you're not going to open a bar. But my instance is your responsibility is the same whether you're a restaurant owner, a liquor store owner. You have to supervise. You're responsible in the end. Your employees are not applying for the license. You are. So the buck stops with you. And you poured out, your heart. I understand that. And I know this is going to be instrumental for your programs to go forward. I'm glad that you are a non-for-profit. That's more persuasive for me. But like I said before, your responsibility is still the same. And I hope this is going to be the only time we see you before us. I was going to uphold the denial, but I'll vote to return it to licensing so you can go forward. You've had a period of several months not being licensed and not being able to sell alcohol to at least have some profit. I think even allowing you to file again would just cause more months of you not being able to provide these programs. But I'm taking you at your word that you are going to supervise this location, and now you see the actual penalty you've pretty much already suffered from. But I'll vote to return it to licensing.
Can I just ask, do you also do party promotion at clubs?
Not for many years, not since I've had children.
So that's a year ago?
No, it's my second child. I have a 4-year-old.
Well, for me, the second issue that we didn't really address was that you had a sublease to someone storing alcohol in the basement. Just to me, it just seems, and to say that nobody knew that there was alcohol being stored in a place that happens to serve and sell alcohol is incredible. And I put that in my notes, and I just looked back and looked at it now. Could you just respond to that?
Sure. When we were waiting on our license in September, we were obviously we had a certain point when the temporary brewing wines weren't allowed to be issued anymore, which I think was the first week of September, after which time we started thinking of other ways to try and get the rent paid. And I found someone who wanted to have a short-term storage unit and also a small workspace. That is the business I mostly do, is renting spaces out for workspace. And I found this individual named Sarah Burke who wanted to rent the space, and she did not represent to me that she was going to store alcohol down there. I don't think she was aware that is not allowed. I did write a very...
What kind of business is she in that she's storing alcohol?
She's not in a business. She had done a charitable event and had leftover booze. But it was actually written in the agreement I made with her, which I think is included in the documents and is notarized in September, that she couldn't actually store any regulated items. And it said that specifically it was only to be used for her personal, private use for her own work. It also, the short-term sublease I signed with her was week to week, and it did specifically stipulate that it would be vacated the moment that we received that the upstairs received a liquor license. So we were trying to be very conscientious of how this was dealt with. Her decision to store the alcohol there was not cleared with me, and I was not aware that it was down there. It doesn't change the fact that I should have been, but I was giving her privacy and letting her use her space as she saw fit. We don't have such a sublease any longer, and
right. So you don't sublease to anybody anymore, right?
We don't sublease to anyone anymore. We have an operating agreement.
Well, at some point, if you ever do decide that you are going to sublease, I think you have to understand, again, it's the responsibility of a licensee. You want to give the person your privacy, but you're not like every other landlord. You have to know what's going in there. If it's going to be alcohol, you're going to face the same situation. So anyway, to me, that just kind of, this whole question of credibility, character, and fitness, aside from all the great work you do for your nonprofit, was a sticking point with me. But I think 5 months or so without being able to sell alcohol, being a not-for-profit, I'm willing to give one more chance at this too. But really, I think you learned your lesson that you can't vacate this, have your assistant principal be off, and you're performing at the same time. Whoever you turn this over to, hopefully you don't turn it over to anybody. And I think that's the lesson here. All right, so I'll vote to send it back.
I agree with my colleagues. So we'll send it back to licensing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
516, 517, Astro Lounge.
It's an offer of $8,500. That's for.
Yeah, I think we'd adjourn this for your appearance. You okay?
Yesenia Ovalles is with me. The principals. I also have photos that I don't think were submitted. I'd like to
Does she
hand
have the
out.
workers' comp now?
Yes. Should have that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the workers'
We
comp.
did.
Mhm.
We have, All right.
Can I hand you the photos?
There was an issue of food in the kitchen, so I guess that's what the photos are for.
I don't see any food yet, but maybe it's on the last page. Oh, okay, last page.
Do you have the menu?
This thing here, the buffalo wings and beef empanadas.
Their license.
Okay.
They also installed a scanner, an ID scanner, even though it's not one of the issues, they installed an ID scanner.
I mean, it says restaurant here, and that doesn't seem very restaurant-y food.
Would you like us to file a
Tavern?
Tavern?
Yeah.
Not a method of operation change, just so you know, it's a new application.
So let's
Yeah, I'll accept the 8,500.
accept.
And I accept, but you're gonna ask them to.
Yeah, and you'll go ahead and you'll file an application where you'll change it to a tavern license. We're basically talking about a microwave and some frozen food.
Do we have a time limit on that?
Yeah, just get some
60
filed within
days.
2 months, okay?
All right. Thank you.
504 Sissy's Restaurant and Bar.
No food again?
Hello, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Marek Schweid. This is the licensee, EDA. We are here because of the disciplinary
There's no
proceedings.
food, right?
It's the second time with no food, I believe, right?
Correct. I would like to take you under consideration, the business is in pretty rough area, Far Rockaways. EDA communicated
Can you
to me.
hold on just for a second? Did we have this licensee here before us with no food?
Yes.
Prior to, but they said they were always going to have food.
Yes.
And why?
It was just it was a year ago.
Yeah, well, why didn't you have food?
It was before the board in October of 2013, and then May of 2014.
Because you were here. You were
right.
here
Right back
when
to
it was
where we
before
were.
us.
EDA communicated to me
But I
that-
want to hear
Okay.
from the licensee.
Sometimes, but because of the amount of restaurants that's open in the community, and it's a bad community, we have to cook like limited amount of food. So if we make food like in the morning, and it's finished by 2, anybody who comes in after 2, we might not have any food. But we do cook.
So you cook every day?
Every day except Sundays and Mondays.
Okay, because I think you're a restaurant, right? We're expecting you to have food the entire time you're open. Do you close early when you run out of food?
During the week. But you see,
What time
most of
do you
the time we
close?
have to throw food out.
What time do you close?
10, 11.
And when you're open up until 10 and 11, are you still serving? I mean, because
Not food. We don't serve food like to sell 10, 11, because by then the food will be finished. But if we have customers and they want to eat, we find food to give them.
Right, when our
Because it's hard.
investigator came to the premises in May of 2014, you told our investigator you hadn't had food since June of 2011.
We had stopped cooking at one point because it was hard to throw the food out.
Okay, what I'm going to propose is this, that we accept the offer, but I can tell you we will be out. We will be sending somebody out, and if you don't have food when we come out, there will be, we will take your license. That's my suggestion to the board.
And also
We accept
change-
this offer, but if we find you again without you have to have food at all times available. If it's not, we will then revoke your license.
You have to change to a tavern license within 60 days.
We already initiated that process.
Okay, yeah, you really have to, because it's going to come down to losing your license, so I think you should change the type of license you have. Because if you're going to have food, like if you're not going to make a big meal or several items, then you can have less food and have a tavern license. So you really need to down.
You know, and you started to say it's a rough area, but that makes it even more imperative that there be food, because the purpose of the statute is that people not go into a place and just drink for hours. The idea is if they have a little food with what they're drinking, it's a little less likely to cause a problem.
Absolutely. But again, Heather just communicated to me that she's had 7 cooks in the last 2 years, and they just all basically quit. They don't want to stay in an area where there's really.
Well, then go to the tavern license, and then
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
you can serve finger food. You can get a microwave.
Microwave,
Yeah, you can just do
So
frozen.
that's what she's got to do.
You
And
won't
the op-
lose by throwing out food if it's something, freeze, some items you could put in the freezer or something like that.
Will do. Any offer has been accepted, right?
Okay, yes, we'll take it, 7,000.
Thank you.
424, Floridita Restaurant Uptown.
I'm good with this.
Me too.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Gorla.
It's an offer of 10,000?
It is.
Accept.
I'll accept
Brilliant compliment.
434, Kashik. No, I didn't do justice to that name. No.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashok Kaushik. I'm the owner of a small liquor store located on 48th Street, Sunnyside, Queens. There was a misunderstanding in our pricing. We put the price on the shelves and stick them right next to the inventory. We were getting the delivery on that day, and when the inspector came there, and the man who was putting the prices, he's in the process of putting price on the shelves. I've sent you a photo of those, and we always have price. I can submit another photo if you like.
You were supposedly ill?
Yes, sir.
What was wrong with you?
I had 2 operations. I had a bypass surgery, and I had a hernia.
And were you?
I was away to India. I did it there, sir.
Where was the operation done? Where were the operations performed?
It was performed in India.
So you went home. You went to India.
Yes, sir.
So you were in India for 7 months.
Yes, sir.
Why did you go to India for the surgery?
Because I was visiting my mother, and I almost got a heart attack there. And then they did not let me come, so everything is taken care. That's what I.
And you came back in October of 2014?
Yes, sir.
And have you been here ever since, or have you been to India or somewhere else?
No, I'm here since, and I'm feeling much better now.
All right. Well, I remember visiting my mother, and I almost had a heart attack, so there's a tinge of credibility to the statement.
Mother or mother-in-law?
Oh, that sounds like a personal thing. Okay, let's move it along.
Oh, this is all recorded.
We're going to turn it over to.
My wife's going to see this. This is it.
I'm going to make her a copy.
All right.
I said 2,000.
Yeah, he's got a good.
Yeah.
Take
Yeah,
1,500. This is great. 1,500. All right.
1,500.
It'll be $1,500 will be the fine. You'll get a letter in a couple of months.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
440, Peninsula Deli.
The truth. It's not always pretty.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Abdul C. Rodriguez from Golson and Rodriguez for Peninsula Deli. This is an application for a change in class at 59 South Franklin Street in Hempstead. It's from an AX to an EB with 12 chairs on the premises.
I think we're going to get pictures of this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because all I got is a picture of a toilet.
That's
No, it's a toilet again. Oh.
So this is he's been denied twice before for the same site?
This was denied because we were given a menu by Mr. DeLuca. There was a menu that was exactly just a pro forma menu that other people had been using.
Right.
It was clearly, it was clearly just something he submitted.
Okay.
So do we have a menu now?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir. They actually asked us to translate it, so my paralegal translated from Spanish into English, and it was submitted, but I'll get the link.
Oh, you have it?
Did the mayor submit anything in opposition?
Yeah, it's in the application in your paper.
I don't think we have anything from the mayor.
No, we do not.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
What are your hours?
6 a.m. to 12 a.m., the proposed hours right now without it. Right now, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Things are a little slow right now.
But normally, I mean, summer might pick up, right?
Yes.
So what are your hours
To 12 a.m.
every day? Monday through Sunday?
We'll issue the license, but he's got to close at 11. Because they've had a real problem in Hempstead with these EBs turning into bars. Is he willing to close at 11? Okay, because they have problems, then people come in at 11 o'clock, they're just drinking, and that's been a real problem. So are we all
Yes,
agreed?
agreed.
We all vote to approve, but it's going to be on the license. You have to close at 11. If you want to change that, you have to come back. Okay? All right.
You want this one back? Or do we need to? Yeah, we don't need this, we have a copy. You need this? Oh, you have it. Okay. You too.
509 and 510, Providon Daytona Bar.
Oh, yes. Carry it over.
509 and 510.
We forwarded pictures of food in the food prep area, the menu.
Oh, I didn't see that. Do we have that?
Yeah, they were forwarded a couple
February
board meetings
11th,
ago.
February 17th.
Mm.
It's not the
Oh,
same,
geez.
it's not the same microwave.
It's not? It's white.
Wow.
Oh, the hot dogs. One's on top.
Let me see. Oh, it's attached to
Get
10.
an empanada for $1.
Do they deliver
But that's
here?
not a kitchen, and the application says kitchen.
I think they need to change to tavern too.
Let me see if what they.
It's right next to the bar. The microwave.
Oh, so the food prep is the microwave?
Yes.
It's like next to cups. And
I'm
it
sorry,
looks
the application says no
That's
kitchen.
okay. I think we got it.
I mean, it's like literally sitting on the bar,
It's a tavern already. They're licensed.
Oh,
as
it is
a
tavern. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Actually, the application,
It says
during
no
the hearing,
kitchen
it said
and
no food prep. That's why that was dismissed.
It just said it wasn't going to have any food. And it got, they
We
said-
were going to try it.
And we licensed it.
There's some other serious problems, though. DJ.
That's on the other one, right? Oh, no, that's 510.
All right, ready? Ready to vote on it?
Oh, wait.
Let's do 09 first.
The DBA sign was a temporary sign, a plastic sign, a banner that was pulled over the main sign, and that was removed. The testimony was there for a few months.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. About 1,500.
1500 on 509. Agreed.
Yep, I agree.
6,500, and I dismiss charge 2.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
437 G and C Wines. 507?
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I represent GNC Wines LLC. With me is Chris Leon, one of the two principals. His father is the other owner. They're looking to open a boutique wine store at 995 Fulton Street in the Clinton Hill area.
You say boutique wine store, but it is a liquor license that he's applying for.
Excuse me?
It's a liquor license.
Yes, wine and liquor, yep. I mean, I think I submitted some materials. There's little doubt that this is an area. There is a surge in population, And I think one of the articles I submitted points out that there are about 1,000 new apartments, residential units coming on board within the next few months. That was an article from November 2014. It's widely considered a fairly diverse neighborhood, Brownstone, Brooklyn, and fairly affluent. And there's some information to that
There's
effect.
a store on the same street, Fulton, like a tenth of a mile away, where we just issued a license
Well,
3 months ago.
Interesting you brought that up, that license. I rewatched the hearing. That was approved at a full board hearing in November 2013. Interestingly enough, that the attorney focused very heavily in her argument on the fact that another license had been approved and they just sat on it. That store has yet to open. It looks like it was probably picked up with just exactly probably the last possible minute to pick it up, and that store is not yet open for business. I think as you can see, there's the handwritten letter that was submitted and indicates she hasn't opened for business. So notwithstanding that the license has been picked up, that store is not open for business.
This is 1017 Fulton.
1017 Fulton. The only actual stores open and operating are all over 1,000 feet away, and that store, which would be 526 feet away. I think the package I sent to you even includes a photograph. There's no indication, there's no signage. It is not open.
Are you suggesting that you have evidence that they're never going to open, or?
They're supposed to be open when they pick up.
When they pick up their
Oh, I see what
license,
you're
you're
saying.
supposed to submit
Alright.
pictures showing that you're open and operating.
I've got a handwritten letter. It doesn't say that they're not open. Maybe I'm missing something. The letter I says just says we received a license and now we're trying to establish a customer base. I don't see it saying.
There are zero
Springer,
sales.
were you
Well, she
involved
says we
in
don't
that?
have any gross sales for 2014.
It's Clinton Hill.
She just opened.
Mr. Springer representing Clinton Hill.
Oh, all right.
I wasn't aware it was on today. I assisted Attorney Kazaki on that. You remember there was a church issue across the street?
Yeah.
I know he was working hard to get open. We reminded him.
Microphone.
We reminded her of the conditional approval period, and the store was built out. And I saw pictures. I don't know when they claimed the license, but
Early December.
I know they own the building, and they tend to open. I'm not sure what the issue was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't read this. This was filed on December 31st, so they probably sent this in soon after. I don't know that means they haven't opened.
The picture that was marked that was submitted, sent it over on Friday. I have a photocopy of it here. It was a picture taken.
So they're in violation.
He owns the building. He obviously intends to open, and I can find it. I understand
The
that.
approval letter says you're ready to open.
I understand it. He obviously doesn't understand it, and I could find out. But they are going to open.
Tell them to read the letters because we actually have it right here.
So, I mean, that would be a concern. I don't think, if they are open or about to open, it's just a block or two away, same street, and then we've got, other stores on Fulton.
And then in addition, I mean, obviously, the proposed store, even when she presented at that hearing, I mean, it's going to be a mainstream wine and liquor store. The council had no particular expertise. The only one of the stores that is on the list that is a boutique wine store is Olivino. It's at 905 Fulton. It's over, that's 1,100 feet away, and I actually have.
What about Atlantic Cellars? Atlantic Cellars.
It's not a boutique store. No.
We don't know.
Not a boutique.
Focus is on 13 and
And
under.
so, in fact, here is an email from the owner of Olivino. I mean, Chris Leon can tell you a little bit more about his expertise and background, but there is going to be a very strong domestic focus. He can tell you more about the wines he has in mind.
And the internet sales.
And the internet sales. But his store, the two boutique stores on the list, one is far away, and Olivino focuses on European selections. He's going to have a very heavily domestic craft collection, more domestic and more New York State wines than any of the stores put together. And he's got a great deal of experience in the wine industry. He's managed businesses, wine stores, or wine bars, and I'll let him explain his concept.
Good day. I know it's been a long day, so I'll be quick. So I currently am the wine buyer and manage Italian wine bar called Bar Prima, but I'm incredibly passionate about domestic wine. I worked out in Sonoma County for a long time. I visited several times the Finger Lakes and North Fork, and I think they're very underrepresented in our neighborhood, and I would love for that to be the focus of my store. As you can probably see, what's written out there, I'm looking to have 300 SKUs, about a third of them being domestic, and 30 producers, with multiple SKUs underneath those producers being in New York. I've tasted since signing my lease in early December. Have the place designed, and I'm ready to open and be, something unique and special to the neighborhood.
I wasn't here on this, so I'm waiting for another case to be called. I would ask that this be adjourned for Attorney Tazaki to come back with the applicant. That was a close call, as I remember that case, and this is very close. And I think the board should get some kind of direction from Clinton Hill Liquors about their plans. Find out why they didn't open. I'm totally at a loss.
I don't disagree. Do you want to contact them?
I would call them right now.
Representing them for this purpose?
I have them in my phone.
But they had notice. They wrote to us. They chose not to come here.
Well, they wrote to us. Did we send them notice of the date?
They have their letter of protest.
I see the letter, but we know that we sent them notice.
Hang on a second.
Because they do say if you notify us, we'll come.
It says I plan to attend the hearing.
It was I plan to attend.
Yes, I plan to attend the hearing.
Do we have an email?
I haven't heard boo about this from them or Attorney Tazaki.
Clinton Hill, there's an email we sent them.
We did email.
Yeah, we sent them an email.
Well, that might be even more reason then for us to see what's going on with them, if they in fact didn't respond. So maybe will you, if you'll take that responsibility, we'll put it over for
Absolutely.
2 weeks.
Either I'll be here with them or Attorney Tazaki.
Okay, I'd like to do that. We agree?
Yep.
We'll get a report on
Across the street. I live at 9. Sure, go ahead. Right, you're here. I live at 926 Fulton Street. I check on the space every day. There's been no indication of movement. I've taken pictures of Sentinel keys attached.
All right, well, we'll see what, let's have your client, what we'd like to do is, can you communicate to your client, tell your client they need to be here in 2 weeks, or they're going to have a competitor a block or two away? Okay. All right, we'll give it a couple of weeks.
462 Blue Coast International.
Ariel was here.
What's that?
Cancel and they're surrendered already too.
Who was? I'm sorry.
Ariel.
Okay, but this is theirs, so it's all on. It's an offer of CNC.
Yes.
All right, we're okay with it. Yep. All right, accept it.
414 Chappie Deli and Grocery.
John Springer, I'm not representing the licensee, I'm representing the buyer, PMP Deli. They bought the assets of this business. I believe the license might be in safekeeping, I'm not sure. I don't think it'd be appropriate for us to take a position on what the penalty should be on this default case, but I would ask that you take into account that we're going to come in with an application and you're not doing anything adverse to our chances of getting applying for.
Why wouldn't it be appropriate?
It wouldn't be appropriate for us to suggest a penalty. We bought the assets of the businesses.
For you to suggest a penalty, but it's appropriate for the members to issue one.
Yeah, no.
I'm just saying we have no position on a penalty. I'm just asking that we'd like a chance to apply for the grocery store beer.
All right. Understood.
You do know that was disapproved, right?
We'll be refiling that.
Okay.
We'll be fine. Yep, I'm familiar with it, and I know why, and I know what happened, and I think we can.
I sent you that. All right.
Yeah, all right, I have 2,000.
2,000.
That's fine.
Is the license in safekeeping, do you know?
No, it doesn't seem
It was. Looks like it was removed on 116.
Yeah, they took it out.
They took it out when?
116.
Okay, we don't have it. Can we send a vendor license thing? Premise?
When you refile.
When we refile, okay.
Yeah, because right now we don't have a reason to, you know what I mean? There's no
Okay.
cost.
Thank you.
But if, John, put that in a letter when you file the application.
445 Deli Mania Grocery.
445.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's so obviously. That was a promissory note on this.
Hi, Victor Molina, Pablo Mello on Delamania Grocery Corp. Mr. Mello knows he applied for a grocery beer. The representative he used to apply for the license told him he had to be here. He's not sure why he has to be here.
The prior licensee holds a note
To him?
to him, and that license was canceled.
Okay.
That's why. So we just want to make sure there's no involvement.
Okay.
He's putting up $2,900 of his own money, but he's getting $21,600 from the prior licensee who was canceled. So we'd like to know how he came to be interested in this location.
Interés en este negocio porque en la licencia tú le dejas saber a ellos que tú le debes una nota de 29,000 a los que te vendieron. La pregunta es cómo tú llegaste a tener conocimiento del negocio y si tú tienes una relación con el que te vendió. He says he has no relationship with the other individual other than he sold him the store.
Oh, in the application, he says he's going to, if he gets the license, he'll be at this store from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening, but he's also got 2 other stores.
En la aplicación.
How's he going to be at this one, for 10 hours and run the other 2
Pablo,
stores?
tú tienes 2 bodegas más y aparentemente no hay managers en ninguno de las bodegas. ¿Cómo se va a tener? ¿Tú le diste la aplicación con manager?
Pero después ellos llamaron y preguntando eso y se le
Y aquí tú vas a pasar el tiempo en esta tienda. He says that he's going to be operating in this store, and if manager applications have already been submitted, he thought the authority had asked them to provide that information.
But he said he sent what?
Le mandaron. He said that he's saying the liquor authority asked him for this information regarding managers. And that.
What did he submit? Because I don't see a manager.
Pero ellos dicen que no ven eso en la aplicación. ¿Quién fue que te lo hizo?
Esa aplicación me dijo, mira, ellos quieren esto.
Okay. Who filled out the application for him?
¿Quién te llenó la aplicación?
Víctor Urina.
Víctor Urina.
Okay. Now, does he have any affiliation with the prior licensee?
¿Tú tienes una relación más que te lo vendió con el que estaba ahí antes, sí o no? No, he doesn't.
So how does he know Victor?
Victor's the representative that fills out.
No, I know, but how does he know him? Did
Como
he-
He's his
He's an
accountant.
accountant. Okay. All right. Just checking.
All right.
Weapons.
Yeah.
All right, we'll vote.
Fine. I'll approve it.
Aprobado.
No, I just don't like these cases where somebody puts in a small amount, somebody's previous license has been canceled, holds the promissory note because it really benefits the previous licensee, so I say no.
I'll vote yes, but make sure your client understands that if we find any involvement in running the place from the prior owner, we'll yank the license immediately.
Y se encuentran el que te vendió en el local. Por cualquier razón, se van a quitar la.
And remember, if we revoke it, it applies to all.
You lose your other licenses too.
Tiene 2 más, ¿no?
All right?
He says he understands and that person will have no association and doesn't have it with the business.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
444, Daddy Locos.
Good afternoon, Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. This is a licensing matter. I believe this is here because the previous license holder at this location had the license revoked. There is no opposition to the application.
We don't have anything from the mayor on this one either, right?
Any relationship between the applicant and the prior?
No, there is not, Commissioner.
The prior location was
What are the
bedrock
hours?
with a lot of sales to minors involved.
Yeah. What are the hours?
The hours of this location are Sunday to Wednesday, 1 a.m. They will close, Thursday, 2 a.m., and Friday and Saturday, 4 a.m.
I don't know about the 4.
And what's he going to do to avoid the problems that the last owner had?
It's a different type of establishment. This is more completely a restaurant. There's no DJ. They used to have dancing at the other location. It used to be more of just a rock-out club. This is not what they're doing at this location.
Does he really need 4 a.m.?
He thinks he does only on the Friday and Saturday.
Because I'm worried that 4 a.m. will bring the same crowd back. Because it wasn't just sales to minors. We had noise, disorder,
You had noise and
assaults.
again, which all stemmed from the fact that this was not a food-driven establishment. They're going to have food at all hours of operation. They're opening till 4 because they believe there'll be late-night people eating on those nights.
I'll come down, yeah, I'll do 2.
What do you think?
How about start with 2 and
Start with 2,
come
and
back
then
in
if he's
6
got
months?
we'll let you come back in a year if he's got a good record. But this is a bad place, and you're talking about him being open till 4.
So on the weekends, you would say 2 a.m., but if we are good for a year, we could come back to you and say,
Yes.
we've been good, so we can have
Yes.
4 o'clock.
Yes.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, that's acceptable.
Okay, and we'll put that on the license, please. And also, no DJ, you said, right?
That's correct.
No promoted events, I assume? No live music?
No dance.
Put it all on the
no
license.
dancing.
All right, with that, I'll approve.
Yep, I approve.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good.
.505 R&R 1579 Bakery. That's okay.
Afternoon, Commissioner and Chairman. Dan Swanson for the respondent, appearing at the request of the board.
Okay, this was an offer of $7,500.
Oh, very much.
So with the
there a
bar?
kitchen?
Yeah, the kitchen, sorry.
Yeah.
Kitchen.
The question is, what has your client done to be in compliance now?
Right, so we're going to file an amendment to, the kitchen is not part of the licensed premises. We'll file an amendment to get rid of that on the diagram. And he has a food prep area behind the bar, and the menu is posted on the wall, serving paninis, salads, muffins, coffee, soda, water, and juice. So obviously that will be a part of the amendment, is correcting the menu that was originally filed with the application with the revised menu.
And the license will be tavern? Well, you need a kitchen, but you won't have a kitchen.
But the license was, if it's not, then yes, that'll be a part of the restaurant now.
Unfortunately, he filed as a restaurant, so he's going to have to file another application.
The tavern.
You've heard this scenario
Yes.
before. We'll give him time to make sure, he's got to do it, so he's got to get it in within 2 months.
Sure.
60 days.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Then I accept the offer of 7,500.
Based on the stipulations.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
480 and 481, 93 Art. And yes, just 480. It's 480 and 481, they're together.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee, an offer of compromise to resolve the charge.
Drug
Yeah,
sales.
I had a counter of 8,500.
How much?
8,500.
I had 7,500, but I could do 8,500.
85, we thought it was, come on.
I liked yours much better.
Nice job, right? So it's 85.
Got it. 401
I was going to get
MSJ.
outvoted.
Mr. Flynn, on this case, you say that your client didn't have an opportunity to provide a defense, but you don't say what the defense would have been.
If I didn't, I apologize. I don't have the actual pleading in front of me. What I do know is this. He had a civil rights attorney in a separate, unrelated matter that he had given this to handle, and that attorney completely dropped the ball.
So you're saying it's law office error, basically?
Yeah, that would be a description.
In which case, I think we should send it back.
Grant.
So it's granted.
Yep, free turns to council.
Thank you very much.
Well, wait, but it was, so as the default, because there
Call
was
the
another
next
matter.
case.
Yeah.
Call the next case.
494 and 495.
That was funny.
Sunny's, I'm sorry, Sunny O's.
This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charge. Charges.
Offer 2,500. I accept.
Accepted.
Thank you very much. Have a very nice day.
You too.
511, El Noah Noah.
It sounds like he was yelling at us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Victor Molina on behalf of El Noah Noah. I understand he was instructed to be here today. We had a conflict in our calendar. I came at 12. He can only be here till about 12. And I told him I would ask, because on the 24th, my day is clear the whole day, if we could come back with him on that day regarding his no contest.
All right, so you want to put it over?
Yes.
Okay, meanwhile, you know, maybe you can make sure he's got everything
Yeah,
fixed.
photos, kitchen, proof of license,
You know the
security, et
drill.
cetera.
Yeah, okay.
So,
March 24th.
March 24th.
402, Ediciones Latina.
Yeah, that one's on for the first time. I made a conditional no contest offer. I'm not sure if you're going to require her presence or not.
I'll take 5,500.
Thank you very much. You all have a good evening.
Is that it?
We can figure it out.
This is, this is the,
I just need a 5-minute break, unless you guys want to continue and want to go and I'll come back.
I'm the only one with that prerogative.
Yeah, right.
Still waiting.
All right, take a break for
I'm
5
already
minutes
gone.
then.
I see you need 5 minutes? All right, we're gonna take 5 minutes.
Or about.
Go. All right, we're going to finish with the remaining items, starting at 403.
Offer of $9,000, accept.
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 404.
Offer of $5,000, accept.
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 405.
$8,500.
That's
So
pencil
corporate
and
change.
bond. Yeah,
It's still the
corporate
sole
change.
principal.
I had 8.
All right. 8,500.
Okay. 406.
$5,000.
That's what happens when you're a lame duck. You know,
I had 6,000.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I'll do
Now you get
6.
to decide, lame,
If
Mr.
it
Lame
was
Duck
3
Chairman,
months ago, if it was
5,000.
3 months ago, you would have gone with me.
Even better, Kevin. I'll do 6.
We want 6, so we don't even have to wait for him. 2 6s. 6 6.
2 6s and a, Kevin, thank you. 407.
$10,000.
10,000. Good. I agree.
412.
Offer of $7,500, accept.
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 413.
Offer of $1,500, accept.
Accept. Accept.
415.
Offer of $5,000, accept.
Accept. Accept.
416.
Offer of $6,000, accept.
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 417.
$4,000.
5,000.
I had 5.
5.
Okay. 418.
I had a counter of $5,500.
I like that. 5,500.
55.
420.
Counter $10,000.
10,000. No, I thought maybe the two were the same at the same time. Do we know? Did they get notice on each one?
On
The priors?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't go that far.
If they did get notice on each one, I'm okay with 10,000. Otherwise,
It's just because it was a liquor store. That's why I was
so.
Yeah, I agree. Let's do 10. The liquor store's got
10,000.
no excuse. There shouldn't be a kid in there.
All right, 10,000.
421.
$250.
$250.
Yep.
The business is closed.
Yeah, what I'd like to suggest is when we get a situation like this, the lawyer should have the lawyer or ask an investigator, somebody should check out if they're still in existence.
Well, we got the incident was October 2013. We got the referral in July of 2014.
Hmm.
So is it closed?
No. If it wasn't listed on the sheet as.
All right, let's do the fine, see what happens.
Okay.
It sounds like whatever.
250 for pre-mixing or 2,500?
No, I had, actually, I had 500. I was going down because I thought
Because
they
of
were
pre-mixing?
closed.
I had 3,000, but because of the previous history in pre-mixing.
It doesn't tell us what they were mixing, though.
I didn't know if it was sangria.
If it's
I didn't-
sangria,
I didn't know
No,
what
it's,
it was.
if you read the pleading,
What was it?
Corona beers and pineapple juice. So it's in the pleading, but not in the.
That's new.
All right, just for bad choice, I'll go down to 1,000.
I forgot I was.
Okay, so I have 500, 1,000. No, I already know what I
I'll
have.
go to
anymore.
1,000.
500? Okay, 1,000.
1,000.
1,000. Okay. 422.
Offer cancel and 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
Except, you learn something new every day.
Oh,
423.
Offer 3,000, accept.
Accept. Accept.
425.
Offer 1,000, accept.
Accept.
Except.
426.
They asked for a reduction, and this was their first under
Yeah,
sale.
I'd go down
I
a
went to 3.
3 is good.
Okay.
427.
Offer cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
Except.
429.
I asked for the letter of warning for them since they did not sell to the minor.
Okay, I'll withdraw.
Sure.
All right.
You asked for the first one to be withdrawn, right?
Yeah.
And so for
Yeah.
charge
So
2,
withdraw
you're asking
one.
for
Letter of warning.
letter of warning? Okay, that's fine.
So,
430.
I revoke.
Yep.
agreed.
431.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Agreed.
432.
Offer of 7,000, accept.
Accept.
Yep.
433.
Withdrawn?
This one.
433? I thought they asked to
Withdrawn. I
withdraw.
thought I have withdrawn
I have
on it.
something.
There must have been an
Yes.
email.
Yeah, we had an
Yep,
email or something.
that's, yeah, withdrawn, okay. That's right, withdrawn.
That was Palillo, I think.
Got it. 448.
Didn't even show up. Or?
Didn't come, but I didn't have a problem with their removal. I approved. Yeah, I approved it.
I approve.
I agree.
I mean, the closest store is 0.3 of a mile, but the next one is 6.7.
Yeah.
On 449, I have an adjournment request I received today from the attorney who has helped them in the past. However, they didn't help them with this application, but they're asking it to be carried over to 324.
Give me a date in August.
August?
No, 324.
324.
Sooner the better.
Better watch out, we'll have a special.
Yeah. 450 and 451.
Offer of cancel and bond accepted.
Accept.
452 and 53.
Offer of cancel 1,000 accepted.
Accept.
454.
Offer of 1,000 accepted.
Accept.
455.
500.
I'll take 500.
456.
Offer of 500 accepted.
I had letter of warning just because the 41 years, this is the first. It's American Legion.
Let's see the letter. Let me just take a quick look. Okay, I'll go with the letter. If that's,
Commissioner Green, you with them, or?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
Letter of warning.
457.
3,000.
3.
458.
3,500.
2,500.
25.
459. Offer 6,000 accepted.
Accept.
Accept.
460. Proposed advisory.
I approve.
Approve.
Okay, so we'll, Jack, you'll see that it gets.
Yeah, I've got the other ones from last time to get on
Okay.
the, yep. 461.
Approved.
Wasn't this one being held over for some?
No, someone signed in, but they didn't stay.
Okay, so we'll approve it.
My only one thing was just page 1 of 2, I guess, in the last line, here and after the following shall apply to nonprofit applying for a license.
Where
Just-
are you?
Where are you?
Where are you?
It's
Oh,
The second.
Yeah, it's the second page, this is page 1 of 2 up on top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just right above the draft, like last bullet point, any director, trustee is compensated other than for expenses to attend meeting. And I want to just add including executive director, because executive director, I think, is different than the definition of director trustee that they're talking about.
Executive director is different, but we never
But
deal
we
with
don't,
executive.
yeah, we
We
don't
don't.
treat them any differently as far as this goes, because the statute currently said all directors, trustees.
Oh, so we do including executive directors? Okay. Because just like this case here with the nonprofit today, he's an executive director, but he runs the whole show, so, okay.
You're
If they're-
okay?
If they have another title and they run the whole show, that might be.
Okay,
getting
got it.
paid.
So approved.
Approved.
463.
3,000.
3,000.
3.
464.
Offer of cancel and bond accepted.
Accept.
Accept.
465.
Offer of 1,000 accepted.
Accept.
Accept.
466.
Approved.
Approved.
Can we, actually, I should have thought of this today, can we make an announcement about this one?
Yeah, we'll do it next time, remind me. Okay.
467.
Offer of 7 days suspension plus 10,000 accepted.
Accept.
Okay, accept.
468.
Offer of cancel and bond accepted.
Accept.
Accept.
469.
2,000.
2,000.
2.
470.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
I agree.
471.
2,000.
2,000.
2.
472.
Cancel and bond.
I'd revoke.
Cancel and bond.
How about we
Are you
revoke?
revoke?
Revoke and bond.
I'll
I'll
revoke.
do revoke and bond.
463 and 519A. 473.
473.
473.
Offer of 8,000 accepted.
Accept.
Accept.
474 and 75.
A counter offer of 10,000.
Yeah, I had 9,000, so I'll do 10,000.
I had 10 also.
476.
Revoke and bond.
I'll do revoke and bond.
I agree.
474. 477. All right, I'm
Cancel and
tired.
bond.
Cancel and bond.
Agreed.
478.
Offer cancel and bond accepted.
Accept.
Accept.
For 1,000 bond.
479.
Offer 7,500 accepted.
Accept.
Accept.
482.
6,000.
6,000.
But, Jackie, just let Mike Amorano a couple of times where he, I don't know, if he's doing the face sheet, he doesn't put in that it's an 18-year-old, and he should. I saw it on 2 Amorano cases, this is one of them, okay?
I'll just pick in the right label for the charge.
Right.
Yeah. $483.
3,000.
I had 3,500 package store. So I just
Oh, okay. I'll do
Yeah,
3,500.
35.
484.
1,000.
1,000?
No, 10,000.
Oh,
sorry.
10,000, yes.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
10,000, that's what I had. That's kind of far off.
485.
To bring in, right? Because they haven't had a food for over a year.
Robert Gardner, the attorney, I actually reached out to, and he was traveling back from overseas and left me a message from an airport yesterday. So I
Okay.
called him and told him to come.
Bring them in.
Okay, for them to appear.
Do you want that on the 24th?
Yes.
Over.
For the attorney?
324.
Yes.
486.
Letter of warning, offer accepted.
Accept.
487.
Offer of cancel and bond accepted.
Accept.
Well, how about cancel? I have no bond.
Okay, cancel.
From 05. I can't sell that one. 488.
Letter of warning accepted.
Accept.
489.
Offer of 7,000 accepted.
Accept.
490.
Offer of 2,500 accept.
I had 3,500. Well,
No,
they've been on 16 years, I guess, and in the past 5 years.
License.
Yeah, I'm okay with 25. It was
I'll stay with
it was a
35.
buck a square, it's not
Yeah.
like it was a...
Buck a square.
491.
Offer of 3,000 accepted.
Accept.
I agree. See, this was another Amorado one where it didn't say 18.
492.
Offer of 1,500 accepted.
Accept.
493.
5,500.
5,500.
Free gambling shot.
You can sit up front.
Okay, I'll agree, but they should, when we have a gambling chart, it says arrested for promoting gambling, it'd be good to know what kind of gambling it was. You know, I'm fine with, I'll go along with the other commissioners, but just for future, people should specify, because gambling could be, again, very innocuous or it could be very serious. So,
Okay. 596.
I have 1,000. Been licensed since
All right,
90.
1,000.
I had 2 just because there was a lot of activity, but they don't have any, as far as we can tell, they don't have
No.
priors. So I'm okay with it.
497.
I had a counter of 15,000.
I
I
had,
really wanted to take their license.
Yeah, I had 12,000 plus 5 days. It's,
I had a counter
suspension.
cancel and bond.
Yeah,
I didn't go to a
to
hearing.
cancel and bond.
I mean, they just ran the table here, sales to minors on tax cigarettes.
But even if they get caught, they keep doing it over and over
Yeah.
again.
I'll do
All right,
cancel
cancel and bond.
Yeah, so they can go to hearing.
498.
Offer 7,500 accept.
Accept.
499.
Offer 500 accept.
Accept.
500.
Offer 500 accept.
Accept.
501.
Offer 500 accept.
Accept.
502.
I just had a question on this
I didn't
one.
hear him.
What does it mean, it said on this one in the write-up, no billiard or security license? What is
Well, they
it?
talked about how if you looked from the CNC letter about how you need to have a billiard.
Yeah, for your pool
So
table.
what's the security license that they're talking about?
Oh, security guard.
Licensed security guards.
Unlicensed security.
But then, well, we didn't charge it.
Of the failure to comply with local regulation. They could have charged 2 counts.
Because if it was a security guard, it would have been more than 500. That was, I mean, 500 is fine, but it kind of doesn't make sense. a
It
little
says, the summons says failure to maintain security license on file.
bit. So it should have, the offer should have been higher then, and there should have been a separate charge, I think, but I'll go with the 500.
502 and 503.
Offer 5,000 accept.
I had 6,500 because it's 2 sales under 18. These guys are.
3,000.
Hmm?
No, I'm looking at it. They were licensed since, what, 2006?
Yeah, and it was the cops doing an undercover, and they're pretty close in time, so my guess is they didn't warn them after the first one. So
All right, I'll take 5, please.
I'll do the 5.
5.
Yep.
518, the application was withdrawn by letter dated 3/5. That takes care of that. And 519B.
This is the consensus proposal on the changing our regs. This is stuff that's just blatantly outdated.
All right. Approved.
I do not have any more items.
All right. Thanks, everyone. We're adjourned.